up, Sagittarius? Welcome to your December reading. Thank you so much for being here. First order of business, I just wanted to wish you guys a super happy birthday. I hope you guys get to do something fun and special with people that you love. Celebrate your life a little bit. You totally deserve it. Let's dive into these cards, shall we? Very first card which comes out, which signifies your energy, specifically Sagittarius, is the, this is called a Hero of Swords. It's like a King of Swords in a traditional tarot deck. Now, the thing I love about this image is it kind of displays the softer side of the sword energy. Now, swords, for me, represent duty. The duty for us to be honest, truthful, for us to speak with clarity, for us to have mental clarity. But also, there's like duty in terms of your role in the world. Now, this is going to be accentuated a lot by the eclipses, right? Yes, it's eclipse season. There is so much going on this month, you guys, and it's kind of like the final punctuation mark on 2020, and it just so happens to be in December, right? Like, it's just so poetic that the very, the winter solstice, December 21, we have that Jupiter-Saturn conjunction where the darkness gives way to the light, right? And it's so like, I don't know. I just don't know that it could have been any better. So we are coming to a final end, we are coming to a point of closure. Now, there can be a tearing sometimes when you've got the South Node and your 7th house has the North Node. There can be a tearing between what you want to do for you and even maybe a desire to withdraw from the world a little bit and to be your own person and to be completely detached versus the 7th house, which is like, how do you show up for other people? You've got a lot of like self-focused energy. And I see that being displayed with the sun and the environment card. The sun is the natural ruler of the 5th house, right? We've got Chiron going direct in there. We've got Mars in there still for the rest of the month up until January when it finally enters into Taurus in your 6th house. There's a lot of this like, what do I really need to do for me? It's not even necessarily about what you want. I think that's a little bit, it's too much to talk about like what you want right now. It's about what you need. What do you need? And I think many of you might be very tired. You're tired of a certain situation. You're tired of a specific obligation. You're tired of a person or a relationship, and something has to change. And if it hasn't changed already through 2020, now is an excellent opportunity for you to finally cut that cord. And it could be a change of yourself too. It doesn't necessarily have to be someone else. A change in your own patterning, a change of how you've always lived your life. But I do see, right, someone who's kind of walking out the door, but there's still that like connection and that, love of someone else, but there's still like the duty calls, like you have to do what you got to do. And there's not a lot anyone can really do about that. I love the peaceful sun energy in this card. There's kind of this sense of relief, like when you finally do what you need to do, there will be a sense of relief. When you finally say what you have to say, there will be a sense of relief. And I think you're going to need some rest after that. Like to have Saturn coming through the 2nd house with Jupiter and Pluto, that's really, really intense in terms of your physical manifestations, your ability to alchemize things into a reality. So if you've been working very, very hard the past couple of years to bring something to the forefront and have been struggling, soon as Saturn goes into the 3rd house, Jupiter goes into the 3rd house, you will experience an easing or a relaxing of that manifestation kind of energy. It's going to be more focused on how you see the world now and what you know about things. But for now, the materialistic 2nd house and your inner values are going to like come under less of a microscope here. So you can be more yourself. You can follow the bliss a little bit more easily, okay? Now, let's go ahead and put the 9 cards up here so you guys can follow along. We got a couple major arcana, Tower reverse, the moon, but not too bad. I just feel that when I look at this set of cards, I feel that Sagittarius is sort of drifting. And it's a very quiet transition, as we can see with the moon. Like you're drifting away from that which no longer serves. You're drifting away. Your energy is, evolving. And people know that you're kind of slippery right now. People know they can't hang on to you, in the same way that people know that you're not going to prevent him from walking out the door to fulfill his duty. It's just not going to happen. So no one can really get in Sagittarius's way right now. Or even if they want to, they're not going to be able to. And I know you don't necessarily know exactly what 2021 is going to bring for you, but I also know that you're seeking certain kinds of changes in your life. New circumstances, because whatever is currently here in this moment, it doesn't seem to be fully satisfying. Now, the number one thing to remember is you have to go inside, right? If your external world is not matching your idea of what you thought it was going to be, if your relationship isn't matching what you thought it was going to be, heavy relationship energy for Sagittarius right now, for real. But if it's not matching, you have to go inside. You have to really ask yourself, if you have not been truthful with yourself this year, then I don't know what to tell you. You kind of missed out on a big opportunity to just be honest with yourself, but you can still do it at any time. And the moon is like, please come inside. Please look into your subconscious. Please look at your patterning. Please look at why you do things, because otherwise you're going to continue to experience issues with the material manifestations of things. You have to go inside. As the number one lesson of South Node through Sagittarius, 100%. You have to go inside. And I know that certain priorities are going to be deprioritized. Your financial, goals, deprioritized. Even some of your relationship goals, deprioritized. Because now it becomes so much more about your own health, your own physical health, especially with Black Moon Lilith in the ninth house, actually in the sixth house, in Taurus. She's coming in contact with Uranus right now. Mars is going to come and activate Uranus and Lilith through January and February. So there's going to be physical health, mental health, especially with Chiron and Aries still. And that those are going to be the things that are going to help you in your external life. Now, this is not news. This is not special information. But maybe it's special for some of you to actually do it. It's one thing to know it, right? The problem with Saturn through the third house, which is what's coming up for you for the next couple of years, is you think you know everything. That's the problem with Saturn through the third. And the world is just going to keep trust me, I went through it a few years ago. It's just going to keep showing you how you don't know everything. You don't really know. You don't really see it. You can't really, your opinions are proven wrong over and over and over. And it's going to be kind of harsh for some Sagittarians to wake up and be like, oh my God, I was so wrong about something. So if you stay humble, which is what the South Node is really trying to get you to do right now, and you acknowledge that any issues you're having in the external world are a reflection of the inside, then just go inside and you can actually reap the reward of Saturn through the third, which is a completely new perspective, which should be welcomed by Sagittarius. And again, I even looked at this card. I'm like, oh my God, this is the nodal axis, first house versus seventh house. You can kind of see that opposition going on here. First house being about the self, and the seventh house being about partnerships. So whatever kind of relationships you have, romantic or otherwise, there is going to be a little bit of a battle of you for you versus you for them. And who are you and what needs to be prioritized right now? I will say that if you are having issues in any area of your life, career, money, whatever, please focus on those things first. Because if you can't show up for yourself, how on earth are you going to be able to show up for someone else in a real way? And I know that a lot of you have had challenges with, your patterns. Life has shown you a new way of doing things. It's shown you a new level of love, a new level of success. It's shown you new meanings to things. And if you don't want to adopt those, fine, you're just going to keep hitting up against those new roadblocks. But for those of you who are willing to adopt those new mindsets, the world is completely opening up for you. And the reason why I love the moon is because it does indicate infinite possibilities. It's kind of like that quantum realm of look, there's literally an infinite number of ways this can go. There's a subset that is more likely to happen based on your current energy and thought patterns, but all the others, they're dependent on you. So whatever you think, whatever you feel, that is a possibility for you. So the world wants you to reach for something a little bit out of context. It wants you to reach for something different. It wants you to open yourself up and break certain patterns to achieve kind of an unexpected kind of life. Kind of an unexpected kind of life, but it needs you to focus on you, to understand what you are going through in order to do that. This could be a month where there's some pretty intense disruption going on inside. Now, there might be disruption going on, globally or politically, nationally, whatever. Astrology supports that all through 2021. If you're in the US, all through 2024 with the Pluto return. So there's going to be stuff going on out there, and you have to be steady. And I'm going to skip ahead a little bit with this King of Cups in the very center, because I think this is also you being the rock in tumultuous waters, right? We can kind of see the choppy waters in the background there. And yeah, it is going to be choppy. And the world and the energy is going to be all over the place. It is going to be chaotic. So you need to be a rock. Now, this is, I'm talking to a mutable sign. I know, Sagittarius, Gemini, Virgo, Pisces. They're more flexible, more agile, more able to adapt than a lot of other energies. But if you, as a mutable energy, which is naturally flexible, can establish that sense of self internally in an immovable way, you're golden, because you'll be able to adapt when you need to, but you'll never, ever, ever lose your sense of self. You'll never be thrown, you'll never question who you are ever again. And Saturn through the third gives you that ability to do that. We're in the closing out of a massive, massive cycle and the reopening of another one. So we're kind of experiencing a bleeding this month where they're just blending together, and it can get kind of messy. And you're like, wait a second, is this part of the old stuff or is this part of the new stuff? I promise you that the more sure you are of who you are, and what I mean by that is not your personality traits. This is not about your personality. This is not I'm an artist, or I'm a scientist, or I'm a curious person, or I am this, I am this, I am this, I am this. We have all these labels, right? Millions and millions of labels that we put on ourselves in terms of the way we look or our behavioral patterns or whatever. And we say, I am this, I am this, I am this, I am this. That is not what this is. This is the soul that exists behind all of that. This is where we are all the same. This is the singularity. And I see you operating from that space. The one that wears the masks. All the labels, I am X, Y, or Z. Those are masks. And it has nothing to do with who you are. So this is a time for you to really come in contact with that soul, the seat of the soul power, so that anything becomes possible. Anything can become possible for you. And that's why I feel like he's still walking out the door. There's a duty and a caring and a compassion for those around you, for your relationships, for your family members, for your coworkers, your bosses. It's still there, but you have to do what you have to do. This is, again, me for me versus me for you. But it has to be a me for me. And I know that sense of obligation is going to be strong, and that's a part of the battle. That's why the sun came out. The sun has an indication of the self. And we still got Mars in the 5th, so this is going to be really strong. Plus we have Venus coming in on the 15th into Sagittarius. We've got Mercury going through Sagittarius. So you're not going to be able to escape yourself even if you tried. But you have to sit with it. That is where peace exists. And, I was looking at this card and I was like, from my perspective, I'm like, I wish this was upright because it would indicate a peace of mind. But I do think this is going to be a bit of a challenge. And it's not going to feel comfortable. You're going into an uncomfortable place, into an uncomfortable version of self. Which is a more pure, more authentic version of self, because it's not riddled with personality traits that you identify by. It's not you as a function of your body and your thoughts and your emotions. It's you, for real. I mean, I was going to say that. And it won't be an easy slip in there. It's kind of like jumping into an abyss with nothing but faith, can be hard, jumping into an abyss with nothing but faith. Faith as your parachute. But see, what happens when you do that is things start rapidly changing. Boom, Saturn through the third, Jupiter through the third, 2021. You're better off. I'm not going to say not trusting your mind, right? But you're much, much, much better off listening this year, 2021. I'm going to be doing annuals, I think. I've done them in the past. I don't normally do them. I might do them this year. But if I do, if I don't, 2021, listen, Sagittarius. Please listen to what other people have to say. Be quiet. Don't say your stuff unless you're explicitly asked for your opinion, because I think your opinions are going to change a lot. And you have to be able to not get triggered by stuff. Like if you want this growth to happen, if you want this movement to happen, if you want this positive, Eight of Wands is always, this is a Sagittarius card, by the way. Numbers 8, 9, and 10 are associated with the mutable qualities of their elements. So mutable, fire, which is Wands, is Sagittarius. So boom, this is your card. This is where you thrive. You thrive in movement. You thrive in good fortune and blessings and enjoyment of life and passion and creativity and learning and exploration. Like this is your whole vibe right here. Boom. All the arrows, boom, pointing in a specific direction. So when you have the power of being in your seat, which this is an especially relevant card for Sagittarius, by the way, specifically because from a sidereal perspective, a lot of Sagittarians are actually scorpionic. But from a Western perspective, you have Scorpio in the 12th. So in your kind of like subconscious realm back there, sort of pushing and driving things forward, you have this Scorpio energy, the capacity to go very deep, the capacity to feel, the capacity to intuit a lot of information, telepathy, psychology, all of these things. So when you use the power of this King of Cups for yourself, you cannot be shaken. It's fixed water. You cannot be shaken. And when you cannot be shaken, you then become the driving force of this or the creator of this and not just the recipient of it. But there's still an element of being relaxed with it. And when I say that and I say it's uncomfortable, I mean both. You can be comfortably uncomfortable. Maybe that's what this month comes down to, being comfortably uncomfortable, but still resting peacefully because you know that you are doing what is best for you. And because it's best for you, it is ultimately best for everyone involved. Some people won't like it, but it will still be best. That's it. They won't like it, but it will be best. Because I don't think Sagittarius has the capacity to keep something going anymore. You just don't. You can't keep living that lifestyle. You can't keep living with that thought patterning. You can't keep living with that behavior. You just cannot do it. It's melting away. It's kind of like an unavoidable shedding of the skin. Like you're not even trying to do it. It's just natural. It's just what happens. It's done. It's over with. You're not the same person anymore, period. And that's why I love the Tower, because this is also a Scorpionic card, right? Transformation, change. It's a Mars-ruled card. So, but when it's reversed, it's a lot less dramatic. Sometimes we can just go through a change in our life and it doesn't have to be painful. Like we always talk about, oh, it's a dark night of the soul. It's always so but normally it's not. Normally we just change. We change our preferences, we change our ideas, we change our minds, and it's not this huge process. Now, it's been a huge process, but when we're officially turning over into 2021, it'll take us a minute to find our footing for sure. I'm not going to say that 2021 is going to be fully that's why your inner self has to be really fixed and rooted, because if it's not, you're going to get splashed all around, like left and right, up and down in all different directions. because the Aquarian energy, it is what it is. Aquarian is unpredictable. It is random. It's impulsive. It's powerful. It's chaotic. All sorts of things. You can have brilliant insights right now. Boom, boom, boom. The next few years, you can definitely have moments of brilliance. This is why you have to be so rooted in self. So important. And the South Node teaches you that the self has nothing to do with anything that exists on this planet. Nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with your body. Doesn't have anything to do with your thoughts, your emotions. Has nothing to do with your physical things. Has nothing to do with your relationships, right? South Node is like the ultimate spiritual energy. It is the ultimate of detachment. It is that reminder that you are not here permanently. This is not an immortal experience. This is not your infinity. Okay, so it can be like a real wake-up call when we go through South Node energy, because it's like, boom, all of a sudden, we just don't want the things we used to always want. And when you go through that phase, that period of time, reprioritization happens. I think it's going to affect other people more than it's going to affect you. This is the chaos out there. This is the unruly waters, if you will. See, but you're on a throne of stone. You are fixed. You are immovable, unshakable. As long as you want to be. I promise you, there are going to be a lot of Sagittarians that are not like this. Not at all. And they're going to feel like, instead of going out and doing their duty because it's what they need to do, they're going to just stay at home and be like, yeah, but I'm better needed because someone else needs me. I'm not saying don't take care of your kids or anything. Obviously, don't take it to that extreme, but hopefully you get the essence of what I'm saying. But there are going to be Sagittarians that will allow other people to dictate what they need from them, and therefore they will give up on themselves. And that will be a thing that we will see with some Sagittarians, especially if you're cross-watching for a Sagittarius who's just kind of struggling in life. It'll be all about the relationship. It will be all about the other person. It will be about the business. It will be about all the things other than themselves. And that's kind of the opposite of where it needs to be. And other people, when a Sagittarius is strong, which is a beautiful thing, when any zodiac sign, right? That's when you're in your power, other people aren't going to like it. And you're going to sit there and you're going to witness a lot of stuff and you're going to be like, oh my God, like I'm so glad that I did that work. I'm so glad that I know who I am. I'm so glad that I understand this whole experience from a higher level perspective, and I'm not just being tossed around because, oh my God, we are going to see people getting tossed around, and it's going to be like a whole big thing, either just individually or collectively. My guess is collectively, but both. And when you see people getting all in their emotions and getting all riled up, and when you see them getting all frustrated and you're calm, it's going to reflect back their own immaturity, and then it's going to get even worse. So it's going to be like a complete ricochet, boom, them getting hit by their own ricochet of bullets, right? Their own bullet that they've tried to like shoot you with, boom, comes back at them and it makes them worse. And then it goes again and then boom. That's why you have to be strong. That's why you have to know and be calm. And I know you're going to be uncomfortable there. And I know you're going to feel alone there too, by the way. She is alone after all, isn't she? She is alone. But you have to be at your inner peace. This will matter. It will matter. And look, prosperity begins. And of course, I don't think that's a surprise for Sagittarius. I think we could say this is to be expected, because especially when we have the moon, look, everything is planted in the dark. Every seed, every living animal, it all begins in the dark. It all begins in the moonlight. That's where growth happens. Do you ever guys have houseplants? Do you guys ever wake up in the morning and your houseplant has 3 new leaves or buds or something, and you're like, oh, that happens so quick. You're like, where did that even come from? It happens in the night. This is where we grow. This is where we blossom. This is the most important time, which is why the seeds that you plant right now are so important, which is why your focus on self is even that much more important. You have to be able to ask yourself what you need and move in that direction, as uncomfortable and weird as it may seem. Because look, you are going to be experiencing some fluctuations, financial and material changes. For many of you, because it came out with this prosperity card, this is for the better. It's for the better. Second house isn't clogged up anymore. It's just not. So, it's more about a release, a flush, if you will, of like new energy coming into that second house. And saying, okay, I can start manifesting things in a better way because now you are more morally aligned, your values and your sense of self-worth. Like when things don't pan out for you during a Saturn through the second house, and I should know because I natally have a Saturn in the second house, when things don't pan out for you financially or materialistically, it's because you don't value yourself. That's kind of the lesson of Saturn through the second. It's because you don't have, or it's a false, or it's ego driven and it's not real. But I think you were humbled substantially in certain ways. And now it's time for you to live in this new sense of value, which means there will be fluctuations, which means there will be good things. And when the sun comes through in Capricorn through January, right, there will still be a lot of Capricorn activity still. But I just feel that it's going to feel like a breath of fresh air in spite of what the world is doing. Now we have this believe in the impossible card as well. And we have, blue moon. We have a moon, which is actually a blue card, actually. A lot of blue coming through, which of course is a color of intuition and truth. And you can believe in the impossible. Like, what dream do you have that right now seems impossible? Is it a financial goal? Is it a romantic goal? Is it a career goal? Like, be outlandish. This is where Jupiterian energy thrives. Like, think big. This is the whole Sagittarian thing. Think big. Where do you want to live? What do you want to have? Ask for it. Believe. Believe that it is possible. Now, I love that this Taurus energy came out for you too. First of all, Mars is going to be making his way through Taurus in the beginning of 2021. We'll connect with Uranus. We'll connect with Black Moon Lilith. There will be a lot of emphasis on your sixth house, which of course is your work, which of course has a lot to do with service and your health as well. But because it's Taurian, it also accentuates your second house too, which is possessions and money, your ability to be self-reliant, stability, also most importantly, the sense of self-value and sense of self-worth. So there will be continued energies in that area, but it's time for you to really start seeing and understanding that value is inherent. A soul just has value just by simply being a soul. You don't have to always bring everything to the table. You don't always have to be a powerhouse of a creator. You don't always have to be the best in the room. You don't always have to be the smartest. This is your energy. The energy of love and compassion and warmth and acceptance and love that you bring. When you walk into a room, if you walk into a room like that, so many things are going to turn around for you. Or get better. I'm not saying even Sagittarius has all this bad stuff happening. It's just it will get better. It will improve. And like a bull, which is a very gentle animal, it can be a very gentle, but like when a bull walks in a room, even if it's in a relaxed state, people are still like, whoa, there's a bull in the room. Like, look out. And even for you guys, as oh my God, what's the word? A centaur? Is that what it is? Like half man, half horse, right? The archer is half man, half horse. I think it's a centaur, right? That's even still like the equine, like a horse walks into a room, like look out, there's a horse in the room, So, and then we also have this effortless waterfall. And I love this for a mutable energy, also with a water sign in the 12th house. I love this because there's still that mutable, like you can never escape your mutability. You can never escape your flexibility and your ability to go around obstacles. And that's why a strong sense of self, it's never, ever, ever going to be stubborn in a negative way. Stubbornness usually is more egoic. But when you are spiritually stubborn, it's more of just like, I am what I am and nothing else matters. So I'm just going to, if something comes my way and it doesn't work, I'll just go a different way and it's okay. There's a lot of humility that comes with this effortlessness as well. Humility brought forth by South Node energy. This South Node, by the way, the eclipse on December 14th is a super new moon eclipse energy. So the moon is very close to the earth and it will have a high impact in our lives. We will feel it. And then the last card is the never-ending story. So I think this is an opportunity for Sagittarians to really ask them, sorry, I know it's all blown out, but to really ask what is played out, you know? And like I say, 10 of Swords, like what is played out? What is over and done with? What needs to be put to bed? Like, let's just get it over with. Let's cut that cord, because moving into 2021, we don't want to have that baggage. And the 8 of Wands, by the way, it travels light. That's it. It travels light, and it needs to travel light. So if there is a recurring thing, a recurring pattern, whatever, now is the time to address it, to stop identifying as that person, or, you know, stop using that as a label to hide under, because that's all it is. When we label ourselves, we're just hiding. I see no one hiding here. Okay. All right, you guys, let's go ahead and put the camera down and we'll get started with these comprehensive cards. All right, see you in just a sec. All right, Sagittarius, let's go ahead and take a look here at these cards. So the very first card, we're going to take a look at is the Hero or the King of Swords. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, okay? So let's see. Okay, Hero of Swords, 3 of Coins, beautiful. We have 3 of, I love the 3s because 3 is actually ruled by Jupiter. So that's a really special energy for Sagittarius. 3 of Wands. And the 6 of Cups. Beautiful. 6 being ruled by Venus as well. Okay, so let's take a look at the Sun here. 9 of Coins. Excellent. A lot of abundance coming through. Ooh, 6 of Coins even. And 5 of Swords. Okay. Nothing too much to worry about there. Let's take a look at the moon, starting with the moon energy. What else does Sagittarius need to know about this moon energy? Ooh, beautiful. And I love that with the Prosperity Begins card as well. Eight of Swords reversed. All the things that you were once bound to, the only way that you will remain bound is if you choose. That's it. If you go back to the same old, it's because that's as good as you think you deserve. Page of Cups. Okay. What was this card again? Totally forgot. 7 of Coins. Okay. Ten of Coins reversed. Ooh, 4 of Coins reversed. Interesting that the money stuff, the coin stuff, is kind of coming through, sort of indicating that the release of that second house is happening. Okay, we got the Tower, and I saw the Wheel of Fortune. I'm not going to pull all those cards, but those were the 2 that I saw for the 2 of Coins. Ooh, and the Star. Okay, a lot of major arcana coming out to clarify that 2 of Coins. All right, let's look at the 4 Four of Swords reversed. Two of Swords reversed. Knight of Coins reversed. Fool. Beautiful. Ooh, okay, another King of Swords. So that center card is definitely your energy, which means as much attention as that North Node is throwing on your partnerships, it is that much more critical that you focus on yourself. Ooh, another Eight of Wands, Ten of Wands. I love, love, love that Eight of Wands so much for a Sagittarius. Honestly, couldn't ask for a better card. Another Six of Cups showing up for you guys. Devil. King of Wands. A lot of king energy coming out. A lot of strong masculine. Which of course is beautiful. They're all manifested upright. Okay. Lots of heavy sword pile. Queen of Wands, there's a feminine. Feeling that the feminine is the other person. It's indicative of your partner. You're stepping into the divine masculine role this month. And, ooh, a beautiful Ace of Wands with prosperity begins. Yeah, Ace of Cups, Ace of Wands. A lot of new stuff, a lot of potentials coming through. Ooh, Magician reversed. That's interesting. Four of Wands. Ooh, Empress. Five of Coins. And Page of Wands, and then we have the Seven of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Okay, you guys, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. If you want to join, the link will be in the description box down below. Thank you guys so much for everything. You know, you mean the world to me. I wish you all a happy birthday. Have an excellent season. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your December tarot card reading. Thanks so much for being here. First order of business, happy birthday to all the December birthdays, okay? Because I know that, you know, Capricorn, we've got holidays, we've got New Year's, we've got all sorts of things going on. Hopefully you get to spend some time just for you and celebrate your birthday. Let's go ahead and get started with these cards. Very first card that comes out, which signifies your energy specifically, is well, in this deck, it's called the Hero of Coins. It's kind of like the King of Coins in a traditional tarot deck, okay? So the thing I love about this image, we have Hercules in a battle with the spirit of death, and Hercules is winning, okay? There's an aspect of overcoming your devil, overcoming your Saturnian nature, right? And the way we do that, of course, is by going inside, right? That's the key to Saturn. Saturn is not complicated. He doesn't create complications. We create complications because we try so hard to fix our life by going out there rather than going on in here. And I think this is a lesson that Capricorn had to learn really well. Like, it got hammered in, right? Definitely got hammered in. You had to learn it. You had to learn that life cannot be changed out there. And what I love about this moment, this month for you so much, is that all the Capricorn stuff, we're going to have, you know, stuff through January. Of course, the sun will come through Capricorn. We've got Mercury, we've got Venus coming on too, but we're really clearing it out now that Jupiter and Saturn are moving into Aquarius. And we have these eclipses in your 12th house, 6th house, 12th house eclipse on December 14th. I feel like there's going to be, you know, real powerful shifts with your healing. And I do feel that this is kind of the beginning period of massive healing for Capricorn for the next few years. Now, when I say healing, I know everyone's like, oh, we've been healing for so long. Healing, healing, healing. It's a word we just toss around all the time. But there's a difference between going through the process of learning and kind of allowing that wisdom to kind of blossom and illuminate itself, one thing after the next. And it's a totally different thing to be able to walk in that wisdom and to be able to act because of the things that you had to go through. And I think you're making that transition right now, because what I'm seeing in the environment is the threads of fate. It's kind of like the Wheel of Fortune in the traditional tarot deck. So there's something pretty incredible turning over for you right now. Saturn through the second house is going to be an interesting transit for Capricorn. It's a I know it's in the sign of Aquarius, but the second house is a very earthy house. It has a lot to do with money and possessions and all of that. But most importantly, money and possessions and all those things as expressions of self-worth. And if you've had issues, or circumstances in your life, not only just the past 2 years, I'd throw it back, 4, 5, 6 years. If you've had issues that you've had to really tackle your sense of self-worth, now is a time for you to truly rectify it. And I think the destiny is working in your favor, if you will. You're sort of reaching into that alignment, coming together with your fate, right? With your destiny. And I know that you've been working really, really, really hard on the self-healing stuff, so that now this stuff that has been destined for you is actually now capable of really coming in. And I love the symbol, like the symbolism of like a mortal, a human being conquering a demon, because it's so poetic of what we've really had to go through 2020 internally, our demons, anything, the lies we were telling ourselves, negative relationships, people that are still, subconsciously little voices in the back of our head. We've had to really grapple with that stuff. And with Chiron and Aries in the fourth house, there's huge, huge stuff connecting you back down to your childhood, right? So this isn't just healing for Capricorn. This is like lifelong dealing with the whole picture kind of stuff for Capricorn. Okay. So like, we get it. We know what you've really been going through. So what I love though, let's put the 9-card block up here, is you are starting to, I don't know, it's like you're coming out, but you're rebuilding, you're coming out, but you're doing so with a more generous spirit. And I see that here with the Queen of Wands. I love my Queen of Wands. She's like my philanthropist. She's like the socialite type of person, but like the legitimate socialite, the one that has a place in society, but also does really good things within her community. She's the one that builds businesses, gives people jobs. She's the one that's innovative and creative. She kind of can come into an industry and disrupt it, but she's also, involved. She's involved with people. She's involved with organizations. And I feel this spirit coming through from this reading. And I'll tell you why this spirit is coming out, because we have a time to give rather than take oracle card that came out. And when the Queen of Wands is coupled with a card like this tells me that Capricorn is rebuilding their life, not for themselves. It's not about the money anymore. It's not about the prestige. It's not about all the things you could get. It's not about the idea of having this big old business. It's not about the idea of being a certain type of person, right? This is about contribution. And this is the essence of Capricorn, right? 10th house. It's about, purpose. And when the threads of fate come through, there's absolutely an alignment happening. Now, a lot of people could be asking questions of like, okay, well, what does that mean? Am I supposed to change my job? Not necessarily. It doesn't mean that. Am I supposed to change my relationship? Also not necessarily. This just means that when you walk into a room, you've got some oomph to it. Like you've got clout. You're walking in because it's not just about you being someone special. It's about you helping others recognize how they are special. But it's also not about you giving either, right? In a self-sacrificial kind of way. You always being there, you always be the one that accommodates, you always being the one that, is picking up other people's messes. Like I think this is the end of that. eclipses this year, Saturn, Jupiter conjunction in Aquarius, it's the end of that kind of stuff. So you seem to be on a path. And granted, I think you're starting from scratch in a lot of ways. It could be from financial scratch, right? Starting from ground zero here. You could be starting from, just kind of a place of maybe you have gone through a little bit of loss this year. Maybe you have experienced some expenditure. Maybe you lost some money in the stock market. A lot of people did, So maybe there was some things going on, and yet the Fool card comes out and says, don't worry, this is exactly where you're supposed to be. See how he's just kind of leaping into that 5 of coins? Just like, okay, 5 of coins, let's go for it. And in a way, your own 5 of coins always being reflected back to you and other people. And maybe that's the charitable spirit coming out, And the charitable nature, I think, has a lot to do with, the sun being in the 12th house. We've had Venus coming through the 12th. Let me pull up the dates for you, right? December 15th, Venus comes through the 12th. We have the eclipses on the 14th. We have Mercury coming into Sagittarius as well on the 1st of December. So, the 12th house is a very charitable house. And I think there is this giving quality plus the North Node in your 6th house. It's about service. It all makes sense. How can I give back? How can I be a better contributor? And your own pain can be also the pain that you can help in other people because you have somehow overcome it. You've worked through it. You've experienced it. You've felt it. And you also know the fog that a person can be in and not be able to see their way out. You have the clarity right now. Because I know you've battled the demons. I get it. But other people are battling demons too. And sometimes it helps to have someone who's been there. And I think you're the one that's been there. And right now, whatever it is you're trying to build, whatever this Queen of Wands, whatever her drive to do whatever is all about, it might be a little disorienting, a little disorganized, if I could talk, a little disorganized this month through December. There's just powerful transits going on. There might be some external, national, political, global chaos. Like there might be some stuff, I'm not going to lie. And even moving into 2021, there could definitely still be some stuff too. But I don't necessarily know that it has to impact you. It's more of a choice. Do you want it to impact you? Do you want the external stuff and the drama and all the stuff going on with your friends and family to impact you or not? It might be a little bit of a okay, I gotta really check in with myself. I gotta really make sure I am where I am and not get so invested in other things, because this can be a little bit loose. This is kind of like my card of discipline, but it's also my alchemist card too. This is the epitome of what alchemy is. It's where you have an idea or a creation or a concept in metaphysical form, and you channel it through yourself and bring it into the physical reality. So when this alchemical process is a bit challenged, it might be hard to bring it into the physical. Now, this makes a lot of sense for a second house Saturn. Take it from someone who was born with Saturn in the second house. It's very challenging sometimes to understand why things might be difficult out there. This is a reminder that the things of value in this world, you name it, whatever you pick, right? The things that have value in this world is a direct reflection of how much you value yourself. So if things are a bit scarce right now, check in with yourself and make sure that you do the meditations. And I don't mean like the self-love, pampering, like I'm going to do a manicure type of stuff. This is true and absolute appreciation for the divinity and for the stardust from whence you came, from the consciousness, from the oceanic magical place that we came from, okay? Because you have to remember who you are. Sometimes Saturn through the second can be a little too rooted in, well, my value is based on the external reflection instead of it being the opposite way, right? The external is a reflection of the internal. So you have to be conscious of that line and to be aware that there's kind of that sort of stuff going on. Now, I don't really see other people coming through, like specific people, like even the Queen of Swords, I still see as your energy. Queen of Coins, I still see as your energy. They could be other people. I'm not really sure. I'm really feeling strongly that this represents your cardinal cross, right? Queen of Wands, Aries, 4th house. Queen of Swords, 10th house. Queen of Coins, obviously, that's you, 1st house. So these are like your major points. How you show up in the world, your soul purpose, your healing, your roots, all of that are kind of showing up here. And the 7 of Wands in the very center of the reading is the only place where I'm seeing, the Page of Coins as well. It's the only place where I'm seeing that there are people projecting, okay? I often see this as people giving opinions a lot. I don't know why I see it as opinions. Just a lot of people like trying to tell you what to do. Hey, go here, talk to this person, do it like this, blah, 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 blah. But like, I don't know. I mean, does a hero of coins who has conquered the spirit of death, does he care what other people think? No. So I just see you kind of being like, not even so much defending yourself, but kind of just telling people to go screw off is more of how I see this vibe. Telling people to go screw off. And maybe even tempting a little bit of people, like, you want to try me? Like, I've conquered the spirit of death. You want to try me? Like, fine, bring it on. You know, like, it's almost daring the way this vibe comes out. And the tone being sort of backed by the Queen of Swords here. This is your 10th house, right? This is your MC, Libra. This is that fair and balanced nature of Capricorn, the one that is diplomatic, the one that is just very even. And when a Queen of Swords says, you want to challenge me? Like, fine, bring it on. When a Queen of Swords says that, people are like, okay, probably said that for a reason, probably don't want to mess with it. Because they clearly know something that I don't know. Because clearly you know about your own spirit of death that no one else really knows. That's like stuff that goes on behind closed doors in Capricorn's life, right? I see strength, and it's coming out in a divine feminine quality in the 9-card block. Of course, we do have the masculine King of Coins, but in the feminine nature, it's very surrendered. This is kind of like, I've quoted this before. I can't remember who said it. I'm so sorry. It's some like martial arts master. Qigong, maybe? Aikido? I can't remember. Honestly can't remember. But it was some like martial arts master. And the phrase goes something like, fill yourself with power and invite the attack. And I've said that before. I say that a lot because it's important to remember that life force, that life energy, you can call upon it at any time. And I think you've become well versed at what that means. Fill yourself with power and invite the attack, right? You want to attack me? You want to give me your opinions? You want to project on me? You want to try to tell me what to do? You want to try to push me around? Fine, go for it. I dare you. Because this packs a punch. It's kind of interesting that there's only one like little major arcana card coming out, the Fool, in the 9 cards, because the Fool is like, just the same, like, you know what, I'm just going to jump off the cliff. I don't care, right? There's like enough faith. Like, I'm just going to look up and just will keep walking off the cliff. The dog's going to warn me, right? We've got this little dog like warning, don't jump off the cliff. And yeah, he just keeps going. I don't necessarily know that there are any corners too sharp for Capricorn to turn at this point. When you're well versed with your dark nature, then you have no problem going there, right? You have no problem getting angry. You have no problem, like taking care of something. You have no problem doing it. You have no problem playing dirty. If you got to go on that level, you'll go on that level. But it's an empowered place to be because you're doing it with consciousness and you're not being like a victim of all your trauma and stuff, So like there is a lot of power. And I see a weakening of opponents. North Node in the 6th house. 6th house can be very enemy related, sometimes in Vedic astrology, it is associated with enemies. I'm not saying y'all have enemies, but I just think that anyone else who's trying to like tell you what to do, they're just coming up real short, aren't they? They're just like the the quality of what they got to say. I mean, this is like really the final straw, I think, like really, really. Maybe there was someone that you once held on a pedestal that now you're like looking at and you're like, oh dear Lord, like why did I ever think that? Why did I ever think that about them? Why did I ever think that about myself? Why did I think I even wanted that? You know, and I just see you, just the whole thing just turns around, just the whole perspective just turns around. It looks a lot different when you conquer the spirit of death. It does. The whole world looks really different. And I just see you moving on. And you don't necessarily have a great handle on your future, necessarily. A lot of things are still unknown. You know, will the business grow? Will the relationship go where you want it to go? Will the stock market, you know, do well in 2021? What's the deal with the presidency? What's the deal with this? What's the deal with that? You know, there's a lot of unknowns. But I see you moving into that just flawlessly. Unfazed. Couldn't care. Not a care in the world. I like the Queen of Wands a lot. She's really, really drawing me in. Like I say, there's that charitable, the fourth house healing, that maternal, like the internal maternal love that you can give to yourself. There's something so, so, so beautiful about this. If you have had any issues with your mother specifically, Chiron direct on the 15th, same day that Venus comes into Sagittarius. 12th house, 4th house. These are the moksha houses. 4th house, 8th house, 12th house, right? All the watery houses. Moksha houses have a lot to do with breaking karma. So when Chiron goes direct in the 4th, Venus comes into the 12th, this is like destined surrender, without question. Destined surrender. So the oracles here, we do have a card of moving on, which does say, you know, kind of coincides with the Six of Swords. See, the thing I love about the Six of Swords and the moving on card is that you move on and you don't care. You know, like it's so soft, it's so gentle, and it's really, really compassionate. You know, there's a lot of forgiveness here. There's a lot of forgiveness of the things and the reasons of why maybe you're here. There's a lot of understanding. There's a lot of understanding of humanity a lot better, right? Understanding your neighbors, because not only do you see yourself in them, but you see them in yourself. You've been able to really strip through the layers. You can't not know who you are after something like that. You know, you just can't. And again, we have this stand your ground. Did this come out for you last month? I don't remember. But stand your ground. There's no budging Capricorn. You fought the demons. You deserve to be at the top of that mountain, like you deserve it. So people that are going to try to push you over or try to shortchange you or try to treat you bad or try to do something shady or whatever, you're just completely on a whole new level. And this is the level where you give. This is the level where all of your experiences is converted into something good and useful, in that you teach or you engage with people in a certain new way that really, really helps. Now with these other oracles, I love what happened. Okay, we got the Neptune card. We also got the lake or stillness card. And I just love, you know, with Neptune in the 3rd house, there's probably been a lot of things that you've had to learn about how you think. You know, maybe there have been a lot of jumping to conclusions, a lot of expecting people to know what you were thinking, a lot of expectations in terms of how you communicate, weird issues with boundaries, you know, all sorts of weird stuff Neptune brings. Maybe even a little bit for some of you, some mental exhaustion as well, but also incredible levels of creativity too, especially with music and poetry and any kind of art. So what I see here is this is kind of a weird image that happened to me, like for another reading. I don't remember which one, a couple of months ago, but it was like this vacuum quality, like where you feel like you're kind of being sucked out of the world, you know, you're being sucked out of the world, yet you're still in it at the same time. So there's kind of that connection with the cosmic ocean, okay, the Neptunian ocean of the cosmos. There's a stillness in terms of the stillness of your soul within your heart. There's a super, super high level perspective to the point where very, very few things actually matter. Neptune is really magical. The stillness is very magical. And I love that the water is like glass. Like there's something so clear about your environment right now. As long as you want it, don't get me wrong. There are going to be Capricorns that don't want this and who are going to create chaos in their life to the point where they are going to do this for themselves. Okay, so if you're cross-watching for like a, you know, significant other or boyfriend, girlfriend or something, and they're going through some stuff, it's because they're not choosing the release. And they're choosing to allow that demon to conquer them and not the other way around. At this point, it's a choice, because at this point, conquering the demons was a part of your destiny. Okay? Last card is building blocks. You guys are you're at a precipice. I mean, something brand new is occurring for you. It's a really exciting place for you to be. This is a slow and steady wins the race type of deal. Saturn through the second for the next 2 years. Jupiter is going to want to blow it up out of the water. But Saturn's going to keep you paced. Take it slow. Humility from that Queen of Wands. The healing is still very much going on, okay? Okay, let's put the camera down and we'll pull out the comprehensive cards. See you in just a sec. Okay, Capricorn. Actually, before we get started with the clarifiers, I wanted to talk a little bit more about Neptune, because I was just kind of looking at this, you know, kind of Poseidon image, you know, kind of like a merman, if you will. And I forget sometimes that Capricorn is symbolized by not just a goat, right? It's a half goat, right? The top part is a goat, but it has a fish tail. And we need to remember that dualistic nature of Capricorn, the ability to climb, 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 and the ability to swim, swim, swim. This is deep spirituality here, deep healing. You know, Capricorns make excellent healers. They make excellent, you know, psychics and all of that because of that watery nature, and plus the opposition there with Cancer. So let's not forget that. Let me not forget that, rather. So, Hero of Coins. For those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. So if you want to join, the link for that will be in the description box or the comment thread. We normally talk for about 20 to 25 minutes, okay? 7 of Coins. Two of Swords. Another Six of Swords. So we got this is kind of Six of Swords energy here too. Moving on. Six of Swords, Six of Swords, Six of Swords. Isn't it weird how sometimes the greatest achievements don't really feel like achievements? Because you know what it actually took to achieve it. And if people knew what it took to achieve it, they probably wouldn't be like, oh, congratulations, well done, boom. You know, they would like really, really develop a deep respect for you. Four of Cups. Three of Coins. You're really in this process of building something incredible, Capricorn. I don't know what the heck it is, but it's going to really impact your life in a positive way. Queen of Wands. Some of you it's a family, others of you it's a business, others of you are converting a hobby into something that you can monetize. Some of you are just writing a book. Not just, believe me, that's incredible, but you know, some of you are you know, developing new skills and talents. You're going back to school, like all the things. It's going to be really great. Six of Cups. Remember that maternal quality coming from that Queen of Wands there. I have the Knight of Coins. Also a Virgo energy. A lot of this North Node in the 6th house in Gemini going on. Healing, health, being of service, justice. You're perfectly exactly where you're supposed to be, Capricorn. I honestly don't care if you're feeling any sense of scarcity or lack. It's very, very specific. You're very specifically supposed to be here. 9 of Wands. Queen of Cups. Another queen. Officially got all 4 queens, huh? Your Cancerian counterpart there. 6 of Coins. What was this card? The Fool. Right, time to give. 6 of Coins, time to give. I don't mean like to give another opportunity to your toxic, boyfriend or girlfriend. That's not what giving means, okay? It means giving where you can. Ace of Cups. Ooh, another Wheel of Fortune. You might not feel the impact of this until later in the month when the sun enters into Capricorn on the 21st, right? We have sun enters into Capricorn the same day as the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. So, that's going to be a big day for you guys. Big day. You'll feel the shift. And there is your ruling card. I actually like it. There's another page right there. A page with that 7 of Wands. All these people with what they think is best for you. It's all just such nonsense. Sometimes it would be really, really nice if people just shut up sometimes, right? Just stop talking. Stop saying things. Two Ace of Wands with an Ace of Cups. A lot of things going on spiritually and emotionally for you. Ooh, I like the World, especially with the Death reversed. Four of Wands. Ooh, another Queen of Coins reversed. Interesting how your MC Libra, your MC and your IC, right, 10th house, 4th house, Aries, are manifested upright, but your first house isn't. I think this is the Saturnian, the final push of Saturn here, causing that Capricorn reversal. Ooh, King of Swords. Now, the thing with that Queen of Cups is I think that could be someone else, because I didn't really see a lot of other energies coming out. I think that's someone else. Yeah, definitely. The Empress, Queen of Cups, someone else. Could be a significant other. Ooh, an Emperor and a Chariot with 2 Wheel of Fortunes and the World card. Another 5 of Coins. Okay, and the 3 of Coins. Beautiful. We got 3 of Coins over here. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. All right, link in the description box or the comment thread down below. All right, thank you guys so much. Take care. Aquarius, welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's go ahead and dive right into these cards. I love what's coming out here for you guys. So the very first card that we get, which signifies your energy, specifically Aquarius, is, well, in this deck, it's called the Enchantress of Cups, but it's like the Queen of Cups in a traditional tarot deck. So if you just like look, she has this like very serious, almost kind of a menacing look on her face. You know, she's definitely casting some pretty major spells. But what I love about this energy, though, is that it's passionate and it's emotional. And this is a really, really great place for Aquarius to be, because this is where real magic actually happens, right? When we have those deep emotions. I don't mean like egoic, you know, I want this person to love me back kind of stuff. This is, I have a drive. I have something inside of me that's trying to come out, and I can't like stop this wave from coming up. So let's just make it happen. And I feel that, of course, we have Saturn coming over your ascendants, right? Or over into your sign, whatever your Aquarius placement is. Coming into your sign, coming into your energy, into your space, your field. And Saturn, on one hand, yeah, okay, it can bring a lot of restrictions, sure. It can bring some frustrations and endings of some kind. But more importantly, it really shows us how to alchemize things, okay? It shows us how our insides, or our outsides rather, must match our insides. And so when this level of passion comes through, it's inevitable that it will match you out there somewhere, somehow, okay? And what I also especially love is the Emperor, okay, coming out in your environment energy. So we have this beautiful Queen of Cups, which is magic sorceress type of energy. And then we have this powerful, you know, leader of a nation kind of vibe. So you may have someone in your sphere, whether it's a boss or a lover or something like that, or it could just be an institution that you belong to, right? Like your marriage itself, or the corporation that you work for, or your business, or whatever kind of, you know, community groups you're in, whatever kind of institution you're involved with, that really does seem to be providing a lot of structure. Because when this Enchantress of Cups, you know, does her thing, she can be very all over the place. You know, it's a water sign. And yes, there's intention, and yes, there's passion, but sometimes it can get a little stormy, you know, can definitely get a little stormy. And especially we're kicking this December off, you know, November 30th, we have an eclipse, and then we have the next eclipse on the 14th or 15th? 14th, sorry, had to verify the date. But yeah, we have the 14th, we have November 30th, eclipse season coming through. So there can be a lot of storminess if we're not careful. The Emperor provides a lot of like relaxed, let's just figure this out, let's strategize, let's make sure we know how this is going to go, let's really, really think about it kind of energy. Now, this is an Aries quality. I also say it's very Scorpionic, Capricorn, or also Cancerian. All right, there's a kind of like a depth with the Emperor that doesn't always get expressed. There's deep emotion and psychic abilities here, but it's definitely a more masculine manifestation of those things. So when you are likely living out those things more externally, this person is living those things out more internally, and therefore there's a really, really, really good match, because the Emperor will provide structure for you and an outlet for you to really channel this kind of energy in a more productive, efficient, and effective way. So it's not just like going out there and creating chaos, because this stormy kind of vibe definitely can create chaos if you're not careful. This is going to prevent that from happening. Okay, so if you have someone in your life, you know, a mentor, even a lover, a spouse, a coworker, something like that, that can really keep that practicality element, please, please, please do not be afraid to lean on them in any way, shape, or form. Okay, let's put the 9 cards up over here so you guys can follow along with me. First card is, you know, I actually really like this card for you. 6 of Wands reversed, because there's no arrogance. I know you've been humbled by Saturnian transits through the 12th. I know you've been humbled. And will continue to be humbled with Saturn through your own house. Like if you move through a Saturn transit and are not humble, you are just going to hit roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. That is the guarantee. That is the inevitability. All right. But I don't see you guys doing that. I see you with a lot more fluidity. And I also even see you keeping things secretive as well. I don't know that you're going to be the type of person right now that's going to be all like telling your friends, hey, this is what I'm doing. Hey, this is how it's going. Hey, this is what's happening. This is, the way we're going to be doing it. I think you're going to keep a lot of things behind closed doors and protective of those things in the way that a Queen of Cups is very protective of her magic. There's no one else in this Queen of Cups card, so you have to make sure that you're doing things on your own. Now, this is kind of an interesting thing that's coming out because yes, Sagittarius is your 11th house, which of course is your natural house, which has a lot to do with friends and groups and that kind of thing. But the Gemini side of it is in the 5th house, which is very much about you. So this full moon eclipse, which is happening in Western astrology in Gemini, is very, very much about you as a self, right? 5th house, house of self-expression and creativity. Okay. Now, since I'm talking about the 5th house, I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit because we have the Strength card. We have the Sun card. Both of these are cards of Leo. Leo not only is your opposite sign, right? 7th house, but it is also the natural ruler of the 5th house. And we also have an actual Leo card, which means, look, something that I don't think that many people realize is that we cannot disassociate from our opposite sign. We cannot do it. Aquarius cannot disassociate from Leo and vice versa, just as much as a Gemini cannot disassociate from Sagittarius. They are one in each other. It is a yin-yang kind of energy. So this here is very much a part of you. This Leo self-expression, uniqueness, being different, being, kind of out of the box, being intelligent, futuristic. These are all part of this kind of vibe. All right, now I don't want to skip ahead too much. I just wanted to kind of show you that 5th house stuff for you right now, and also the house that Leo rules, which is your 7th house, 5th house, 7th house. There's a lot with your relationships, okay? There's a lot in terms of you and who you are in your relationships. So returning back to this, 6 of Wands, the humility, and also keeping things to yourself, because I think on one hand, you don't want things to get away from you. Like sometimes we can start things and we can invite a whole bunch of people, and then all of a sudden the project gets away from us. Or someone else takes it and runs with it, or someone else injects their ideas, or someone else does something that kind of puts you on the back burner a little bit or something like that. And I don't think you want that to happen. I don't think you want that to happen, right? I think Aquarius is like, nope, I want to be in the driver's seat here. I want to make sure that I'm in control of my future, because you have to understand that as Jupiter and Saturn transit your 1st house next year, okay, through all of 2021, and then Saturn will stay there in 2022, which Jupiter will move on into your 2nd house of Pisces. There is going to be opportunity for you to completely restructure everything in your life. And when I say everything, I mean everything, which means your relationships will be restructured, your financial situation will be restructured, your spiritual and intellectual belief structures will be restructured, all of it. So there is this need for Aquarius to remain self-reliant right now. And I think that's an important place to be. I think it's a good thing because you know how quickly things are going to evolve. And I promise you it will be quick. It definitely will feel quick. Maybe not when you're in the thick of it, but when you look back, you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm so glad that I was able to keep this under my realm of what my idea is of what I'm really looking for in my life. And I also see you going wholeheartedly into it as well and inviting a lot of really great things. The 8 of Wands is a positive energy. Okay, this is a Sagittarian energy, of course, Sagittarius season. Right, numbers 8, 9, and 10 are associated with the mutable quality of their element. So the mutable fire of Wands is Sagittarius. So when we have this Jupiterian kind of direct arrow shooting at the Fool here, like, first of all, you're entirely open for the good things. You're entirely open for the opportunities. You're entirely open for a new way of going about doing a lot. And because you're open to it, the opportunities will show up. It's as simple as that. This is the alchemical process of what happens. When you're internally ready, it will show up. That's what happens. When you're ready for the money will show up. When you're ready for the love will show up. This is what Saturn through the 12th has really done, is the past 2 years, it has broken down all of the Aquarian resistance, specifically to get you to reopen to the possibilities. And I know it's a little fragile, and I know you can feel the fragility of everything here as well. I know you can, which is why you're not really inviting a lot of people into it right now. Now, I do feel that the Emperor is a specific person or a set of people that you explicitly trust. And there's mutual respect here. There's love, there's caring, and there's also an element of neutrality. And when I say neutrality is, I'll support you and I'll advise you, but I'm not invested in the outcome of what you do, which means you can still make all your choices. You get to be in control here. I'll just give you my good advice. But it's really still up to you, Aquarius. It's really still up to the Enchantress of Cups as to how she directs her energy. Because if she gets the good advice here, but rechannels it in a different way, then that's on her. Okay, so just make sure, remember, like, you want the control of this, you want the power over this, you have to accept that role and accept that accountability. So now we have the Strength. And I like this in terms of overpowering ego. And because again, if ego gets mixed up with the Queen of Cups here, if ego gets mixed in, this is a very dangerous place. I want so-and-so to fall in love with me. Okay, great. Well, you can have it, but that relationship is going to be a mess. Do you really want it? You know, that's like what our ego is always getting us into trouble like that, you know, because it's safe. It's always trying to self-preserve. But I see you breaking out of the safety zone because that was the whole point of the past 2 years. The whole point of the past 2 years was to get you out of that safety zone so that you can grow and expand, right? As a fixed, yes, you're an air sign, but you're also a fixed air sign. So there is a stubbornness there with all fixed signs, right? Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, Taurus. There's that aspect of like, I like my life. I like who I am. I like the way this is going to go. I like how this is happening, and I don't want to change anything. And that's good sometimes, and sometimes you need to let loose a little bit. And I think right now it's about letting loose, and you got to know the difference between when you got to do one or the other. But it's the strength and the courage to redirect this magical energy toward the things that your higher self knows is good for you. Okay, if you're going to restructure your life the way we're talking about, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it in the best way possible. Okay, this is an opportunity for you to stop doing all the bad habits. It's an opportunity for you to stop any of the bad patterns that you have. It might not necessarily mean you're going to be rushing into the new, beautiful, perfect kind of relationships right away. There's going to be a familiarization period, but you have to have the courage to start walking down that path, understanding that familiarization will take time. But I also see Queen of Wands, the determination. I feel like you're coming out very feminine this month. And I think that's the softness of what the 12th house stuff has really, you know, it's kind of put you in that feminine, surrendered, divine, receiving place. Like, yes, I will receive my newness. I will receive my new skin. I will receive my rebirth. Okay. And the Queen of Wands is very determined for that. So is the Queen of Cups, determined for that. Again, please don't misconstrue this and as that I'm telling you that your whole life is going to change, boom, right away. It will take time. Saturn is coming through your first house. You've got at least 2 years to build up this new structure for yourself. Okay. So if it doesn't happen in the first 2 months, I didn't say that. It's not going to. Okay, it's the first house, Saturn, is the refamiliarization of the new so that you can begin the next 26 years, you know, as Saturn makes its way through the Zodiac again. Okay, so it's a 30-year cycle, so take your time, or it's like a 28, 29-year cycle. Allow it to take as much time as it needs, but you can still go forward with it with zest, if you will. Okay, with a sense of excitement and passion. And again, the Queen of Wands, I always say, is my bulldog of the zodiac, of the tarot. She's the one who really sinks her teeth into things and says, okay, I'm going in that direction. And she's just very unbendable, you know. This is good for a fixed sign because it's focused, you know, and it's passionate, especially Queen of Cups, Queen of Wands. You guys, there is so much passion coming through for you here right now. Whatever it is you're caring about, right? That's a huge indicator. What do you care about? This caring is your guide. All right. And please, please, please lean on the structures and the advisors and the mentors that you have cultivated throughout your life. These are people that you respect, okay? This is not someone who is invested in the outcome of your life. They want you to receive all these good things. They want you to receive the money. They want you to receive the love. They want you to have the children. They want you to build that life. They want you to have that career. They want you to build that home. Whatever it is, that's what they want for you because that's what makes you happy. Okay? But I also think that they're going to have some pretty keen advice. Now I'm going to skip down here because I think the Emperor and the King of Cups is the same person. Remember when I said this is an Aries, Scorpio, Capricorn, or Cancer? We're getting strong Cancerian and Scorpionic vibes with the King of Cups. I think it's the same person or group of people. All right. Now, this is someone who's really, really emotionally stable and highly emotionally intelligent. This is what I'm saying. All the intuition of that Queen of Cups, right, with the bowl, with the water, all of that they have inside. So they're not confused by what you're doing. They're not confused by the direction you're trying to go. Like they totally get it. And they're just trying to help you maneuver this massive transition that you're going through at this time. Now, remember, like if you're not an Aquarian ascendant, then this Saturn and Jupiter transits is going to hit up against your moon signs, your sun sign. It could also be, you know, your Venus sign if you're here watching your Venus. So when Saturn connects with these planets, there's kind of a recrystallization period that happens. This is the Saturnian quality in your life that is manifesting in a physical human form. This person represents Saturn in your life. And I think they're kind of making their presence known a little bit. And they're going to have a continued presence in your life for the next few years. And their role is very specifically to help you in like completely yes, we will use the word revolutionize for Aquarius, completely revolutionizing how you live your life. This person's role is explicit and it's beautiful and you deserve it. And this is not something that you should fight back against in any way, shape, or form, okay? They love you, they care about you, they respect you, and they absolutely only want the best for you. They do provide stability. See how this Four of Wands is sort of touching, right? Queen of Wands, Four of Wands, King of Cups. Stability. As shaky as this transition could be, it's not and it won't be. Okay? You're really, really safe where you are right now. And remember, Six of Wands, you know, keep it to yourself. This is not something to like go blabbing to everybody. You know, if you have new plans for your big business, I don't recommend like doing a big launch. Just launch it. Just do it. Keep it on the DL. Keep it quiet. Don't involve everybody. This is just advice for the next few months, okay? Just don't involve everybody. There's going to be a very strange transition. Believe me, December is going to be a weird month. January is going to be weird. I feel like February and March, things are really going to start kicking in for us as individuals. Okay, globally, nationally, there will probably still be some stuff, but as individuals, you know, we have a little bit more control. So that's why I'm saying keep it on the DL for right now. Because this sun energy, there's a radiance. That's why this caring, that's why this passion and this emotion is surfacing for you right now and will definitely get triggered by the eclipses in the 11th and the 5th house. Who are you? This is a very authentic Aquarian place. Very authentic. And it's time for the world to really see that. It's time for Aquarians, as much as we give you the reputation of being kind of the outside of the box, always breaking the rules kind of thing, sometimes you begin to identify with being the person that just breaks the rules, and therefore that becomes a false identity in and of itself. So this is shattering all the illusions and allowing the real light, whoever or whatever that is, to truly shine through. Make sure that you are not wearing, these false identities just for the sake of wearing an identity because it's different. It's not what this year is going to be about. Another 4 of Wands, 4 of Coins. I'm telling you, you are really in a solid place. Probably a good idea to save your money right now and to not overspend too much. Probably a good idea to be conservative in your choices, and when you exert your energy, be conservative with whom you spend your energy on. This is someone who deserves it. Very few other people, 6 of Wands reversed, are actually going to be deserving of your time, your energy. Make sure you're not in a relationship that is draining you. Make sure you're not at a job that you hate, right? These are all of the things to think about this new 28, 29 years. I always say 30 years because it's an easy number, but it's, 28, 29 years. Make sure that you're not going to set the clock with something that you hate, or something that drains you, or something that you really, really, really want to get out of. Okay? Now, there is victory and success coming through in the oracle cards. There will be a period of victory for Aquarius. That is guaranteed 100%. When you make the good choices that your higher self is guiding you through your caring to make, you will succeed. There will be ups and downs. There will be little failures along the way. There will be mistakes along the way. But ultimately, it will be a great success. And I feel like this card here, suffering in silence, is going to only apply to the people who feel this intensity surfacing, who feel this emotion, who feel pulled or drawn, and don't do anything about it. Because there are going to be plenty of people who do that. And we're going to see those people feeling erratic and chaotic. Okay. And we're going to see them on an individual level. Inappropriately, maybe might be a word. I don't know. That seems like a judgment. I'm not like casting a judgment on their choices, but it's not appropriate for them. Right? Inappropriately misusing this energy in a self-destructive way. That's what we're going to see. The Emperor is here, so you don't have to suffer in silence. And I actually like this card, how there's 2 people, right? One is the Emperor and the other is the advisor. And that's kind of why I feel that there's an advising quality. It's kind of like a right-hand man type of person. So there's an advice coming through, and then emotions are running high. Yeah, for sure. Super moon. It is a super moon. New moon. Super new moon, I think. I'm trying to remember. I didn't write it down in my notes. I think it's a super new moon that we're having on the 14th. Okay, so emotions running high. Don't forget we have the Leo card. Self-expression. This is the thing about a Leo. It cannot be anything but authentic. That's the whole point of the Leo archetype. It's the raw, pure authenticity. I say this for Leo and Scorpio both. So the fact that you cannot disassociate from your opposite, that this is the yin to your yang, right? Here we have that raw, authentic self just barreling to the surface. Just there's absolutely no stopping it whatsoever. And we have this ceremony invocation card. If you can allow this authenticity to surface authentically, you'll be in a really good spot. Consciously. If you can allow this authenticity to surface consciously, you'll be in a really good spot. and you'll feel it and you'll be aware. Awareness is always the key. I do see you moving forward with an extraordinary level of consciousness, more so than almost everybody else. We're going to see a major, major, major split in consciousness this month. Co-create. Beautiful. You are stepping into that role of creation alongside the universe. This is not you with another person, okay? All the Leo cards, it's not about anybody else. This is about you. And because you are stepping into that co-creation role and utilizing the co-creation mechanism that is built into the quantum, energy field, you are in the power seat, which means anything is possible. Please do not discount or prejudge a possibility as being impossible for yourself. Please do not do that right now. That is a very bad idea because you are limiting yourself. And as much as Saturn is about limitations, in fact, it's not. It's about the opposite. It is about limitlessness. And the way we learn about limitlessness is through limits. So now is a time, your choice. Do you want to continue with the lessons of limits, or do you want to now embark upon the lessons of limitlessness? That's a really good question, okay? You have to ask yourself, and you have to be prepared. If you answer, I'm ready for limitlessness, you have to be prepared to live in limitlessness. Okay? Which means fearlessness, which means courage, strength. All right? All right, you guys, let's put the camera down. Let's talk about the comprehensive cards. See you in just a sec. Okay, Aquarius, let's go ahead and get started with these comprehensive cards. For those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. We normally talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, and the link for that will be found in the description box down below, or also the comment thread. Okay? All right, you guys, let's take a look. Enchantress of Cups. What more do you need to know about this energy? Nine of Cups. I love it. Three of Swords. And another Four of Wands. Okay, beautiful. Let's take a look at the Emperor here. Oh, another Three of Cups. We have Three of Swords, Three of Cups. Interesting. 10 of Coins. And 7 of Coins. Excellent. All right, so now let's go ahead and start clarifying the 9-card block, beginning with the 6 of Wands reversed. What more do you need to know about this 6 of Wands? King of Swords reversed. That's the Aquarian card, so it's very very humbled. Queen of Swords. See, it's like you're swapping the masculine for your own feminine. A lot of feminine energy coming through for Aquarius right now. Probably Black Moon Lilith in the 4th really kicking in here. Excellent. What rides the tails of those 8 wands? The Ace of Cups. A 2 of Cups. Love. Satisfaction. Emotional connection. Let's do one more there. A lot of cups coming out. There. So we officially have every queen. Queen of Wands, Queen of Cups, Queen of Swords, Queen of Coins. Would not be surprised if we got an Empress card. thing with gains, sometimes they do require a loss. I know that's hard for us a lot of times to really deal with, but I think we all know that that's also true. Ooh, Lovers reversed. And the Tower with the hang. Wow, a lot of major arcana coming out for that. So you're going to need the strength to go through some pretty major, pretty radical changes here. That's why that structure is so important, because this can get very erratic if it's not channeled properly. You have to be conscious of what's actually going on here. Okay, you're casting spells, so make sure you're doing the right thing. Make sure you really know what your heart is saying, and it's not just a, kind of an egoic response to something. We'll talk about what that means a little bit more. Ace of Wands reversed. A lot of patience coming through with that Queen of Wands. She's highly intelligent, but she knows when to act. King of Coins. Oops, okay, Star reversed. Hierophant. I think right now, long-term projections, not super important. I mean, you can have a generalized idea of long-term what you want and what you're looking for, but decisions are going to need to be made in the moment, and you have to be really in tune with the reasons why you're feeling compelled to do one thing over another. If you haven't been doing the self-healing work, this is going to be a lot more challenging. If you have, it will be easier. That's why another voice, a voice of reason, a voice of neutrality, is going to be beneficial. What was this card? I totally forgot. Oh, Four of Coins. Huh, interesting. King of Cups. Guys, I'm telling you, there is safety with this person, whoever it is. There is so much. Oh, and then Saturn at the bottom. Now, this is not scary, guys. Saturn is one of your ruling planets, right? Like, Saturn is not bad. It's actually really good in Aquarius. This is a transit to be excited about. It's not scary. All right. You just have to know how to handle Saturnian energy. But it's really, really exciting. Okay. So let's go ahead and we'll cut it off there. Thank you guys so much. Again, if you want to join, the link for that will be in the description box down below. If not, then I wish you guys absolutely nothing but the best. I hope you have an amazing December, and I'll see you guys very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello Pisces, welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So let's go ahead and dive right into these cards. Now, the reading starts off kind of aggressive. So let me just go through this. So the first card that comes out, which signifies your energy, specifically Pisces, is in this deck. It's called the Hero of Cups. It's like the King of Cups in a traditional tarot deck, okay? So we have the King of Cups here. When I look at this image, I see a social component. Now, this makes a lot of sense with the sun coming through Sagittarius, coming through Capricorn. We have 12th, if I can talk, we have 10th house and 11th house activity for you. So this has a lot to do with your place in society. Now, it's no question that your place in society is being revised, all right? South Node through the, past 2 years was in Capricorn, right? So we had 2 years ago, South Node in Capricorn, 11th house. Now the South Node is in your 10th house and will be until the end of next year, till late December of next year, in Sagittarius. So South Node is about detachment. South Node is about karma. It's about letting things go. It's about release. Sometimes release can also indicate loss. But if you're willing to lose things during a South Node through the 10th house transit, if you're willing to lose things, then blessings ensue. So what this means is I look at this card and I see the Hero of Cups who's got a story to tell. Kind of wants to be the center of attention here. Now, what I mean by that is not an arrogant, like, look at me type of thing. But this is like, you know what? This is what I want. This is what I don't want. I've got something to say. And if you don't want to hear what I have to say, there's the door. And the people who stay, are for you. They are meant to be in your life. They're meant to be in your circle. The people who leave are not a threat. I see power, self-empowerment coming through with this energy. And I see pride, and not the bad kind of pride. The kind of pride that we need in order to articulate and to communicate what we want or what we require. This is a massive filtration. Your circles are completely under scrutiny here. Your career, your professional life, your contribution to humanity, 10th house. Your contribution to humanity is a theme. Now, in the environment, we have the Chariot, which means you're on the ascension, you're on the up and up, you're leveling up. I don't see Pisces getting intimidated by people. I don't see Pisces getting intimidated by opportunities. I see you being like, you know what, I deserve to be up here too. Especially when there's people around you that you respect or people around you that matter in the community or whatever, and you looking around and being like, yeah, I'm up here too. I'm just as qualified, I'm just as intelligent, I'm just as skilled, I'm just as as everybody else. I deserve to be on this chariot. I deserve to be celebrated. And I see you harnessing opportunities in a really powerful way. I see you falling in love with yourself in a more universal way. What I mean by that is that you're understanding what you really are. And you're becoming more and more limitless. Because I know that there's going to be some brick walls that you're going to hit up against through December. Boom, smack in the face. And you're going to have to decide, are you going to climb over this wall? Or are you going to lay down in front of it in the fetal position? The choice is yours. Are you going to climb over it or not? Chariot says you're going to climb over it. You're just going to do it. So let's put this 9-card block over here so you guys can follow along. First and foremost, we have the King of Wands. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at these cards. I don't know that there's another person out here that you need to be paying attention to. I'm not saying other people can't be involved. Of course, there's a social component here. So yes, there will be other people. But every time you're dealing with someone else, you have to bring it back to yourself and be like, okay, well, what does this mean for me? That's what this is all about. It's you. How much do you believe in yourself? What capacity or at what moment in time do you finally say, I truly should be there. I truly deserve it. I truly have worked hard. I truly am worthy of that. And not in an entitled, the world owes me kind of way of no, I'm ready, I'm going to take it kind of way. When I see this King of Wands, I see you turning things down. It's like when you send people out the door, when you're like, I've got something to say, if you don't want to hear it, there's the door. The people that actually walk out that door, that's what this is. It's like you go, there's a loss there. But remember that your loss is ultimately your gain, because what that void will get filled up with, right? Because there always has to be a balance. So if there's a void somewhere, something's definitely going to come and fill it up. All you need is patience. You need patience, and you need to keep your eye on the goal. Ten of Cups is it encompasses all sorts of wonderful things. It encompasses a passion with your life, prioritization of love and happiness, joy and peace of mind, peace of heart especially. So if there are people in your life who are, triggering you or, and not in a healthy, growing kind of way, but again, pushing you into a darker space. If there's those kinds of people, those are the people who are probably going to walk out the door, which leaves room for more loving and more warm and special people in your life. For the sake of the Ten of Cups, you're willing to take the hit. That's what I see when I look at this. You're willing to, humble down to a Page of Wands. You're willing to go from king status to page status. You're willing to start over. You're willing to begin again if it means the Ten of Cups is a part of the foundation. Pisces is not out here to please people right now. I'm sorry. If you're trying to deal with the Pisces and they're being a little bit difficult right now, just know that they are not in the state of mind where they are going to try to compromise with you. That's just simply not what's happening here. Not even close. They're wanting freedom, especially as Venus comes in through Scorpio in the 9th house, and Mars starts going direct in the 2nd house. 2nd house for Pisces has been so much about self-reliance, emotional self-reliance, financial self-reliance, and 100% becoming stable in and of themselves. And really seeing worth. With Chiron's going to be going direct this month too, December 15th, same day that Venus actually enters into Sagittarius. Venus enters Sag, Chiron goes direct, along with Mars, still in Aries. This is about freedom of self, freedom from the worst parts of yourself, the parts of yourself that imprison yourself, and also truly seeing inherent value in yourself as a human being. Now you're willing to take the hit, you're willing to take the loss if it means that this new beginning can begin with the foundation of a Ten of Cups. So please, Pisces, don't be afraid to let people walk away or walk away yourself. Don't be afraid of the loss, because chances are this has been bubbling up for quite a while. And whenever I see this High Priestess reverse, it's like it cannot be contained. There can be no secrets. There can be no hidden, repressed, anything. It's all so obvious when the High Priestess comes out reversed. And this is an opportunity for you to actually say the things. When Mercury comes into Sagittarius, December 1st, Mercury comes into Sagittarius, you're going to have to communicate. Now I'm going to skip ahead here because we also have that, full moon eclipse in Gemini, which of course is all about communication as well. Communication is key. You have to tell people. And I think you are going to be kind of chatty this month. I really do. You're going to have a lot to say. You're going to have a lot of knowledge to disperse. You're going to have a lot of information that will be useful to people, but not at your own expense. Pisces laying down the law. Nothing scarier than that, right? When a Pisces has to lay down the law like this, has to draw the limits, the sign of limitlessness, the sign of no boundaries, sets a boundary, it's a big deal. People are going to really feel this shift. And what happens, Pisces, is when you lay down that law, when you make that shift, that chariot starts moving faster and faster and faster. Your professional growth starts to accelerate. The way you feel about yourself starts to accelerate and ascend. The feeling of connectedness, the feeling like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, all that stuff starts to connect. Okay, yeah, you took a little bit of a hit. Fine. You've taken worse hits than that. And what happens? The void is filled. You create a void on purpose. It will refill with new opportunities. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the people. Don't worry about the lack of friendships. Don't worry about the loneliness. Don't worry about that stuff. There's another side to it. There's another side, and the other side looks like gain. Gain and loss, two sides of the same coin. We know that. So don't be worried or stressed about the cycle. It will come in. You are creating waves, Pisces, if you want to. If you want to. Not every Pisces is going to be doing this. Okay? But a lot are. And the thing that I love about this tower, remember, it's symptomatic. This is not like usually something that happens, as a surprise. I mean, it can be surprising sometimes as to how it comes about, but it should never actually be a surprise. When something surprising happens, it's important for you to really ask yourself and be like, well, was this something that I was actually really looking for or not? Because sometimes when we're asking for freedom, that opportunity for freedom comes up. Sometimes it can be like hard, sometimes, okay, you're fired. Okay. But you wanted freedom, so now you have your freedom, so don't be surprised by this. If you're not happy in a relationship, then don't be surprised if that person breaks up with you because you weren't even happy to begin with. So now you get to go be happy. Remember, it all comes down to this 10 of Cups because you're wanting to start something new and lay a 10 of Cups as your foundation. You want the joy and peace of mind and stability underneath your new structure because the other structure, it's played out. Okay, don't be surprised by this. This is what happens when someone levels up. When someone walks into a room and really commands respect, the way this Hero of Cups is. Like, you're going to listen to me now. You're going to listen to what I have to say. And even though he kind of looks sort of leisurely, this is the sneaky thing, right? He looks kind of leisurely in this card, right? Like he's just relaxing, having a drink and whatever. But man, is he commanding attention. Doesn't mean you have to be mean about anything. Doesn't mean you have to hurt anybody. Doesn't mean you have to, throw everyone's life upside down. It just means you're being honest. And remember, the past several months was all about even understanding what the honesty even was. What was our real honesty? What was our real truth? Well, the High Priestess figured it out. And now she's like, well, now we can't live anything other than but the truth. So we got to make the change now. So she's kind of the catalyst here of speeding everything up. You came into the truth. You finally admitted what you wanted. You wanted a new kind of life. You wanted a new kind of circle. You wanted a new kind of relationship. And now all of a sudden it's happening and you can't stop this train. It literally is like this massive train barreling through because the emotion behind it was so intense. And so now you just have to let it run. Okay? But I mean, you guys, it will all be rewarded. Okay? King of Cups. Like all these kings, right? King of water, king of fire, king of earth. You take a little bit of hit, but look what happens. So what are you even worried about? If you go into something, into a loss of some kind, if you can go into a loss with the expectation of an ultimate gain, then what's the problem? Yeah, there might be some difficult people. Yeah, there might be some difficult people. Difficult circumstances, as is life. That's what life is, But you're taking your rightful place up here. This is like Leo, Scorpio type stuff. Like being on, like I always say Leo and Scorpio are like my royalty of the zodiac, maybe like Capricorn a little bit too, in terms of kind of being comfortable in that leadership seat, being in the producer seat, the director's chair, being the one who really commands situations very, very well. Pisces, I always say Pisces and Libra is like my dark horses of the zodiac, right? You guys are definitely a dark horse. And when people least expect it, Pisces can just completely obliterate competition. And this is what's happening is Pisces, when they decide that they're actually worthy of being on that throne, that they are worthy of being heard, that they have value, then they're going to stop taking peanuts and they're going to start demanding the feast. So that's what the Emperor is. This is Pisces when they level up. I mean, this is just an internal shift. This is just like a change of mindset. That's all it is. And when you change your mind, look at how much happens in the external world. Some Pisces are, really, really starting a whole new life. And it's going to be very fruitful. And what happens is, this time around, you're actually consciously progressing. You're consciously building at this point. It's not about, what anyone else thinks or what anyone else says. And what happens is you're actually consciously building at this point. And you realize that nothing was an accident. This is a really powerful moment for Pisces because this is the position when you actually understand how you created something, when you're understanding the cause and effect pattern that goes on, that your thoughts, your actions, and your emotions, when you decide to change your mind, when you decide to change the way you feel and you start to see your life change, that is it's a major, major breakthrough for Pisces, major breakthrough. Because this is finally when it's not just that you're up in the seat, you're not just up in the throne now, you're in the throne and you know what you're doing. That's a powerful weapon, right? You are your most powerful weapon, which means everything is possible. And I think that's what, really, when you start actually manifesting quickly the changes that you want to see in your life, you're like, oh my God, all those things that everyone has been saying, it's all real, and I start to know how it works. That means you can do your little magic spells, you can alchemize things, and you can completely change your life like that. And you can do it consciously and in a healthy way, and in a way that actually makes a difference, a positive difference in the world. So this is not a light month. It's not a light month, and it never was going to be. Eclipses, right? Eclipse season, Jupiter, Saturn conjunction in your 12th house. Expect your life to change. That's all I'm going to say. Expect your life to change. But material and spiritual prosperity, this is exactly what it is, right? You can feel your discontentment. We have discontent and boredom. Your discontentment is the reason why these changes have to happen, right? Because how long has it been that you've been doing something that you don't really like? You've been doing something that doesn't really make you happy. How much longer can you really sustain that? I'm going to say not much longer. If you can make it to 2021, I would be shocked. You make it past the eclipse season, absolutely astounded. The boredom and discontentment with everything is the reason why this material, meaning money, okay, and anything earthly like relationships, okay, anything material and spiritual prosperity occurs because of the discontentment, all right, because of how stale it got, because maybe it has been pretty stale. All right. But remember, communication is key. So we spent all year just trying to sort ourselves out, trying to figure out what our truth was, trying to figure out what to believe, trying to figure out what's up and down and left and right. And now all of a sudden, now that we've figured it out, it all starts barreling out into the external world, and it starts to surface and it starts to become undeniable. And then all of a sudden, there's this deluge of change, and it's just won't stop. And the element that we got here was water. And this is obviously Piscean, right? Water sign Pisces. We've seen the marks that water can create on this earth. We've seen the destruction that water creates. Have you ever had your house flood before? Water can be really, really destructive. Powerful, beautiful, but destructive. So you have to understand that with creation, destruction also happens. So you take one for the other. Now, what I love about this next card, ancestors, generations, is on one hand, I do feel that the ancestral spirits are very much around you, especially with that North Node through the 4th house, okay? 4th house, highly ancestral, all right? And has a lot to do with where we, like from whence we came, where we came from, specifically through the maternal line, right? Through the mother. And I even love the weaving of the serpent here in this card because it's very water-like as well, kind of a river going through. Yeah, I just had to make sure it was a serpent. Yeah, it is a serpent, but it even kind of looks like a river as well, which is very watery. Your existence here on this planet is pretty incredible. And a lot of things had to align in order for you to be here. So when you start taking that role seriously and you start saying, nope, I'm going to sit up on that freaking throne. I am the emperor. I am powerful. I am worthy. When you actually start doing that and you start cutting yourself loose from things, massive amounts of change. But last card I love, milk and honey. It's not for nothing. You're creating a paradise. You know, we often say that heaven is not like a place we go to when we die, right? Heaven is a state of mind and can be created right here, right now. This is about heaven. This is about bliss and paradise. This is about the mental place, the emotional place where all things are just exactly perfect. You know? Let's pull out the comprehensive cards. All right, I'm going to put this camera down. We'll see you guys in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Pisces, let's begin here with the comprehensive cards. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading for about 20 to 25 minutes. All right, so that link for that will be in the description box or the comment thread down below. So let's take a look here at this Hero of Cups. What additional information do you need to know about the Hero of Cups? 9 of Coins. Ooh, 6 of Wands. I love the 6 of Wands with the Chariot. Those always go so well together. There's a quality of like being honored or respected with those. And then we have, ooh, an Ace of Swords. Beautiful. I love that Cleopatra image. All right, now the Chariot. Oops, okay. So we have the 10 of Wands, the 8 of Wands, and the 8 of Swords. All right, so let's start with the 9 card block. Of course, I messed this all up, but that's okay. Reversals in here, perfect. All right, oops, 10 of, oh, interesting. Okay, 10 of Coins reversed. It's that little loss, right? Oh, I saw that one flip over. Page of Coins. And, ooh, Wheel of Fortune. See, exactly. Don't be afraid to take that hit, you guys. Then we have, ooh, another Ace, Page of Wands, excuse me. Page of Wands. Ooh. I love that Ace of Cups, the High Priestess. Page of Wands. Queen of Cups. Swords. There will probably be a period of uncertainty, but it will be very brief. A very brief period of uncertainty. So we have Ace of Cups, Ace of Wands, Ace of Coins, and Ace of Swords. So a lot of new things coming up for Pisces. A lot of new opportunities for a lot of new stuff. Yep, 8 of Cups. Three of Cups reversed. What was this card? Huh. Emperor reversed. Let's do one more for that. Just the one. I saw the Queen of Wands first, so we're going to take her. Ace of Coins. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Chariot reversed. Knight of Wands. There's going to be temptations, you guys. Yeah, there will definitely be some temptations. You have to keep yourself focused. The desire for Pisces to like keep the peace and keep everybody happy, you need to be very aware of that and make sure that you're taking care of yourself first. Really ask yourself, is this really how you see your life going? Is this really how you see this panning out for yourself? A 12th house Saturn, right? Saturn through Aquarius for the next 2 years can create confusion and illusions of control. So where you think you have control, you actually have none. And that can be, a really dangerous thing. So conscious surrender, that's why consciousness is being brought up here with the Judgment card. Consciousness is a very, very important thing. Double came out twice. And even with the Ace of Swords, these always complement one another. So whenever consciousness is highlighted, it's also the consciousness that you're in a little bit of a fog too, okay? Being aware that you don't have all the information yet. Ooh, I love the King of Coins. And then we have the Eight of Swords, which came out twice as well. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. I'm seeing some interesting people sort of coming through. So there might be other people involved in this story. So we'll definitely talk about it. So if you want to join me for the comprehensive, again, that link will be in the description box down below. Alrighty. Thank you guys so much. You know I love you. I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Hello Aries, welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. I am so excited about this Aries reading today because the cards are just so, just with such a positive outlook. And I know that Aries has kind of come to a head with themselves with a lot of stuff with the Capricorn, Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter stuff the past couple of years. And I think this is kind of like that reading that kind of releases you from that, which is of course so poetic because of course Saturn and Jupiter are leaving Capricorn this month, December 21st, with their grand conjunction in Aquarius, sort of punctuating the end of a pretty substantial chapter in our lives. Now, the card that comes out, which signifies your energy, specifically Aries, is the Artisan of Swords. Now, this is kind of like a Knight of Swords in a traditional tarot deck. However, with the image here, I read it totally different, okay, or differently. There's a quality of masterfulness here, right? To be an artisan, to be a creator, a craftsman, there's an element of creation that comes through here. And when you have gone through what you've really gone through, let's be honest, right? Saturn, Capricorn, 10th house, right? These three things. This is like Saturn coming to its original home position, okay? So the past 28 years of your life has really been building up to this moment. All the lessons, all the relationships, all the financial ups and downs, all of the challenges, all the fights, all of the things that you have been to teach you about how to move forward in this next chapter that's beginning right now. This whole year has been a massive turnover. There's been like this whole like caught between worlds kind of vibe, right? Old world versus new world. And who are we really and who are we becoming? I'm not saying you have to have all the answers right now, today, in this moment, because it still will unfold. But you have to understand and give yourself credit for the amount of progress and the amount of learning and the amount of wisdom that you have acquired through all of life's experiences. Okay, you are an artisan. You are a creator. You are an architect, if you will. Okay? So there's something really beautiful happening with Aries. You know, with the Saturn 10th house, like your role in society has been redefined. Your expectations of yourself, breaking free from cultural expectations and cultural norms, breaking free from the family, breaking free from family traumas, from, you know, your mommy and daddy issues, you know, all those kinds of things that can be really traumatic. You know, when you break free from that and start carving your own path, look at the level of peace that ensues. When you start actually living the kind of life that you always have wanted, that maybe have struggled to have, because of all of the stuff that was dumped on you when you were, 2 years old, from your family, your education system, we have to talk about the institutions in your life because it's 10th house, because it's Saturn. We have to talk about culture, your education, what university you went to, what country you grew up in, what language you grew up speaking. All of these things have created you. And now when the table turns, right, it's not those things creating you. Now you step into that role of creating those things. So the tables have turned for Aries. Many of you are starting incredible new kinds of ways of life. Some of you might be getting married. Some of you might be having children. You might be moving in with someone. You might be starting a new business. You might be starting to finally live up to your own expectations within your career. I mean, this is like, I think Aries, if you want to, I'm not saying all Aries is in like a perfect position, but if you want to start viewing your life as being perfect, you can. And if you want to start looking at your life as like, wow, look how far I've come, you can start doing that if you want. And it will bring so much peace into all the things, every area, without question. And when you look at this Temperance card, right, there's a rainbow, there are flowers, there are butterflies, there's, a pretty relaxed looking woman statue. I don't even know, woman, I guess. There's so much faith and hope. And when hope is used to fuel faith, you guys know I talk about hope a lot. Hope is a very tricky thing. If you can fuel faith with your hope rather than fuel your fear, infinite possibilities just bust wide open for you. And that's how I feel. Like, you're like, you know what? If I'm going to be hopeful, I'm not going to sit here and hope that I'll survive. I'm going to sit here and hope that the best is going to come. I'm going to sit here and hope for that and have faith with that. And there's a quality of optimism, which I love to see with my fire signs. Also with, Pisces in the 12th house, you guys do have, a very Jupiterian, Neptunian sense of belief, which is great because that's what enables you to progress so far, as long as that's what you want. So let's put the 9 cards over here so you guys can follow along. First card out, 3 of Coins. You guys know that the 3 of Coins is really about building something new, something incredible and exciting. To me, the 3 of Coins, there could be an element of collaboration. However, right, Saturn coming through the 11th house in Aquarius for the next couple of years. Now, Jupiter through the 11th will be, good, I think, but you have to know when you need to do stuff for yourself rather than pull people in. Okay, like when do you need to work alone versus when do you need to work with someone else? Now, if you are in a marriage or, moving toward marriage of some kind or toward some kind of a next level of life, even retirement for some of you, if you're moving towards something like that, obviously you're going to be working with someone. And now is an excellent time to get on the same page and to really ask like, hey, what are your expectations of this? What are your goals? Like, what's your mission? And to get their perspective, not to fight back, not to be argumentative, not to fight, but to just get their eyesight on it, get their opinion, get their viewpoint. And how can your viewpoint and their viewpoint, which will be different, merge together to really bring about something really incredible that will work for both of you or however many people are involved? So if this is a business venture, okay, new businesses, new careers, whatever, make sure that the people that you're in business with are actually on your same page. Because there will be bumps along the way, Five of Wands. There will be some bumps along the way. There will be some points of contention. That's to be expected. That's because we're all human beings and we all have, things. It's also important to point out that, globally, nationally, there's a lot going on, and there will probably be some chaos. Might not include you. You might just watch it on TV or whatever, but just know that you don't have to get worked up about all the stuff that's going on. You don't have to get angry. You don't have to feel afraid. Remember, hope and faith. Please remember, there's a very groundedness quality coming through with this Temperance, right? Being in a garden. It's grounded, it's earthy, it's slow moving, it's very zen. It doesn't allow external things to really just come and jolt the sense of peace. The tendency might be there, but I promise you, if you have faith and hope for the future and for what is to come, there will be incredible opportunities that open up for you as an individual, okay? You as a person. Because you have the right state of mind, you have the right heart, and you have the right head on your shoulders that, of course, is replete with all the wisdom that you need. You have all the skill that you need. That's why this card is coming out. You are skilled. You have value. Okay, you deserve to have the opportunity. You deserve to create the opportunity for yourself to live the kind of life that you've been hoping to design. So, okay. Get the disagreements out of the way. You get to learn from people. You get to learn from your triggers. You get to learn from the things that make you upset. Great. Nothing wrong with that. Because what happens is, Five of Wands is not some kind of a fatal thing. It's just this is actually very Aries, like you just kind of come in, you talk about it, you debate, you try to figure it out. But then, of course, Ace of Cups comes through and says, you know what, don't worry. You will have a solution. There will be some kind of a compromise or an opportunity. There will be positive movement in a forward direction for you. There will be some kind of a reconciliation here. Now, this could mean so many different things. All these aces, it's like just fill in the blank, like whatever it is you can think of. To me, of course, this is more emotional fulfillment, sense of joy. For some of you, this could be a pregnancy. For some reason, pregnancy is coming through a lot for me right now for Aries. I'm not quite sure why that is. If you don't want that, please make sure you use protection and everything. But I am feeling a lot of pregnancy vibes or children vibes, so something good happening with your children. I also feel there's not even anything going on in Leo or the fifth house. However, when Jupiter and Saturn enter into Aquarius, they will be aspecting Leo with that opposition. So there will be an 11th house, 12th house, 11th house, 5th house kind of thing going on. So 5th house will be targeted. Okay, so children, definitely a thing. All sorts of creativity, all sorts of creative outlets, including, if you have your own business or if you're hoping to start something or, to write your book or start painting again or whatever it is, all of those kinds of things can be initiated starting now. Get the ball rolling. I'm not saying 2021 is going to be a straight shot, everything is going to work perfectly kind of year. But for you, I think you'll feel the energy. Saturn through Capricorn in the 10th is very, very dense. So when Saturn moves into an air sign, it's a lot less dense. Plus Saturn is especially powerful in Aquarius. It is technically still one of the rulers of Aquarius. Okay, Uranus and Saturn rule Aquarius. So it's powerful here. And there are a lot of really, really good things that can occur. So please do not be afraid to initiate. Initiate, all right? And I love this Judgment. To me, this is clarity of all sorts of, I just don't see Aries being foggy, because from before, past 28 years, can we say it? 28 years, all the things that you have wanted have been because that was what you were supposed to want. There were material desires, there was achievement desires, there was desires for, recognition or success or being prominent or, having a certain type of lifestyle or whatever it is. We all have our own different kinds of things. But to me, this is you like seeing through all the BS and really coming to the core and being like, okay, but what do I want? Because when we ask our soul what it wants, usually the list is very, very small. It's usually, I just want peace. And that can come in a myriad of forms, We just want peace. Or we just want something sustainable. Or we just want stability. We want we want temperance. Maybe that's what it is. We just want temperance. We don't want the extremes. We don't want the ups and downs. We don't want the clumsiness. We don't want the emotional drama. We just want the peace. And many of you have already created that for yourself within your relationships. If you are in a very peaceful relationship, congratulations, you figured it out. Like you figured out the recipe for what your soul is really asking. So you're truly, truly aligned. If your business is moving forward smoothly, if you're starting to learn how to set boundaries and establish certain rules, congratulations, you figured it out. There's a lot of beautiful aha light bulb moments for Aries right now. That's what happens when Saturn goes into Aquarius. It's highly electrical. And there will be some things, and I'm going to skip down here to the Seven of Swords. There are going to be some things that are, accentuated in your life, and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize how much I was like sabotaging myself before. I didn't realize how in my own way I was. I didn't realize how I'm the one that really screwed that up or whatever it is, And once you have that awareness, which judgment represents, once you have that awareness, you are then sort of rebirthed, if you will, and you never really do it again. It's easy to break patterns and habits when you have an awareness of what the pattern is. You can always act in spite of it. You might not necessarily be able to find, the comfort right away with the new path. It will be uncomfortable, but you'll also know it's right. Something can be right and uncomfortable at the same time. And that's what I kind of think, that's kind of the arena that you're kind of getting into right now. Okay. So in the very center, what we love to see, of course, the Wheel of Fortune. Nothing wrong with that, right? The wheel turns over, good things start coming. This is why faith and hope that the wheel will turn over. Yeah, because the wheel turns over based on what we decide. It turns over based on our choices. So when we choose good things, when we choose peace over tumultuousness, when we choose peace over chaos or drama, we just get more peace. Like the Wheel of Fortune is that reminder of like whatever you choose is what you get. So I think Aries is in a place of choosing very carefully because you're aware now. We have not been able to escape our psychology. Chiron now goes direct in Aries in the first house on December 15th. Chiron goes direct. So we have the Chiron healing component going on in your sign. And we also have the Plutonian, Jupiter, Saturn, Capricorn stuff going on all through 2020. We haven't been able to escape the need for healing. I'm sorry. It's just when truth is so prominent in the sky, or the need or the necessity of truth, when it is so prominent in the sky, we cannot avoid it. And because Chiron is in Aries, which has a lot to do with the head and the brain and the mind, it makes sense that psychology is a big part of that. And understanding our psychology, understanding the way our minds work. Because if we don't try to understand ourselves, then we're just going to be victims of ourselves for the rest of our lives. Okay, we're going to be in our own self-constructed prison. So this is kind of a monumental moment for Aries. When you decide the right choices based on your soul, the Wheel of Fortune just gives you more of the right things. And I see you walking forward more humbly now. Maybe before I think we've all been very, very humbled after this year. We've been humbled financially. We've been humbled emotionally. We've been humbled in terms of like really realizing our interdependence on other nations and supply chains and all of that. Like we realize how vulnerable we are to an extent, right? Unless you're one of those self-sustainable, living in the woods with a garden type of people, which very few of us are. So, like we realize and we come to that appreciation for other people, that we only have meanings in our lives because of what other people, how we relate to one another, that our relationships create meaning in our lives. So this is a very humbled Aries, moving forward, step by step, day by day. You can have a long-term vision, but I think choice by choice by choice, decision by decision by decision, day by day by day, choose peace, choose goodness, choose happy people, choose good clients, choose happy lovers, choose, the good moments, choose. And when the kind of negative stuff comes your way, you can choose how to deal with it with a proper attitude, with a sense of hope, faith, and optimism, and your whole world changes. I used to work for someone who's a very wealthy commercial real estate investor, or who is a very wealthy commercial real estate investor. And he used to always say, if you pay attention to the pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves, right? He was like such a little miserly kind of person, right? But like pennies, like $5 here, $2 here, like it matters. And I was always like, oh my God, like, can we please just chill out with like the $5 expenses, But like, he's a multi-millionaire. And I think that when we apply that kind of concept with our day-to-day, minute, penny level, $2, $5 decisions, right? When we do that, the dollars or the big vision of our life becomes inevitable at that point because we are choosing the right choices to get us there. Okay? Love that. Page of Wands. We already talked about this, how you're kind of getting out of your own way. Instead of seeing this as like a card of having instability as it's upside down, I actually see this as the process of establishing stability, meaning buying a home, choosing what city to live in, where to start my business, how to begin. Like this is the initiation. Where am I going to lay my premium or my premier, my initial first blocks? This is like when you're building a house, trying to choose the land, right? That's kind of a big deal. Where am I going to land? Where am I going to build my castle? Okay, so maybe some of you are really thinking about that. Do you want to relocate? Now would be an excellent time for that. Do you want to transition in your career? Now would be an excellent time to at least start thinking about it, or at least start opening yourself up to that possibility. Now, I really like this. Again, for those of you who are thinking of children, this is a positive omen. So is the Page of Wands, Ace of Cups. Okay. Very positive omen. And I also feel like the fantasy realm coming through with this card. Why is it that sometimes the most simple kinds of lives seem to be the most difficult to create? Right? Why is that? Like, let's be really conventional and conservative with this, right? Let's say your dream is to have a house with a white picket fence and have 2.5 kids and have like the 2 card, right? Let's go back to like the 1950s American dream, whatever, the whole thing, okay? Let's say that's what it is. It's very simple. And yet somehow when you're caught in a job that you really like, maybe you're an attorney, right? And you're going, working, 18 hours a day and you're pushing yourself. But yet this seems like it's so far off. It seems like it's such an impossibility for you. I feel like a lot of Aries dreams are simplifying. They're actually getting more basic, if you will. And yet because it's like the more basic they are, the more strange they feel and the more unattainable they feel. Like it's kind of a weird backward situation going on. And yet this is becoming more and more of a real possibility for Aries, more so than anything else, because the sustainability of the 18-hour workday, the sustainability of the fluctuations, of the ups and downs, it's not going to work for you anymore. It's just simply not. And when Mars gets into Taurus in your second house in January, I think it's January 6th, if I'm thinking correctly, 2 months, January and February, massive stabilization with some really cool Uranian and Black Moon Lilith kinds of like boom insights of like, oh my gosh, this is how it's going to start really working. This is going to how it's going to all kind of come together. Don't be afraid to fantasize about the things. Fantasy is a very important, part of manifestation. All right. So let's get to these oracles. Like, just stop it. Positive movement forward. Fulfillment of wishes. Like, can we trade places, right? I would love to be an Aries in this moment with these cards, okay? Fulfillment of wishes and positive movement forward. Maybe that's all you really needed to know. Maybe this whole reading was just a whole bunch of BS and it all comes down to this. Fulfillment of wishes, positive movement forward. And of course, you are good enough. You've trained. You're an artisan. You're a master. You've paid your dues. You've done the apprenticeship. You've worked hard. You've trained. You've learned. You've evolved. You've grown. Of course you deserve it. Of course you're good enough. Of course you are worthy of whatever. And I feel like it's a simple dream. I don't even feel like it's that complicated at all. Now we have this Aquarius card coming out, which of course, Saturn, Jupiter through Aquarius, plus the Mars activating of Uranus in January. It's going to be quite Uranian. There's going to be a lot of really crazy stuff that probably happens externally. But for you individually, it's time for you to completely revolutionize your life. There could be some major upgrades in terms of your finances. 11th house, second houses, huge money houses. So when it comes to taking your life to the next level, there could be some really exciting things. So start preparing for that. Like if you want a promotion, start getting prepared for that. If you want a new job, prepare for that, because it's highly likely that that's something that could happen. We have summer solstice radiance. Okay. And I love this. Of course, we have the sun quality, which of course the sun is exalted in Aries. So the Aries sun combination is quite lovely. And I feel that there's kind of a self-confidence, there's no shame, there's no guilt, there's no fear. Like this is a time where Aries actually really steps into their own and says, you know what, I'm freaking ready. Let's do this. Let's get it done. Let's make it happen. And let's just kill it. And I like that because it does have kind of a soul. There's a soulfulness here. Like you're not operating from ego with any of this. None of this is ego. Even the things you want, they're not egoic. They're from the soul. And the last card, which I love, is poised. Yeah, you are perfectly poised to invite those things that you want into your life. Perfectly poised. Everything is absolutely exactly where it needs to be. And it's just a matter of faith. Faith and hope. And I don't see you trying to force anything, trying to make anything fit into any kind of a box. It's just pure and absolute acceptance, which is the most powerful manifestation tool in our tool belt. All right, let's put this camera down. Let's talk about the comprehensive cards. See y'all in just a sec. Okay, Aries, let's go ahead and get started with these comprehensive readings. So, for those of you who are new to my channel, these cards I'm about to pull out are cards that we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought a little bit. And we usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. Okay, so let's see for the Artisan of Swords, what additional information we can get. Okay, yeah, 5 of Swords, that's for sure. We'll talk about that. And the 3 of Cups. And, 10 of Coins. Excellent. Okay. Ace of Swords. I love that. I always love that Cleopatra image. So intense. So smart. So on point. Ace of Wands. Ace of Swords. Ace of Wands. And 5 of Wands. Okay, so we got 2 5 of Wands here. All right, so now we start with the 9 card block. Getting with the 9 of Coins. 5 of Coins. Interesting. 5 of Wands, 5 of Coins, 5 of Swords. Fives are kind of interesting and interesting energies. They're a little bit more difficult, but I really think that's like the reason why you're building in the way that you're building. So they seem to be doing you a lot of favors, actually. Ooh, King of Wands. Love that for an Aries. We have 7 of Coins reversed. All will be fair. Karmically, it will be fair. Strength. That 5 of Wands really could be a struggle with yourself of really allowing the good things to come in too, because sometimes we do fight against that stuff. Ooh, a lot of major arcana coming out for that 5 of Wands, indicating that that's a big kind of a turning point. That's where the decisions are being made in the 5 of Wands. That's what we mean about, right? The dollars will take care of themselves if you look out after the pennies. Beautiful. Oops. Judgment. Ooh, another 10 of Coins. Beautiful. That's what it's all about. It's about the happiness, the fulfillment, and the material comforts as well. When the outside matches the inside. You can't have 10 of Coins if you're not in a 10 of Coins place internally, if you're not vibing with that. So there's going to be a massive upgrade. I love the masculinity coming out. A lot of masculine energy. Ooh, 9 of Coins. We have 10 of Coins and 9 of Coins. Ooh, 5 of Swords reversed. That's a good sign too. High Priestess reversed. These eclipses, man, I mean, they really are, they're just activating so much. They're just, when it comes to truth, we cannot escape what we've been keeping inside. And a lot of us have been keeping all the reasons why we do the things we do. And when those things come to surface, we deal with them and we get them out of the way, and then they no longer become a problem. Ooh, Tower reversed. The Fool. I love the Knight of Wands for you guys too. There's just something carefree about it. Devil reversed. Ooh, another Page of Wands. Love that. Ooh, the Empress. Ooh, and the Queen of Coins. Excellent. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up for the comprehensive reading. Again, if you guys want to join, that link will be in the description box or the comment thread down below. Thank you so much. You guys know how much I love and appreciate you. And I'll leave you guys there. Hopefully I'll see you in the comprehensive. If not, I'll see you next month. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's go ahead and dive right into these cards, okay? First card which comes out, which signifies your energy, specifically Taurus, is the Enchantress of Wands. Now, first of all, I love this whole vibe. This is very Venusian, very Taurian coming through here. It's luxurious, it's sexual, it's sensual, but there's also passion, right? Wands, fiery. There's a fiery nature coming through with this Queen of Wands. I have so many positive things to say about her and the energy that I'm feeling, but the number one, like, knocking down my mind right now is you have to be really careful about how rigid you are in your idea of the world right now, just right now, okay? We're going through eclipse season, November 30th. We've got the full moon eclipse in Gemini in Western astrology. And, you know, we're going to be receiving some pretty insane downloads. And it's not just about like receiving the, you know, the higher consciousness or having those mini awakenings, but it's about the familiarization process that happens after the awakenings happen. This to me is a kind of energy that will act in spite of herself. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because in the environment we have the Fool. Now, of course, we love the Fool as well. It's new beginnings. We have, you know, this beautiful new chapter in front of us. 2020 is behind us, whatever, however you're feeling it, you know. You have a new business, new idea, new relationship, whatever. But the thing with this Fool is that there's kind of a quality of fury with this image. Kind of a, it's almost like a forced new beginning. Now, if you know the story behind this particular artwork, this is Orpheus, who has just, you know, he promised, you know, Hades, I won't look back until I officially leave the underworld. His wife is following behind him, wife or girlfriend or his lover, whatever, following behind him. He can't look back to make sure that she's behind. He has to just have faith that she's back there. Well, at a certain point, too soon, he looks back. And because he looked back too soon, his wife is swallowed into the depths of the underworld for time and all eternity. So here he is left of like, oh my gosh, I made this whole voyage to come save this love of my life, and now she's gone. And here I am at this beginning point, and I have no idea what this chapter, like, I don't even know anymore, right? And so to me, there's a rigidity a little bit coming through with her vibe. And there's a really unknown space here with the Fool. And I think it's important that you acknowledge just how unknown the frontier actually is. And that the dots that have been connecting up to this point aren't necessarily going to be a straight shot in the next upcoming couple of years. So your business plans, maybe they've been going in a certain way. And of course, we have ups and downs and twists and turns, and that's fine. But I think this is a pretty dramatic twist and turn for Taurus, but you're not aware of that. So humility is going to be really important for Taurus right now. So we have Saturn coming through the 10th. There will be some, Saturn and Jupiter both coming through the 10th. There will be substantial revision in like your life purpose, right? 10th house. We often say it's like our career, but I always feel like that's our house of purpose, what we're really meant to do, why we're here. So your role in society, your role in life, your role as compared to, you know, all of the people in your life is going to come under some pretty intense scrutiny right now, 2021, 2022. And you can't foresee that. There are too many things in the unknown space right now. And the arrogance, I'm going to use that word, although I don't think you guys are arrogant, you know, personality-wise. I don't think that. It's just that she kind of comes off a kind of like, I'm so special, look how beautiful I am, this is my world, this is my realm. It kind of is coming off a little closed-minded to me right now. I don't know why. I won't always say that with this card, but I'm saying that right now. And so she's about ready to have her worldview busted wide open. Now, some of you, if you're ready for that, great. And humility will be super, super important. Let's put the 9-card block up here so you guys can follow along. The first 2 cards are kind of interesting to me. Again, I see, here's you. and you've got the world in your hand, small, teeny little world, back turned to the sun, right? Like, the world is so much different than the way you're viewing it right now. And there are going to be things that you're going to need to start considering, things you're going to need to start learning, things you're going to need to backtrack on and be like, oh, I was wrong. I was wrong about X, Y, or Z. I was wrong about that person. I was wrong about this situation. And you're going to have to reshape your views. And it's going to be the Taurians who are so stubborn and so rigid to their viewpoints that are going to have a really, really hard month, and probably beyond into 2021. It's going to be really, really hard. This is an opportunity for Taurus to be conscious in your flow and say, you know what? I know I'm fixed earth. I know I got that part in me, but I'm going to flow and I'm going to consciously choose so that when something comes up and hits me and challenges my worldview in some way, shape, or form, I'm just going to absorb it. I'm going to process it. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to meditate on it, and I will not react or retaliate, because all that kind of reaction and retaliation will be to protect this teeny tiny world, this teeny tiny idea, when the world is trying to show me something huge, right? It's like the comparison between the size of the earth versus the comparison of the size of the earth versus the sun. I mean, it's just like a million times the size. Wouldn't you rather be here? I think most of you, yeah, you'd rather be there. I think you're ready for that too. You're ready to be in the sunlight. See, to me, even too, like, this is a very two-dimensional perspective. It's almost as though your back is turned to the sun, therefore casting a shadow. And you're staring at the shadow when there's this whole like third-dimensional world out there that you're not even seeing, you're not even privy to, you don't even know exists. I mean, the learning that's coming through for Taurus right now is just huge, huge, huge lessons, huge learn. And I don't mean hard lessons like Saturnian, cracking the whip and making you go to work and being in the drudgery of everything. It's not those kinds of lessons. It's lessons of your own boxed in mind. The lessons of how rigid you have been in some place. We all have rigidity in some place in our life, right? And these eclipses, they're hitting you in fixed houses, right? We've got 8th house, we've got 2nd house. Gemini 2nd, Sagittarius in the 8th. These are, your natural 2nd house. So your views of money, your views of self-value, views of self-respect, views of your sexuality, views of death and immortality, or mortality rather, with the 8th house, so there's like big things on the docket for you here with these eclipses. So, I think it's a good idea for Taurus to be prepared for a pretty massive, like, cracking wide open. Like, your mind is just going to bust wide open here. And yes, it is very unknown in the way that this fool is like, has no clue, because up to this point, he thought he was, saving the love of his life and they were going to live happily ever after. And then all of a sudden, nope, that just got taken away. So be prepared for your life to change. And I don't mean in a bad way. Please don't think that. This is a way for you, and I think I've been telling you guys, you've had all this 9th house stuff, you have Uranus, I mean, you've got, Neptune in the 11th house. I mean, this is like your understanding of society, your understanding of culture, your understanding of who and why you are. I mean, it's hitting next level stuff with these past transits the past couple of years. So of course your spirituality is like taking a lead here. And yes, you are heading into like this vast unknown space. But nothing wrong with that. I mean, the thing that's so cool about the moon is the infinite possibilities that it contains. Now, there's usually a subset that is more likely to occur, right? A subset of possibilities that's most likely to occur, but one choice in a different direction and you're setting yourself up for a whole new subset of possibilities. I see courage. Now, the thing I love about the Enchantress of Wands is her courage, because once she has a new mindset, I mean, there's nothing that's going to stop her from going after anything. I mean, she's just kind of like my bulldog, right? She's the one that just plows forward. She's not going to make excuses. She's not going to want to apologize. She's not going to try to be anything other than what she is. She's not even going to apologize for all the things that she didn't even know before. She's just going to say, oh, well, I didn't know that, so now I get to move forward. So she actually does very well in the moonlight. She kind of thrives in that space because she's like, wow, look at how many options are in front of me. Look at, I don't have to just stick with these 3 options. There are maybe 25 others that maybe I could do too. And not only that, but she has faith in herself. She believes that she deserves it. She believes that she can. She's courageous, and she interacts with the universe in a courageous kind of way. And when you face the moonlight in a courageous way, it becomes your best friend. It opens all the doors, opens all the connections. Okay? Now, this 9 of Swords. This is the only thing, right? This is one of the reasons why I was like, you know what, there's going to be something that comes through, and you're going to have to acknowledge at some point, maybe not in December, maybe January, February. I do think February is going to be kind of a big month for a lot of us on an individual scale, where we're really going to like finally feel the Saturnian nature give way into the Aquarian energy. Okay, Jupiter will be well on his way through Aquarius as well. And Mars will be making his way through Taurus as well. So there'll be more energy. It won't be so dense. But that's going to be the time when you have to really ask yourself, well, do I want to stay closed-minded, or do I want to be open-minded? Do I just want to keep my old worldview, even though I personally don't believe in that anymore? Or am I going to adopt my new ways? So there is a feeling of being trapped between worlds here a little bit. And, because you thought so readily that this was what it was going to be. This was your box that you put everything in. And it was kind of a small box. That's what we do as humans, right? We think we're like doing all this stuff, but really in the spectrum of the universe, it's like this big. It's like teeny tiny. And I think there will be a little bit of stress in terms of letting go, in terms of making those transitions. Because I don't think it's going to be a small little hop over a small puddle. This is like a big leap over some kind of a canyon of some kind, right? And you're going to have to take that leap of faith. The good news is the very center of the reading, we have this beautiful Temperance card, which is a suggestion like, don't worry, all is well. And maybe what you're looking for is a soft landing. This is a guarantee. Don't worry, you'll have a soft landing. Take the leap. It will be okay. Have peace in your heart, And it's not even just that. I mean, it's not even just about peace. It's about fortune with the Wheel of Fortune. These are 2 Jupiterian ruled energies right here. We've got double Jupiter. And this, to me, when you couple it with courage, when you couple it with, the Queen of Wands ferocity and her ability to adjust and to adapt when she knows she needs to, anything becomes possible. Look, Taurus, like whether it's a financial goal that you have, a romantic goal that you have, building a family, building a business, moving to a new location, building a home, buying a home, like whatever it is, I just want you to know that if anything is taken away from you, it's because it's making space for the big stuff. That's what it's doing. It's making space for the big stuff. Because these cards don't play small. This, I don't know why I see this is such a random interpretation for me. It's just like the gut feeling of like, you're playing it way too small here. Like way, way, way too small. The size of the earth versus the size of the sun. I mean, that's the difference of what we're talking about. So financially, if you're shooting for like a salary like this big, the universe is like, why are you shooting for a salary that big when what we're trying to give you is something like 100 times that? Why wouldn't you want that instead? you know? If you're shooting for a romantic partnership, like, you better start asking for all the things. Conscious relationship, sexual compatibility, financial comfort, fertility, like all the things. Ask for all the things. This Wheel of Fortune is starting to really turn over, okay? But it's going to depend. How are you going to let it? That's the question. Are you going to let it? Or are you going to kind of stay here, and are you just going to sit down and pout and be angry because you didn't get what you thought your life was supposed to have? Because this guy could just as easily just sit down and just sit there and pout, and beat yourself up for looking back too soon, But he just keeps going. He just keeps going. And we have the King of Coins, which of course is your card. This is where the success is. I think what I'm actually, now that I'm like looking at these cards, I'm like, this is really a story. Like, if I'm being honest, this is not a story of having the things. It's not a story of manifestation. It's not a story of anything other than alchemy. Okay, this is a story of the insides matching the outsides. Like, if your insides are playing a small game, your outsides are going to match that small game. But the sun comes through and says, well, we need to start playing a bigger game. We need our insides to be full of brilliance. We need our insides and our minds and our hearts to be full of love and compassion and to feel valuable. It's a epidemic right now of how invaluable we feel a lot, right? Like, that's such a sad thing, that we as a human being, as a human race, as a society, as a culture, that we don't breed into our children their inherent worth. Do you know what I mean? And some of us have had some really, really, really hard lessons about being worthy. And this is North Node through the second house. That all of the possessions, all of the material things that come with the second house, thing, our relationship with food, everything, it's all just a reflection of what's going on inside, just like everything else. So if you feel the gigantic size and light and brilliance and love and compassion and joy of the sun, then your outsides are going to start matching that. And maybe that's why this is such a small game, is because you're looking to the extra. Maybe that's what this is. Now that I'm like kind of going through it, I'm like, well, maybe this is you playing the external game and trying to go out into the external world and trying to get the stuff, rather than becoming a pretty substantial magnet, right? We understand there's a high level of gravity that comes with the sun. When you're operating at the level of the sunlight or the sun itself, you have a natural gravitational pull, and all the things will just naturally and inherently come to you. This is what busts the game wide open for Taurus right now. This is what it is. Inherent value and living accordingly. I genuinely believe you're at like a 90-degree pivot. Boom. That's what that Fool represents, a 90-degree pivot. And you don't even see it. Career busts open, finances bust open, love busts open, and you will be successful. And there will be no question as to how it works from this point forward. There will be no question as to how you do it for whatever else you're kind of seeking in this world. You're coming into a place of conquering the internal, external puzzle. Like, we can sit here and talk about it all day long and be like, oh, well, you need to feel this way, and you need to do your affirmations, and you need to do this, and you can do a little ceremony to manifest whatever you like. We can talk all that BS all day long. But when you actually do it, and you apply it, and you practice it, and you actually call things in like magic, it's a whole new ballgame. Like I said, this is the major leagues type stuff, Taurus. This is the major leagues. This is not kindergarten anymore. Like, we're not there anymore. We're just not. 2020 was a massive graduation, all right? And then we also have this card here, recognition and reward. Credit where credit is due. Now, the one thing, heartache and loss, was kind of concerning for me. But like I was saying, same with that Nine of Swords, there's going to be some things that you have to let go. There are things that are not a part of your story anymore. They're just not. And you might need to create heartbreak in another person. Another person will create a heartbreak in you. But if you don't view it as a heartbreak so much as it is creating space as a symptom of what happens when you actually start living as though you are the sun, can we not disassociate Taurus from gold? Like gold, like Taurus, the gold bull, the bullion. This is like your vibe. This golden energy is your whole shtick. This is what you're all about. So you're just creating more space for more gold in your life at this point. So it's not really heartache and it's not really loss. It might feel like that for a minute, but when you take this higher level perspective, there is really nothing static anyway. There is nothing that stays, right? They always say the only thing that's constant is change. The energy is gaining momentum. Yeah, I'll say it is. It's definitely gaining momentum. That sunlight is going to come in so fast. It's just a moment. Boom. And I do. Same with that Fool. Like, you look back and boom, all of a sudden your life is different. And that's probably what it's going to be. And from that point, things will start building and building and building and building and building to the point where there's going to be so much momentum that you couldn't even stop it if you tried. Okay? Now, I love the Capricorn card that we got. Capricorn, fellow Earth energy, and especially as we have Mars, which is a planet that is exalted in Capricorn, very, very strong in Capricorn. We have got Mars coming into Taurus. I do feel that there's going to be a lot of productivity for you. Now, this is the cardinal energy. This is the straight arrow. This is the part of you that's like, I have this idea of what my life is going to go, and it's going to go in this direction, and it's your rigidity. But the thing about Capricorn that's so cool is it kind of has a two-faced nature, right? We have the goat, and then we have the fishtail. So we have both sort of aspects going on there. And when the goat can't climb, he can easily jump off the mountain and dive down deep into the ocean. I think what's happening now is the universe is asking you to dive down deep into the ocean, to swim, to flow. It's asking you to go deep internally, which we have, right? We all have. That was the whole point of 2020. But we get to live there now. 2020 was about creating a home there. Now we get to live there, deep within ourselves. And vigilance. Pay attention. Be vigilant. Pay attention to what's going on. Pay attention to the way the universe interacts with you. And I'm not just talking about little like 1111s here and there. Like, that's all great. But we're also past that now too. Like, we need to start understanding how dots are connecting when they're connecting. And understand that the story is bigger than what we see. And it will always be bigger than what we see. Always. Pay attention to who comes in your life. Pay attention to who leaves. Pay attention to who flakes and who doesn't. Pay attention to what your gut is saying. Pay attention to your heart. Pay attention to what feels good and what does not feel good. What feels safe and what does not feel safe. Pay attention. This is like high alert time for Taurus right now. High alert. Because your life is about, like, you need it because your life is about to grow. Next couple years, guys, I'm not talking about all of this happening in December. This is just the beginning point. December, Jupiter, Saturn conjunction in Aquarius. Boom. That's like the start of a 20-year clock. 20 years from now, you're going to look back today and be like, wow, that really was the pivot point. It really, really was. And we have this last card, which of course is an inevitability, chaos and conflict. Things are not going to appear the way they actually are, or they're not the way they appear, rather. And there will be chaos as you expand, right? There will be chaos as you evolve and as you take on this new, like being the sunlight, when you are the sun and you operate as though you are actually the center of your own universe, which I guess if the universe is infinite, then we all actually are at the center of our own universe, right? Nassim Haramein, thank you. But there's beauty with chaos. There's beauty with conflict because it means that things are changing. It means the tides are turning. Okay? Really cool reading. I'm going to put this camera down and we're going to talk about the comprehensives. All right, see you in just a sec. All right, Taurus, let's take a look here at these clarifiers that we'll talk about in the comprehensive. For those of you who are new to my channel, these cards, the comprehensive reading, we'll usually talk about these cards for about 20 to 25 minutes. The link for that can be found in the description box or the comment thread down below if you wish to join us. So let's take a look. Let's clarify this Enchantress of Wands or this Queen of Wands. Anything else you need to know about this? Let's see. Ooh, Nine of Cups. I love the red coming through. It's actually a very earthy chakra, right? The that base chakra, deeply connected with Taurian themes. Six of Cups, beautiful. And Nine of Wands. Look at this Fool. Six of Coins. You know what I just heard in my mind? It's like a life swap. Like swapping out your old life for your new life. Life swap. And Four of Wands. Four of Swords, Four of Wands. Okay, now let's take a look here at the 9-card block, starting with the Two of Wands. Ooh, Chariot. Beautiful. Three of Cups. Two of Cups reversed. The Sun, clarifying the Sun, Queen of Coins reversed. Page of Wands. I think the question with the Sun is, do you want it? Like, that's the first and foremost, because there are going to be a lot of Taurians who don't want it, right? They don't want that expansion in perspective. They don't want that new viewpoint. They just want their life to be comfy and cozy and to stay the same. That's not you guys, though. Definitely not you guys. You might be cross-watching for someone who's like that, but and that's the saddest part, is that there's so much potential here for, and when I say expansion, I just don't mean like small things. There's nothing small about this reading at all, like not even a little bit. Another Queen of Wands there, beautiful. All right, and then we have Nine of Swords. That's a really good sign. You might go into that Nine of Swords state for like a minute. You're going to quickly snap out of it, though. Ten of Coins reversed. Hanged Man. Temperance. Let's take a look. Very center of the reading. Ooh, a moon reversed. Like I said, you guys have a soft landing. There's nothing scary. Queen of Swords. Knight of Cups reversed. Let's do one more there. For the Temperance. Ooh, and then another Fool. Excellent. Ooh, I love that. With the Wheel of Fortune. Are you kidding me? Let's do one more. This is a battle of the mind right here. Can you really envision yourself with all the things? That's really the question. Or are there still twinges of doubt? When you hit up against those feelings of doubt and skepticism, that's a sign of what's kind of operating in the background, which is why it hasn't happened yet. What was that card? Six of Wands. Judgment and High Priestess. Beautiful. Love that. Definitely seeing a few players coming out here, like a few characters in your life. Although I don't necessarily know that they have a huge role, other than in some way that Knight of Wands might be more of an example more than anything. Ooh, another Wheel of Fortune, you guys. That's beautiful. Really, really exciting stuff. 2 Suns and 2 Wheel of Fortunes. Oh, stop it. Ace of Cups. Oh my God, it's so perfect. All right, and then we have a King of Cups at the bottom. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are absolutely more than welcome. If not, you guys know I love you. Have an amazing eclipse season, and I will see you guys very, very soon. All right, take care. Bye-bye. Gemini, welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's dive right into these cards. The very first one that comes out, which signifies your energy, specifically Gemini, is in this deck, it's called the Artisan of Wands. Now, this is kind of like the Knight of Wands in a traditional tarot deck. The thing I love about this image, this is actually an image of an architect. Okay, so there is this quality here of designing something. And we know, like all year, right? The whole year, I've been talking about the 8th house stuff. Well, we're finally coming out of it. So December 21st, we have this grand conjunction, Jupiter, Saturn in Aquarius in your 9th house. Now, Jupiter loves to be in the 9th. Saturn loves to be in Aquarius. So we have a really good situation going on here for Gemini in Aquarius, okay? So when we have this 9th house expansion quality, because of course 8th house is very contracted, right? But now it's going the opposite. So there's kind of a balancing effect going on. So I feel like now is a really, really, really great time for Gemini to sit with themselves. Don't involve other people. Okay. This is a very private process. And really ask yourself, what do you see in your life? What do you see for yourself? Do you see a relationship? Do you see travel? Do you see a new business? Do you see more money? Like, what do you really see? And you don't have to connect all the dots, but you need to understand that what's happening when you're doing that process is the beginning stages of, manifestation, if you will. We have this magician, which ultimately is an image of Circe, the sorceress, mixing potions. And if you think of what you're doing in the design aspect, right? When you're thinking about things, you're brainstorming, you're, linking things together. Well, if this happens, then maybe I could do this. And if you're thinking in that way, you're actually mixing your potion. okay? And I feel like there's the one thing that I know for sure all of you can expect in the next year and 2 years, 1 and 2 years, is a better perspective. That's the one thing I can guarantee for all of you. You will have a better perspective. Ninth house emphasis is all about the motto, right, is I see, right? I see. Because in the eighth house, you're still in that transformation process, and it can be, painful, and there can be a lot of humbling experiences that happen. And then all of a sudden, we have the eighth house opening up to the ninth, and all of a sudden now you can fly, right? You're in a cocoon, you're breaking yourself down, turning yourself into a butterfly. Ninth house, you get to fly, and you get to see the whole world totally different because you're not crawling on the ground anymore like a caterpillar. You're flying in the air like a butterfly. Okay, so you need to understand that this transition will take time and that there will be a lot of light bulbs turning on for you. Like a lot of things are going to start clicking and to be like, oh my God, like I'm so happy that happened. I really understand. I see it now. And that's the thing is I see. Because what happens when Jupiter in 2023 moves into Pisces, okay, which is very, very strong in Pisces. It's a rulership position. This is the house of I use. So when your perspective changes the way it's about to, you will be able to then use that knowledge properly in a way that will benefit you in a worldly sense. 10th house, in a worldly sense. Okay, so we're playing a long game here. We need to understand long game. So when 2024 hits and Saturn moves into Pisces, right, you'll have the capacity to fully materialize things, all right? So if you can think of this more in the long term when you're in the designing thing, that's going to be best because it will really, nurture patience. It will nurture relaxation. You'll be able to go with the flow a lot better. Not that that's a problem for Gemini, but it will just feel a lot less stress because 8th house, there's a lot of contraction. There's a lot of stress that goes on, but now you're moving into a much more open space. Thank God, right? You're moving to a much more open space, and it's going to be a time for you to blossom in ways that you did not even know were possible. Okay, so let's put the 9 cards up here so you guys can follow along. I mean, if you look, just first glance, the only major arcana that we're getting is the Hermit in the very center. Okay, now we'll get around to the Hermit. We'll start, in the upper left like we normally do. But I just wanted to point out that, you're still in that transition during December, okay? Because the build up to Saturn and Jupiter is still happening in Capricorn, and then they both kind of enter into Aquarius, and then that's when they hit first degrees of Aquarius, okay? In Western astrology anyway. All right, starting off with the 5 of Cups. There has been loss. No doubt, without a doubt. 8th house, house of death. A lot of things have died off in your life. Most specifically and most hopefully, psychological patterns that are bad for you. Hopefully that's what's died. Hopefully that is what is gone. But the thing is that you have to level up now. Because those patterns are waning and the new life is waxing and it's kind of this changeover period, you're just going to have to accept, whether you like it or not, that the old way of doing things cannot continue. It just simply cannot. You cannot fall in love in the same way that you used to fall in love. You cannot, go about your business in the way that you normally used to go about doing it, because you are a different person. And sometimes that takes a while to really sink in of like, oh, I am different. Right? I mean, who you are ultimately as a soul is the same, but now you're operating with a new set of tools, which is a new way of understanding your emotions. It's a new way of thinking. It's a new way of, the whole process. And yes, of course, let's not forget that we also have the, full moon eclipse on November 30th in your sign in Western astrology. So we have, a lot of emphasis on the way we think. And it's a really nice introduction actually for you for 9th house stuff. Full moon in your sign, letting go of the old way of thinking. New moon in Sagittarius, a new way of philosophizing, right? A totally new way of perspective. So it's time to say goodbye, even though I do feel with the 4 of Swords reversed, there's going to be some level of agitation. There's going to be some agitation. Because I think what's happening with this Artisan of Wands is that you're starting to want things that might actually make you feel uncomfortable. It's challenging your belief systems. It's like, let's say you're starting to actually want a certain kind of lifestyle, but you currently view yourself as being very far away from actually having that lifestyle. But the belief is kind of pulling you towards that. And I feel like you're hitting up against some walls in the designing process that are triggering you in some way. And you're going to have to address those of like, you know what, the least I could do for myself is believe. The least I could do is believe that I can. The least that I can do is believe that it's possible. Because that's the most thing that's helpful. But it will it will hit different. It will hit different. I think your mind is going to be quite active, but not in it's like a different kind of active. It's not like yammering and yip yapping and the way it often is. It's active in a more creative sense. With that Artisan of Wands. I have to keep coming back to the Artisan of Wands and the Magician, because I'm feeling like a pulsing, like it's starting to pulse different. It's a more relaxed pulsing, but it's still challenging. It's kind of like when you're like lifting weights, and you've been lifting the same kind of weights and you're like, you know what, I'm ready to build a little bit more muscle. I'm going to start lifting heavier. And so it's a slower process and you realize like, oh, I thought I was so strong, but now I'm trying to lift heavier weight and I realize that I'm really not at that weight class yet, so you're kind of in that space, but you are upgrading nonetheless. And I definitely see that with the Six of Wands. I honestly feel like the Gemini creativity is just coming out full force. And we have this design perspective. So yeah, you're in full-on design mode, full-on creativity mode. And I know that your wheels are spinning in terms of all the things that you could do. And I actually really like the playfulness that I'm seeing from the Six of Wands too. I'm seeing, well, we might as well try it, we might as well go for it, might as well put our money there, might as well see what happens, might as well. And, I think it's actually going to work out well for you. The experimental quality is really being amplified by that Uranus in the 12th house. You're in next 5 years, experimental mode. And I don't think it's a selfish thing. It's not just like, oh, I want all this money kind of stuff. It's more like, how can I live a life that's more purposeful? How can I contribute to society in a better way? How can I have more of an impact with my actions rather than it all being, about me all the time? Like, how can I make it about humanity, right? Uranus in the 12th. How can I make it about humanity? Now, Ten of Swords we love. Love the Ten of Swords because when it's reversed like this, I always see a gravity. And that gravity is so strong, there's no way that these swords could continue to be in your back. So what I'm feeling is that they're starting to come out. So yes, there's a little bit of hopefully not grieving over your swords. Hopefully you haven't gotten to that. Many of you might be cross-watching for a Gemini who seems to completely identify with their pain and that their trauma is who they are. Like, well, I'm a sexual abuse victim and that's who I am, or I'm only attracted to narcissists and that's who I am. Like that kind of stuff that we're not trying to be there anymore. Some of you might be dealing with someone like that, but I think the people who are watching this for themselves, you're feeling these swords just like falling out, and like no matter how hard, even if you wanted to keep these swords, you can't. The stars are just pushing you too far. The growth is inevitable at this point and at this juncture. But what I love about this Hermit, now this Hermit I know has I kind of like how it's coming out for you because on the one hand, it's a Virgo card. Virgo is, of course, the other mercurial rulership, right? Gemini is ruled by Mercury. Virgo is also ruled by Mercury. But I also like the Hermit with the ninth house activity. I also see it as a very Sagittarian aspect as well. It's kind of like that beautiful merging of the mercurial lower mind and the Jupiterian higher mind really working together in one kind of form or identity. So that's what I really like about this, because there is emergence within your own duality here. And I have to just point out that we got this beautiful Gemini card, Gemini for the Gemini reading. That almost never happens. So you're kind of taking on the best aspects of your own archetype. You know, your mind is healthy, it's functional, the dualities are balanced. There is the, emergence of the light and the shadow working together. Just a really beautiful kind of combination going on there for you. And because of that merging, higher mind, lower mind, these swords that take a long time to acquire, like, don't get me wrong, these are not things that just happen overnight. These are things that happen years and years, maybe some of you even since childhood, And now all of a sudden this Hermit is coming out and saying, it makes sense. And I do think it does. I think it does make sense. And your perspective on those events in your life, your perspective on the feelings and the emotions, your perspective gets turned upside down. Humility is a really, really good idea right now. I'm just going to say it. Humility is a good idea. It's always a good idea to be humble, to be grateful, to be appreciative. Always a good idea. But especially right now, at the kind of forefront of this massive transition. Breathe. Give yourself time. Please be patient. Hang out in this design phase for a minute. Hang out here. Enjoy your time mixing your potions, enjoy the process. The thing with like hurrying up here, the thing with trying to hurry up and make it work or whatever, there's going to be missteps if you do that. I'm even like getting an image of you like writing things down on paper, getting little post-it notes, connecting some kind of dots. Like there's something careful, but also carefree about this process. Because I do see you eliminating a lot of boundaries. Okay? Now, the Knight of Wands, which goes with the Artisan of Wands as well, is an indication of a part of your energy, is, he's not leaping and bounding. Before, when he's upright, he would be, jumping and moving and making things happen and going. But through December, there's a kind of a resistance with that. I think that's okay. I think that's kind of a good thing, actually, because it gives you more time to be more mindful. And what it's not about going slow or being careful or cautious. It's not what's really happening. It's about setting down an idea, thinking about what maybe you want, thinking about maybe how it might come about in your life or how you might be able to achieve it, and then letting it rest for a minute, because in that resting period, just a day or two, your mind could even open even that much more. And then you're like, oh, and then you can expand on the idea, and then you rest again, and then again it continues to open. So I do see this like process of brainstorming and ideas and designing and then opening, and then, oh, what about this? And then, oh, what about this? And it's just going to get bigger and bigger and more clear as the month goes on. And then as we enter into January, February, March, there will still be things that continue to pulse open. All right. I think the energy will be more conducive to more action for Gemini. But for right now, for December, let's just let Saturn and Jupiter just like really officially end their transit in Capricorn, let them officially enter into Aquarius before we start pushing in any way, shape, or form, okay? And you do so much better with like air qualities anyway. Saturn has a lot less density in Aquarius, so, there's going to be more movement. And that's indicated very clearly here with the Ace of Cups. It's that resting period, rest and then blossom and let it open. That's what flow is. I see you deeply connected with like the life force right now. I really, as long as you want to be. You know, a lot of people are going to be like really trapped in, like I say, they're going to be hanging onto their swords, and that's fine. You have to just let people do what they're going to do, because you can't smack them around and make them see it your way, you know? So this is choice. This is a choice. Gemini, if you want your heart to open, if you want universal inspiration, if you want a life more fulfilling, more full of joy, more peaceful, with better people, okay, if that's what you want, that is what you are walking into, okay? But this cannot be grabbed, right? This is a gift literally from the clouds. It's a literal, like, out of nowhere kind of energy. It's something that you create in your heart space, you create in your energy, you create with your emotional state, but you don't create it like with your hands. You don't make it happen. You're prepared for this and you create space for it, and the universe provides. So the designing and the potion mixing aspect of those first two cards there is about creating space and creating the proper state of being to invite this into your life. So when it comes, it won't be a surprise. And I actually like this Knight of Cups for Gemini as well, because you do have Pisces on that midheaven there. This is a very Piscean quality, the mutable water, Knight of Cups. And you just move forward. See, the reason why the Knight of Wands can't do his leaps and bounds, the reason why he's reversed, is because this hadn't come in yet. So the cards are just saying, like, just hold back, rest, breathe, be here, wait for this, and then you can move forward. And this can come in so many different forms. It can just come in like a moment of inspiration to call someone, you know, or it could come in a something from the outside could come into your life too. It could be an external toward the internal. I don't know how it's going to manifest for you. The Ace of Cups is always tailored to our life. It's tailored to our individuality and our own individual experience of this lifeline. But when it comes, you'll know. And it will be soft, and it will be gentle, and it will come, and it will inspire you to move. See, the reason why that Knight of Wands is reversed is because you're feeling that resistance with the movement right now. You're feeling like, oh, maybe not yet. Maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'm not sure. You know, any kinds of doubts and skepticism is all wrapped up in that Knight of Wands reversed. That's your Hermit kind of kicking in and being like, you're going to know when it feels right. Don't worry. You're going to know when it's right. I don't see Gemini doing things prematurely right now. I just don't see you wanting to. And I also don't see you expecting anything from anybody right now. Page of Coins reversed. And like, I actually think you're totally okay with this. You know, if so-and-so doesn't give you something, if they don't call you, if they don't offer this, if they don't, you're good, because you've got your Ace of Cups, because you're in that heart space, your Knight of Cups, following your heart, following your intuition, following that which feels natural. Uncomfortable, right? You're lifting heavier weight now, but it feels natural. It feels right. It's the right thing for you to be doing for you right now. And you're not going to sit around and wait for all these rinky-dink kind of offers. This is sort of self-directed stuff. Your mind, your heart, your terms. All right. I'm going to come back to this because it's just so perfect. The Gemini aspect of the perfect dualistic kind of fire and water mixing perfectly, mixing beautifully, the shadow and the light, the masculine and the feminine, all the dualities that Gemini encompasses, which is like all of them. And I think this is a really beautiful place for you guys to be. So the other oracles, we have the base chakra and the firm foundation. You guys, the 8th house stuff, the past 2 years, was laying the foundation. That was the whole point of all of this. It wasn't for nothing. It wasn't just to give you a hard go at life. It was to lay a foundation. And you've been... It's coming to a close, which means you can start building on top of it now. right? Because now you have the self-awareness. Now you understand the reasons why you do the things you do. Now you understand your triggers. You understand your deeper psychology right now. You understand why you're attracted to the things you're attracted to. And now you can actually start. I'm not going to say you're going to completely change everything about yourself. It's not what that was about. It was just about understanding the kind of the backward push and not operating like, I've got no idea what's going on, you know. A lot of people still are, unfortunately, but I know that the people who are paying attention to the sky, paying attention to the more spiritual energies, those of you who meditate, those of you who have a meaningful spiritual practice, I know you felt yourself crack open. And all the vulnerabilities just kind of came out. And now you can address them. And when you mend, you are now much, much, much stronger than you ever probably thought that you could be. Have faith in your dreams. What did I say in the beginning? Like, if you're going to be in a design process, you might as well design the whole freaking thing. Like, please design the whole thing. Please think of the best. It's like when you're designing a house, right? You're like, well, my budget this, my budget that. That's limitation, okay? If you're going to design your house, put in all the best stuff, the best flooring, put in the best, kitchen appliances, put in the best marble, like put in the best, plan for that, aim for that, go for that, and don't hold back. Don't hold your punches here, because you have no idea the amount of growth that Saturn through the 9th, 10th, and 11th houses is going to bring over the next 6 years. 6 years, change your life. Really, truly. Incredible, incredible stuff. We also have 2 more cards. We have the winter solstice, which is so poetic because, of course, the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is happening on the winter solstice, December 21st of this year. And, of course, it uses the word reflection. Now is an excellent month to reflect, to think about what the past 2 years have really brought you, or the past 4 years. 4 years because Saturn was in your 7th house before that. So you had a lot of relationship stuff that happened. The relationship stuff gave way to internal transformation and emotional exchange. And that is going to give way to 9th house Saturn, which of course is deepened perspective and higher levels of consciousness and spirituality. So reflect, really, really think about how far you've come in the past 4 years. And then, you can kind of see the trajectory that you're on, how far you will be going over the next 4 and 6 years. Last but not least, we have Loyal Heart. Now, I don't always see this as a romantic card. It can be, but for a duality sign like Gemini, Pisces, Libra, right, where we have the 2 fish for Pisces, the sides of the scale for Libra, and the 2 twins for Gemini, I often see this as being loyalty to oneself, loyalty to your soul, loyalty to your heart. We can't break the commitments with ourselves. Right? We can't do that, because when we do that, we shortchange ourselves, and that's when we create issues in our lives. That's when we create drama and problems and difficulties in our relationships. You have to remain loyal to yourself, and because now you have a deeper understanding of self, you'll be a lot more tolerant of external things, a lot more compassionate toward other people, but you still have to maintain that sort of inner compass that is pulling you and guiding you, which is exactly the force that is saying, hey, you want this, right? Often our desires are inspired, not by ego, right? But by our soul guiding us in a very specific direction. Okay? All right, let's put the camera down and we will talk about the comprehensive cards. See you guys in just a sec. Okay, Gemini, for those of you who are new to my channel, got my little wire here, hold on, sorry. For those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. We normally talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. So let's see here. The Artisan of Wands. We have the 5 of Wands, kind of like that feisty energy, if I'm being honest with you. We have the 10 of Wands. A lot of fiery energy. This Mars and Aries going direct. Plus we got Venus in Scorpio still for most of the month, up until the 15th, when it then enters into Sagittarius. A lot of fiery energy. And we have the 6 of Cups. Okay. The Magician. The 3 of Swords. Nine of Wands. Your environment kind of, it's kind of pushing you into a corner a little bit. It's like, you're going to design this. You're going to do this. Like, you don't have a choice. You're going to do it. There's not even like a this or that. It's just like, you're going to do it. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at this 5 of Cups now. What is this 5 of Cups here to tell you, Gemini? Ooh, 6 of Wands again. Creativity, love. 3 of Wands, a lot of Wands, my goodness. Nine of Cups. I love the 9 of Cups when it comes out with the 9 of Coins. It has a lot to do with our self-confidence, our sense of empowerment, our sense of deserving and self-worth. Fool. Six. We got the 6 of Coins, the 6 of Cups, 6 of Wands. Another 5 of Wands there. Beautiful. Okay. 10 of Swords reversed. What else do you need to know here? Oh, 10 of Swords again on top of it. Let's do 2 more cards for that. Ooh, a Hermit and a Death card. Okay. Really amplifying the Virgo energy there. 8 of Cups and the Star. Beautiful. Knight of Wands. The thing that's so kind of cool about the stars, like when you really start paying attention to what's going on, is that you start realizing that you don't have a lot of choice as to when things turn over. You know, you just don't. And I see with that Knight of Wands of just like relax, enjoy this process. You don't have to push, you don't have to force, you don't have to try to make anything happen. I don't want to speak too soon, but you certainly have a lot of the more subtle major arcana coming out. Like it's a big transition, but it's not very loud. You know, like there's not going to be loud events, at least in your own individual life, maybe nationally or globally, but not individually. Oh, another 3 of Swords. What was this card again? I forgot. Hold on. Oh, Knight of Cups. There you are, Gemini, Lovers reversed. Ace of Coins. Yeah, all of your opportunities they're not essentially coming from Temperance at the bottom. They're not necessarily coming from like other people. I mean, you're creating them, but like by the state of your being, you know, so if you're sitting around waiting for anyone to do anything or say anything, it's not going to pan out for you. It's just not going to happen. Okay. You have to, your ruling planet, Mercury, is in Sagittarius this month. That's kind of its not best position, all right? It's opposite of its rulership there. It's in fall. So we have, we have to be clear with things. And if we want something from someone, we have to specifically ask. But I also don't necessarily know that they're going to be able to reciprocate an exchange right now. So you have to be, really good on your own. All right. Okay, let's end this here. For those of you who want to join, again, that link will be in the description box or the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much for everything. I love you. I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. Let's go ahead and get right into these cards. I'm getting a really interesting tone from these cards. Like, there's a sense of empowerment. There's a sense of like deep inner wisdom really, really surfacing and living at the forefront of your consciousness. And there's also a lot of patience coming through here. So the very first card, which signifies your energy, in this deck, it's called the Enchantress of Swords, kind of like a Queen of Swords in a traditional tarot deck. Now, one of the things I really love about her is she does have, first of all, she's got her scrolls here. And to me, whenever I see her, I'm like, she's the keeper of the ancient wisdom, like the keeper of truth. Like she belongs in a temple, so to speak, with the scrolls of the ancient wisdom in the back room there. And there's something quiet, but also fierce about her energy. Now, this is being matched almost perfectly by the environment, which the environment card is the Empress. Now, in this particular deck, and I'm going to show you here in just a second, in this particular deck, there are two Empress cards, okay? One is like this warrior general, okay, like an officer of the nation or whatever. And then the other Empress is more like the traditional tarot, which is like this, woman sitting on her plush throne with her garden of roses, and it's all very luxurious and elegant. And the reason why I'm showing you, obviously this did not come out for you. I pulled this card out so you could see and compare that this Empress that you actually got is a lot more empowering in a different kind of way. There's a lot more masculine energy being put forth with this Empress, okay? And when I actually see her, what I more see is like the Lilith quality, which is like the perfect blend of masculine and feminine. There is a unapologetic approach to decisions. And I think that you are having to make certain decisions. This could be career path decisions or decisions for your family. But either way, I think people are looking to you for guidance, looking for answers, looking for, at least your opinion at the bare minimum. And I want you to know that this is a month where you can be completely and purely, authentically yourself. And that in and of itself is enough. To say what you really think, whether or not you have expertise, okay, whether or not you have experience, whether or not you've been there before, it doesn't matter. What you really think matters. And your truth matters. And it's very, very important. Now, we've been hit hard this year with the Jupiter-Pluto stuff. If you are still living in denial of any kind, you're doing yourself a huge disservice, okay? This year was about truth, and it was about surrendering to what is our most honest ideas, our most honest sense of being, okay? And when we're living in this honesty, we can move forward with greater ease. We can make decisions more easily because our mind is more clear. It's not clouded by layers of denial and hypocrisy. And when I look at these cards, I see nothing but pure truth. Now, I know that some of you are going to be cross-watching, right, for, a boyfriend or a girlfriend or someone that you're dealing with at work or whatever. You're cross-watching for them and they are not here. And you know what? A lot of people aren't. And that's the saddest part. Okay. We need to acknowledge that there is this massive separation going on right now between people that want to grow, people that want to develop, people that want to understand themselves and therefore humanity at large. And there are people that do not. So, the people who are here watching, this kind of content and, psychology videos, spirituality videos, people who are, meditating and all of that, they're on the path. And when you're coming into this truth here, it couldn't get better than this, I don't think. I really don't. And I like the Empress too. She is still creative. She is very creative. And I think your environment is, there's a lot of support for your creative ideas and for what it is you're really looking to do with your life. Okay. Now let's put the 9-card block over here so you guys can follow along. We don't have huge major arcana. We've got 2, Chariot is reversed. I'm going to start in the center though with the Justice card because can we just for a second, we have the Justice card, we have the Enchantress of Swords, which by the way, okay, these are both Libra kind of energy. So we have that balancing of the scales. And then we also have another Libra energy. The Empress is ruled by Venus, okay, Venus. So we have all of this Libra archetype stuff coming to the forefront of your life right now. And when I say Libra, I'm not talking about the Libra personality, all right? I'm talking about the Libran archetype, which is about balance and justice and fairness and truth, okay? And there's an aesthetic to truth as well. Truth is a very beautiful thing, all right? So this is your opportunity to be fully in balance if you want. Your 7th house, natural house of Libra. I know it's in Capricorn, but it's the natural Libra house. Your 7th house being hit super, super, super hard. Yes, relationships absolutely impacted you. And any Capricorn stuff is all career and public life and life purpose type of stuff. You being Cancer, home life, all of these things are on the docket for you in terms of change for the past couple of years. And now Saturn and Jupiter are moving into the 8th house, which will be deep. Don't get me wrong. Talk to your Gemini friends, it will be deep. It will be meaningful. But you're moving into it from a really, really great state. I highly recommend being conscious, all right, or acknowledging really where you are, okay? Because when you say, okay, I'm at this balanced place, even though maybe you don't feel like it, right, 5 of Wands, look, I'm not saying that everything in your life is going to be perfect. This is your internal state. You can have a lot of imperfections going on out there. And, Lord knows there's probably going to be some chaos, politically and stuff like that coming through with the eclipses and all of that. There will be stuff that happens for sure. And as we move into 2021, there's going to be stuff. And yet you can remain intact. I do not see Cancer wavering, right? Cardinal energy. I love this for cardinals. I do not see you wavering. And the fact that Libra actually rules your 4th house is a really beautiful thing because that is your natural place, your place of roots, the place from whence you came is from a state of balance, which means you can always return back to that 4th house safety. You can always return back home. And I use home in a metaphorical sense that we are our own home, okay? So no, there's not going to be perfection out there. There's just simply not going to be. And you might be dealing with a lot of people. You might be dealing with people at work. You might be dealing with neighbors and brothers and sisters and all of that. And okay, yeah, there might be some pushback with certain things. But look, I see Cancerian boundaries being really healthy. And I don't mean too much and I don't mean too little. I mean perfectly healthy boundaries right now, which means you're going to be able to prevent the five of Wands drama from impacting you. All right. Like I said, it's power. It's, this is quiet, divine, feminine, Enchantress of Swords, and the Empress energy. it's just like, it's such a beautiful thing. Like, I don't know, but it's possible that this is like a time, maybe not just December. Maybe it's been November, December, maybe January, February, and into March. Maybe it's a kind of a longer period of time here where you're probably like the most attractive person in the room, just simply because of the energy with which you've walked in. Okay? This is a very sexy thing. It's mysterious. It's a lot of intrigue. There's a mystique around everything that's happened. There's something like really like on the energetic level pumping through these cards, which is why I said that thing in the beginning. And we have the Page of Wands. Like, I don't really think Cancer is like trying to be nice to people right now. I just don't. Like, you're a nice person and you have good intentions, and of course you want the best for people, but you're not about to just be nice just because that's what you're supposed to be, right? This is, I think, Cancer getting a little bit sharp with people, and right, sword energy, getting a little bit sharp, but also like commanding respect at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, you either respect me and approach me or don't approach me. And I think the respect is earned. That's the one thing. It's not, respect me just because I'm special. Like, it's no, like, respect me because I know what's up, because I know who I am, because I know what's going on, because I have good ideas, because I have good opinions about stuff, And I do see people being a little bit hesitant to really approach you, but I think that's a good thing, because these are the kind of people that maybe you don't want approaching you in the first place. You're repelling the lower vibrational consciousness by being high vibrational. I do. I see you repelling things that are not good for you. I do see that. And I see you being kind of happy about it too. Because I don't think you like, I'm sorry, but this keeper of truth and wisdom does not have time for the little games. Like, her job is too important. Okay? It's too important. And that's why this Chariot card, like, I don't see movement for Cancer right now, because you're not supposed to be moving. Saturn and Jupiter making their way into the 8th house. This is not about movement. This is about transition. It will happen. Of course, this is your Cancerian energy. It will happen, but it's not right now. Okay? You're operating from a really high intelligence here, whether you realize it or not. So the best thing you can do is like meditate and connect and just allow it to be your guide, because it's not going to guide you in a negative way. Okay? Oh my gosh, there are so many, like, even here we have a very Libra energy too, right? We've got the two options here. But see, I love this card, how she's got her blindfold on, and we have the moon up here as well, which of course is especially relevant for you, as it's your ruling planet, right? Cancer, right? Ruling planet, the moon. So this is intuitive. This right here is your intuition. Your mind is going to try to like take you in different places, but you are like so empowered in this moment that you have chosen to keep that blindfold on and chosen to not follow the egoic mind. The one that says, oh, if you go here, you can make all this money, or oh, if you go here, or oh, if you talk to that person, it's going to be so good for you, or oh, you might get all the things you want if you do X, Y, and Z, because your soul is like, no, shh. And I do feel like I said that shh, and it's because I heard like shh. Everything is so quiet. So quiet. Loud, but with you it's quiet. And I don't see Cancer being willing to sacrifice the quiet right now. And you'll still be around people, you'll still be social, you'll still be going to work and doing the family stuff through December, you'll still be, doing your thing, but so quietly. And I'm just going to come back to this Justice card in the center because it's so like, I'm almost kind of hearing like a deep hum, kind of like the sound effect that they would use for a movie that takes place like in space somewhere, like that, like woo kind of sound. That's what I'm hearing. And we have this Five of Cups, which is sometimes loss, grief. Sometimes it manifests as grief, sorrow, loneliness. But you know what? I actually see this as a good thing. Like if you're feeling, I know this is going to sound really backwards, but for those of you who read any spiritual works, you'll totally understand what I'm saying. Like this is emptiness. And when you are in that state of emptiness, there's an infinite number of possibilities with which you can fill that emptiness. This is what I feel like a true channel, like someone who is a channel or a medium. This is like their state of when they're channeling. They empty themselves of themselves, meaning their ego, and they create an empty space. And through that empty space, spirit is then free to fill and fulfill its work. This is a story of you getting out of your own way. I don't know, like this is kind of, I knew this reading was going to be kind of all over the place and there were going to be little moments of inspiration here as I kept reading through the cards. But this is just a profound moment. And I hope that you can take a beat, take a breath, take a moment of meditation and just appreciate this place. This is where real power lies. Okay, this is like the power of the yogi right here. All right, and it is a gift. Now I want to just I'm going to skip ahead because we have this card here, Six of Cups, and then we also have this oracle, which is exchanging gifts. And when I saw these both come out together, I thought to myself, like, you are the gift, Cancer. Your emptiness, your state of being, your kind of wholeness, divine masculine, divine feminine combined here, that is the gift. And I see your presence in the room being so meaningful for so many people. And I see your energy itself being so healing. You don't even have to try. Honestly, you don't even have to try. There is no effort at all that you need to exert. Being you is more than anyone could ever ask for. And I hope you can see that, and I hope you can feel it. Something powerful, something beautiful is happening. We're going to talk about the oracles in just a minute, but there are like two oracles over here that I just like wow, just took my breath away, okay? We have this Nine of Wands, which of course is the protection. And I do see that you're a little bit protective, you know, but you're doing it not by blocking people out, but just by being so high vibe. Because when you're high vibe, you automatically detract the lower vibe. You become untouchable. And this was the theme for all of 2019. Untouchable, untouchable, untouchable. How many times did I say that last year? I can't even count. That was the process of learning how to become untouchable. 2020 was about truth and coming into our unadulterated truth, truth of self. And when we combine becoming untouchable with knowledge of self, nothing can affect you unless you want it to. So, protection, not by defensiveness, but by high vibration. Now, the King of Swords, I think, is twofold. One, it is your masculinity. It is your own internal divine masculine. We have the Queen and King of Swords here. So beautiful, aren't they? it's like the perfect yin yang example. But on the other hand, this could also be another person. This could be someone who has probably been in your life for a long time. This could be your husband or your wife, your significant other, your partner, could be anyone that you have a close and intimate connection with. And what I love about this person's presence is that it is completely uncomplicated, which kind of adds to that ability to just be. I just got in my head, this is going to sound really weird, and I know there's a lot of like single people out there. If you're single and you have a pet, like a cat or a dog or something, this might actually be your pet. And I have no idea why I just saw that or why I'm feeling that. But there's something like, again, deeply intimate, deeply loving, full acceptance, like the way you fully accept your dog, that you love so much and that they could do no wrong. Like that's the kind of love that I'm feeling coming from this king. There is no judgment cast upon you, and you cast no judgment upon them. And because of that, you make each other stronger. I love it. I love, love, love. Let's talk about, now there are some oracles before I get to the big ones. So the first one, let's get rid of that other Empress card over here. We have the waiting game, which of course is the patience that is needed throughout December as, Saturn and Jupiter finish out their transits. Late December, they'll start entering into Aquarius. Capricorn season hits. Actually, the same day that the sun enters Capricorn is the day of the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in Aquarius. Okay, so the waiting game. We're in a period of transition, and if we can just accept that, great. We also have movement, choices, and decisions. Now, the Empress is in like prime state of mind for making good decisions. I promise you, you will not go wrong this month. I'm not saying everything will happen fast or pan out immediately, but I am going to tell you that your mind is crystal clear. Okay. And as the month continues on, that clarity will only just be enhanced even that much more. So if you are needing to make certain decisions about things, please don't second guess yourself. I know we got a lot of Libra stuff, and I know that's a part of the stereotype, but I don't think that's what this is. See, the thing about the Libra indecisiveness is that that's kind of a fallacy. Because Libra doesn't necessarily care about that much. It really is very neutral in most things, which is why it has a hard time like choosing between two totally normal things. Like the stereotype is like, where do you want to go for dinner? I don't know. Like that's a stupid example, right? When you place something real in front of the Libran archetype, decision happens like that. Boom. Because it's big enough. It's important enough. It's special enough. There will be no buyer's remorse, no indecisiveness whatsoever. And that's how you know. If there is indecisiveness, that's not the thing. Then just don't decide. That's kind of what I'm seeing here with this Two of Swords. If there's indecisiveness, it's not the thing. That's it. That's the indication. And that's all you need to know. All right? Then we also have what do you need to release. Okay, final purge of 2020. Let's get it done. Let's get it over with, and let's move on. Now, the two cards that I was really excited about, the two oracles, the first one was Pluto. We love Plutonic energy. I think Cancer does pretty well, actually, being cardinal water, right? This is powerful water emotion kind of stuff, and Pluto does well here. So, or Cancer does well with Plutonian energy, and change. I think cardinals can handle change pretty well when they want to. And this signifies deep internal transformation. And what I love about Pluto with the Empress and the Enchantress of Swords, and especially the Justice, is that actually like this is where the Libra archetype and the Scorpio archetype really come together. And because you're making that transition from 7th into the 8th house, we have that kind of, 8th house, 7th house combination going on. And boom, here it is. Where they come together is to achieve justice, and what's right. Okay? What's right. So you seem to be taking on that path of what is fair and good and right from a moralistic standpoint for you. Okay? And then the last card, which I just got chills when it came out, was communion. Eagle, communion. And it's so like I'm feeling a sense of awe in terms of how you're starting to see yourself. Like you are in awe of yourself because that's how connected you have become. If you've wanted it, remember, this will not apply to every Cancer out there. It just simply won't. And that's just the nature of the beast of what's going on right now. That's just simply what's happening. So this is your own communion with your own higher self, your spirits, your guides. And there's a coming into wholeness that even words can't really like give justice to. Okay? So beautiful. Let's put this camera down and let's talk about the comprehensive clarifiers, okay? Give me just a sec. Okay, Cancer. Let's go ahead and pull out these clarifiers for the comprehensive reading. For those of you who are new to my channel, we usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, okay? And the link for that will be in the description box or the comment thread down below. All right, let's go ahead and see with this Enchantress of Swords. Ooh, Seven of Swords. Don't run away from it. I think the temptation to run away is actually really strong and totally unnecessary. Ooh, Nine of Cups. We have like this Cleopatra kind of vibe coming through here. Four of Wands. Now this environment energy, the Empress. Six of Swords. The temptation is real, guys. I see it. I get it. The temptation to go back to what's comfortable. Ten of Coins. Going backwards, there's a huge cost of that. I promise there's a huge cost. Okay, Five of Wands. Let's see. A little bit of drama. Okay. What do you need to release? And then we get the Four of Coins. Maybe you need to release the dramatic people in your life if you haven't already, although I think a lot of you already have. Eight of Swords. Kind of liking the blindfolds here. Because whenever we have that sort of sensory deprivation, we're forced to really use our extra sensories, our extra senses, okay? Which is your intuition, your gut feelings, because you can't rely upon your eyes. You can't rely upon what you're seeing, what you're hearing. You have to rely upon the energy. Fool. What was this card again? I forget. Oh, Page of Wands. Queen of Coins. Judgment reversed. Yeah, the universe really needs you to stand still right now. Using your clarity of mind to make decisions and to design a path for yourself, but your inner being needs to be in that like empty state. Ooh, there you are, Queen of Cups. Love that with the Two of Swords. Ooh, another Four of Wands. Beautiful. I know there's a lot of family gatherings and things this month, so super Cancer energy. High Priestess. Love that. A lot of moon qualities coming out. Even kind of like the moonlight there with the eagle. Another Queen of Swords. If you get all in your head this month, right? If you find yourself getting to that place, any time you can dedicate toward meditation, any time you can dedicate toward, clearing or detaching from the thoughts will be really beneficial. And then Seven of Wands. Okay. All right, you guys, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. Thank you so much. What was that card again? Oh, yes. I can't remember why I'm forgetting. If you want to join, the link will be in the description box down below. We'll talk about what all these cards mean. If not, I hope you have an amazing December. Thank you so much. You guys know I love you. And I will talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's go ahead and dive right into these cards. The very first one that signifies your energy, specifically Leo, is the Enchantress of Coins. Now, this is like a Queen of Coins in a traditional tarot deck, okay? Now, one thing I love about this particular image is how she seems to be, so she's kind of like holding up her veil and sort of looking out over toward the horizon. It tells me that you have your eyes set on maybe some big goals, whether financial goals or goals for your marriage or your life or, any kinds of things. But you're also not necessarily chasing those things either. I think your alignment, which is, I see this for myself, I see this for my life, but I'm going to stay here planted in this particular spot. And I am just going to, can I use the word beckon? Like I'm going to beckon my destiny or my future to me. And what I love about the energy for Leo this month is that it does seem to be very, very relaxed. And I think that's exactly where it should be because Saturn is moving over the descendant line, right? Saturn has been in your lower hemisphere for a really long time, like 14 years. So we had Saturn in Leo. And now it's finishing out Saturn in Capricorn. And when Saturn enters into Aquarius, boom, it's going to move into that upper hemisphere, houses 7 through 12. So this is really opening up a whole new space for you where you get to really learn and understand how to interact with people in a more wholesome kind of way. And I see that, yes, we know that Saturn through the 6th can really kick your butt. Okay, there's a lot of lessons that come through with Saturn in the 6th. And now it's really about relaxing into the process, okay, in a more masterful kind of way, learning how to flow and how to allow and how to go inside of yourself a little bit better, okay? And this month, as we finish out Saturn through the very, very last degrees of Capricorn, and then boom, December 17th, it's going to move into, December 17th, Saturn moves into Aquarius. 2 days later, Jupiter moves into Aquarius. And things are going to start lightening up as we move forward into 2021. However, these last few degrees can feel really dense. Okay, so I like that she is just planted, standing still, creating space for the future, creating space for her destiny, if you will, but also not necessarily exerting huge amounts of efforts in order to really make that happen. Okay, now, in the environment, we have the garden, which is like the world in a traditional tarot deck. And what I love about this image as well, there's like 3 women under the tree, and intertwined around all of them is a serpent. Now, the serpent is not necessarily a symbol of evil in any way, shape, or form. It's more a protector, okay? It's more of a guardian in this particular symbology. And I feel that there is a need for you to rest and let the divine, right? Let spirit, source, God, to really, really, really keep the lookout. Your life is going to change. Your life is going to change starting next year. The way you live your life, the things that you appreciate, the priorities, they're all going to get flipped over. And right now, the universe is saying, please, Leo, rest. Please rest. Because all the things that you have been working so hard for, the things that you have been pushing for, the things that you have wanted, they're either going to come, they're either going to happen, or you're going to stop calling those things to yourself. Because now all of a sudden they're not going to mean anything anymore. So there's a massive transition happening. Saturn over the descendant. You guys, this is not just like moving from the lower hemisphere to the upper hemisphere, but it's actually activating your whole cardinal cross. So it's activating your ascendant with an opposition, okay? It's activating your 10th house midheaven, and it's activating your IC, your 4th house cusp. So all of your cardinal houses are like really, really, really hot and heavy right now. So yes, your life is evolving. Yes, you are changing. Okay? Now, I'm going to skip ahead to the oracles, because when I look at this particular image, like I say, you have like the 3 women relaxed underneath the tree being protected by the serpent. And then we also have this time for a nap. Okay, I had to skip ahead to this one because there is something very sleepy and dreamy about what's coming through here. And it's more about letting time pass. That's what I feel. This is about letting time pass. This is not like grab the bull by the horns kind of a time for Leo anyway. For other signs, yeah, sure, but not for Leo. And to keep things consistent, to keep things going. I'm not saying to change your life. I'm not saying to stop doing all the things. I'm just saying to flow a little bit better, as though it is, and it probably will feel like a dreamlike state, if we're being totally honest. It probably will feel very dreamy. Okay, now let's put the 9 cards over here so you guys can follow along. Very first card that comes up, 2 of Cups reversed, which is a really nice introduction to Saturn into the 7th house, right? You know, there could be some kind of an event, I'll call it an event, or a circumstance that happens where you're going to really need to be able to talk to someone, okay? You're going to need to be able to really listen. Look, Saturn through the 7th, if you don't have a strong connection, it's going to be very difficult to maintain that connection with Saturn through the 7th. And I don't care whether it's romantic or not, it doesn't matter. Any kind of one-on-one kind of connection, business-wise, friendship-wise, whatever, it can have a tendency to be challenged with Saturn through the 7th. And this is that introduction, okay? It's like, you know what? We gotta either really hunker down and figure out how we're gonna make this work, or we need to just call it quits and move on. And that's just it, really. And honestly, I don't see Leo really wanting to be the one that brings all this stuff to the table. Like, I almost kind of feel like you're waiting for other people to bring it to the table, because you're just in this, like, let's just let this time pass kind of place. Not everyone is going to be in the let's just let time pass place. They're going to want to confront, they're going to want to talk, they're going to want to communicate, they're going to want to work things out, they're going to want to like really just kind of all over the place. And you're like, well, if that's what you want to do, fine, talk to me, but you're going to have to come to me, right? Again, this Enchantress of Coins, she's just sort of beckoning. And I don't even know that the Queen of Coins in this particular instance really cares about how this happens, right? I don't know that you really care so much about relationships changing or circumstances changing. You're just like, well, if they need to change, then let's just have them change already. And you're like, you know what, universe, God, source, spirit, like if you need something to change it. And you're just in this accepting place of like whatever it needs to be, then it will be. Not to say that there couldn't be some things that make you a little bit sad or that you might feel a little bit disappointed with, but I also know that your mind is set bigger than that. Okay, your mind is definitely set bigger than that. Now, this isn't going to be a negative thing for everyone. Sometimes this could be just, I just don't really feel like talking too much. So again, if the other person wants to, they have to bring it to the table. But one of the things that this whole top row seems to be signifying, we've got 2 of Cups reversed, Ace of Swords reversed, and we have the 7 of Cups. I don't know that you really care that much about whether or not you know where things are going. I think Leo is in a great place in terms of the unknown frontier. And you know what? My life is really unknown. My future is really unknown. And I don't even care if I don't even want to know. Like Ace of Swords reversed. I don't even want to know. I think Leo likes the mystery of how things are going. Leo likes the blank slate, the blank canvas. Can we make it artistic for Leo, right? The blank canvas. And I think you're allowing Spirit to write this story for you. I don't know. Yeah, you have plans, and yeah, you have a job, and yeah, you have family, and yeah, you have things that you do and things that, you're going to keep doing. But when it comes to the big picture, I think it's up for grabs. I really do. I think Leo is like, maybe my ideas for my future were off base. Maybe Spirit had a better idea for me, and you seem to be okay. You really, really seem to be okay. And in a weird way, I almost feel like a lot of other people's problems are being activated right now. Like they got a problem with you, then they're going to be the ones all up in a tizzy. They're going to be the ones that have problems. They're going to be the ones that are getting caught projecting. They're going to be the ones that are going to be caught emotionally vomiting all over the place, and you're just going to be like super cool, calm, king of the jungle, lion type quality of like, you got a problem, that's on you. Because I just don't think Leo has a lot of problems right now. I just don't. This is what happens when someone feels really good about themselves, when they feel good about their life. And when we have the 7 of Cups, I don't even think you're worked up about this either. I think you have absolutely no desire to try to figure out which choice to choose. Right? Very sleepy, nappy kind of place with some of these cards. And you're letting the universe do the work for you. I think this serpent is a really important symbol. I don't know if you can see that. You can kind of see it sort of kind of intertwining here. But it's almost as though you're letting the serpent make the choices. The serpent as a positive symbol, not I know that with Christianity and stuff, it kind of got messed up in kind of a more negative context. But it's really not. It's a beautiful symbol, kind of the ruler of the earth here. And there's an aspect of protection for sure, especially with the intertwining going through and the safety and the comfort that these women feel with the serpent intertwined around them. Okay. We can kind of more the Kundalini serpent, if you will. Let's tie it more to that more than anything else. There is a rise in consciousness here. You're living your life according to a higher consciousness, which is why you have no desire to select or to make a decision, Ace of Swords reversed, based on the options placed in front of you. You're like, great, I've got options. Excellent. And that's it, period. I've got options, period. But this Queen of Coins, right, this Enchantress of Coins is just like, you know what, destiny? You know what, future? You know what, serpent protector? You show me. My eyes are open. My eyes are wide open. I've got my veil, right? How symbolic, like lifting the veil, right? Kind of that the veil between the physical and the metaphysical, or the physical and the spiritual, is very, very thin. Saying, you know what, Spirit, my eyes are open. You show me. I'll be here. I'm ready. I've got the space. You show me. And there's nothing in terms of Leo getting worked up into a tizzy because they don't know. Other people might. Other people definitely might be worked up in a tizzy because they want more from Leo. And Leo's just like, can't give it. Just can't do it, cannot do it right now. Just simply can't. Now, this Five of Coins is kind of an interesting energy, okay? And I'm going to hold this up, right? We have a lot of typical words that we use for this. We use, loss or scarcity or some kind of ill health sometimes, or a lack of resources. And yet somehow I feel like this is the biggest indicator that the growth is happening, or that the changes are really happening. Look, we have this card. I'm going to hold up some oracles. We also got emotional loss. And we also have conflict and defeat. And I'm going to actually skip kind of around a little bit. This conflict and defeat has been hitting me a little different lately. Not so much that you're defeated in a situation with someone else, but more so that fight that you have inside of that part of you that wants to hang on to the past, that wants to hang on to the pain, that wants to continue to live in your traumas, simply cannot withstand itself. It simply cannot. This is the defeat of your shadow, lower vibrational, hurt, inner child, pain, trauma-driven self that simply is like, you know what, I'm tired. I just want to be happy. I just want the love. I just want the joy. I just want to, feel that fulfilled life, period. This is not conflict and defeat externally by any stretch of the imagination. Which means you're going to have to give up on fighting. You're going to have to give up on the excuses. And that may feel like you're losing a part of yourself, but what's actually happening is you've integrated that shadowy self. Right? This is what shadow work has been all about. And we know that Leo, 6th house Saturn, 6th house Pluto, 6th house Jupiter has hit deep shadow stuff, right? This is the hermit house, natural house of Virgo. And for you, natural house of Virgo being ruled by Capricorn, deep Saturnian energy. I mean, this is like, there's some real stuff going on, real transformation. The 6th house is where we integrate the lessons of all the first 5 houses, which is our physical bodies, our survival, the way we think, the way we feel, our self-expression. This is where all these things come together and get packaged as one before we can move forward into really relating to someone else in a real, deep, meaningful way. So you are going to have to give up on all the things that have held you back this far. This is not a bad thing. This emotional loss, this conflict and defeat is like, okay, watching the clock, like the universe is like watching the clock is like, do you want to be happy or not? Now, a lot of Leos are just happy because you create happiness in your life. You have, family and children that you love. You have artistic outlets. You have passion. You have friends. You have connection. But this is different. This is next level. Like, what happens when our traumas are not dictating our lives anymore, that they're not controlling our choices anymore? What happens when we're not those scared little children acting out with our partners, Like, what happens? Like, you actually develop meaningful, deep, healthy stuff in all areas. Healthy careers, healthy finances, healthy love. You're not being run by all the insecurities anymore. But what I love is that this is still here. It's not going anywhere. It's a part of your life. It's a part of your experience, but you don't have to look at it all the time. And I look at this Queen of Wands. She's clearly sitting with it. The thing I love about the Queen of Wands is she's one of the few actually the only queen that is sitting facing forward, right? But she's looking in a different direction. So she has, she's here. She's in a neutral state with a slight leaning away from this. But she's not like leaning entirely away. She's not putting her back to this stuff, which means she's sitting next to it. She's not in denial of it. She's not rejecting it. She's not suppressing it. She's sitting with it. and integrating it, which is what the sixth house was all about. She's integrated her pain and her shadowy self. This is the perfect kind of a yin-yang type of energy. And I even love the cat as like the protector kind of energy here. The cat is the protector of the underworld, so to speak, the protector of the wisdom. There is so much wisdom in this kind of pain. And I start seeing you kind of, I almost feel like the words that are coming to mind, like this is in your knapsack, right? This isn't in your backpack. It's in your luggage here as you start to move forward. Now, this is poetic. I mean, it really is, with the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction on the 21st. Like what's in the past is really in the past. And Saturn will make sure of that. He's very clear of like past, present, future, right? As the ruler of time. So like when it's in the past, when Saturn is involved, it is in the past. And I think you're going to start noticing how you forget. And I think forgetting, right? It's kind of a good indication that you're like healed from it, you know? And you're going to start forgetting. Because your focus is now more on more positive things or more fulfilling things. And this is a spiritual event that happens. It's an emotional movement, not so much a physical movement. Some of you, it might be physical because we not only have the Eight of Cups, we also have the Six of Swords. So there could definitely be some physical movement. But I think for many of you, it's more emotional movement, more spiritual movement. You're evolving in a positive, more balanced direction. Okay, so it's more peaceful where you're going. Saturn through the 7th, along with Jupiter through the 7th, there can be a lot of peace. 7th is the natural house of Libra. And yes, I know it's Aquarius and it's ruled by Uranus and all that, but it's, you know, the scales really rule this house. Scales, balance, and the reason why I'm especially hitting home with that is because we did get the Justice card, which is the card of Libra, again, natural ruler of the 7th. Your life is reaching an equilibrium here. Your choice to wallow, your choice to be sad or whatever, that's on you. You know, but I just don't think that any Leos, especially not the Leos watching this type of content, are going to be there. You might be cross-watching for a whiny, wimpy kind of Leo. Okay, fine. But for those of you who are like, this is you, that's not who you're going to be. That's not where this is going to go. You've integrated and now you are upgrading. Full integration, full upgrade. And it will be a smooth transition. But again, remember that sleepiness, there is going to be an aspect of patience needed. Coins is great for patience. Coins is great for dealing with stuff, especially if you do have someone else, you know, externally kind of freaking out and, you know, again, you're witnessing someone else having a really hard time with this transit, you know, because I just see you being so calm and cool and collected and just simply being in a state of observance, if I could talk, and not pushing or forcing anything. I think Leo's faith right now is really, really, really strong. Nothing is yet set in stone. This is what I mean. You're creating space for your future, for destiny, but you are also up for revision. So if the universe, or if this serpent energy, or if spirit or God has a different idea for you than what you have for you, then so be it. And I see you being totally okay with it. Having an unwritten future, more unpredictable, more fun, more adventurous. Nothing is set in stone. And it won't be until later. Now remember, time for a nap, okay? Relax, remember. We also have this cave sanctuary kind of energy, 6th house, finishing this up. If you need to get away, if you need to be alone, you need to take time for yourself, please do, especially in light of the fact that maybe some other people are not handling the energy as well. And again, it's kind of on them. I don't necessarily see that Leo is participating in drama. It's more of like someone else working themselves all up. But if you need to get away, if you need space to yourself, please take it. And then last but not least, we have the air element coming through, which makes sense with Aquarius and with Aquarian focus. Air, of course, is logical, highly intellectual, but also especially spiritual as well. And it really sparks the fire of Leo too. You know, I always say that Leo is my bonfire, right? Aries is the spark, Leo is the bonfire, Sagittarius is the wildfire. So you're going to need these gusts of air to keep that bonfire really going, to keep that fire truly alive and lit and flourishing. So there will be gusts of wind that come through your life. There will be a change in the wind or a change in the direction of the wind for you. And again, Enchantress of Coins, totally into it, totally ready for it. Remember, she's lifted up the veil, poetically, she's lifted the veil and is creating space for the destiny. All right, let's put this camera down. Let's pull out the comprehensive cards and see what comes out for the clarifiers. All right, see you guys in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Leo. So for those of you who are new to my channel, we're going to pull out clarifiers here, which we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these additional cards, okay? All right, let's go ahead and see what comes through for the Enchantress of Coins here, which is your energy here. What else do we need to know? Ooh, Ace of Cups, beautiful. See, you're beckoning in really good things. This sort of static, standing still, but also creating the emotional, spiritual, and mental environment for the blessings is really important. Ooh, Ace of Swords. I love my Cleopatra energy there. Kind of an upright version there. And a Ten of Swords. Okay. Another kind of sleepy, fallen angel kind of energy. All right, the Garden. Let's take a look. Seven of Coins. Eight of Wands. Oh, this is like, another Five of Coins. So this is kind of like the magic of manifestation is what I'm really seeing coming through, okay? I mean, when you manifest, quote unquote, something, it doesn't really take a lot of effort. You can work in that direction, you can take certain steps and take certain actions, but really there's more of an aspect of universal intervention when it comes to manifesting. Like you can declare what you want and you can really put it out there and start working towards it. But really, there's so much faith involved. So much faith. In the same way that you have faith that that serpent is not going to strangle you, or suffocate you. All right, Two of Cups reversed. Three of Swords. Yeah. You might need to have a kind of a harsh conversation with someone. And there she. Oh, we got the Queen of Coins 3 different times. Beautiful. I love it. I'm going to pull out 4 cards though. Strength and 5 of Cups. Yeah. I just think someone else is just wanting so much from you and you just simply can't. I just don't know that you can give it. I'm not talking about your kids. I'm not talking about your spouse. I'm just talking about your someone else that is struggling with your calmness, with your sleepiness. They're wanting you to give them so much and do so much and be there and do this, and you're just like, dude, can't do it. Not gonna happen, not this month. All right, 7 of Cups. Say universal intervention, and I get that Judgment card with an angel who's going to have a pretty loud horn, right? It's going to be like, all right, this is what it is. Boom. Really big noise. It's going to be obvious. You don't have to worry about choosing stuff. Yeah, another 8 of Wands. Excellent. Once that moment hits, when you kind of know what the future is going to look like, or you kind of know what steps you need to take, there's going to be a lot of movement from that. It's like all you got to do is just the baby steps forward, and all of a sudden, boom, it's going to smack you in the face. There's so many good things coming out of this period of sleepiness. You need the rest. You're going to need the rest. You know, he was the other one that came to mind, right? Because he's the other king that's sitting forward. These are the only two, I think, if I remember correctly, that are actually sitting directly forward. So we have a Leo and an Aquarian archetype here, which are, you know, really, really beautiful together as one another's opposites. So that one. Oh, and Justice. A lot of cards flipping out over here. I'm actually going to pull one more for that center card, for that Queen of Wands in the middle. Just one more. Oh, another 5 of Coins. Okay, so we got 5 of Coins 3 times, and we got Queen of Coins 3 times. So there's certainly a lot of attention being spent on that. Oh, I didn't mean to pull out that many. Sorry, guys. That's okay. We'll just take it for the 8 of Cups, though. That's fine. It is what it is. Another Ace of Cups, another King of Cups, another Ace of Coins. A lot of aces for you. Devil reversed. 6 of Coins and 2 of Coins. Ooh, an Emperor. I do feel like you're taking on a little bit more of the feminine energy this month, the divine feminine energy this month, which is much more surrendered, right? That's sleepy, definitely feminine. So there's going to be a divine masculine. Now that doesn't necessarily mean male or female or otherwise. It's just you're taking on the more surrendered, and someone else is taking on a little bit more of that, you know, ambitious, aggressive kind of energy. May or may not vibe, right? May or may not work out well. You guys are just approaching things from a totally different kind of place and intention and all of that. And unfortunately, I think you each have to respect one another's methodology at this point. And that might be one of the hard things, is that maybe you're having a hard time respecting one another's approach. And so-and-so wants you to do it this way, and you're like, dude, I cannot do it. And you want them to be more relaxed, and they just cannot do it. So, you know, you're going to have to really figure out a way to communicate or meet in the middle somehow in order for this to really, you know, survive. Because remember, Saturn through the 7th can create a lot of, you know, lessons in the relationship department. Okay, romantic or otherwise, does not have to be romance. But it can create a lot of lessons. So if you're not prepared to communicate, if you're not prepared to be vulnerable, if you're not prepared to be surrendered, then it's going to be hard to make it work, okay? So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. If you want to join, that link will be in the description box and comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing season. You guys know I love you, and I will see you soon, all right? Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's go ahead and get started with the very first card, which signifies your energy, specifically Virgo. In this deck, it's called the Devotee of Swords. Okay, I kind of see it as kind of a more mature version of the Page of Swords in the traditional tarot deck. Now, I look at this particular image and there's it's an image of a warrior who's in training. Okay, someone who is learning the motions, learning the movements, kind of like, when you're, learning some kind of a martial arts or something and you go through all the movements very, very slowly for the sake of perfecting the flow of everything, for the sake of perfecting the counterintuitiveness, right? Because sometimes there are movements, there are things that you need to do that don't feel natural. So this is kind of like breaking through that instinct to a more knowledgeable movement, okay? Now, I feel that there's, you guys, 6th house Saturn, right? Saturn moving into Aquarius, Jupiter moving into Aquarius. We've got 6th house focus for you guys. Now, 6th house is great for Virgo because, of course, this is your natural house. Yes, it's ruled by Aquarius, but this is really where you're at home here. And I feel like there is this quality, this maybe it's an intensity, maybe, I don't know, but like this strong desire to really get to work, right? Quote unquote work. That's the 6th house. And I get in the environment is strength. And I think that you're like mustering, look at these powerful images, right? We have a warrior on one card and we have this sort of like in the lion's den image on the other card. With like a room full of lions and tigers. And I think there's even a wolf in there somewhere. Like you're kind of walking into something kind of fierce. And I don't know if that's like in your work life, in your romantic life. I don't know if that's just some really ambitious goals that you have for yourself. But something is definitely stirring up within Virgo of like, okay, it's really time to up the ante. It's time to, get this show on the road. It's time to really start achieving the things, okay? Like you've had all these ideas for so long. You've been in a creative state for so long. And now it's time to start really reaping the rewards. And I don't know, like when I was laying out these cards, one of the first things that came to my mind was like, this is not fairy tale land, right? Like Virgo is not in fairy tale land right now. You are focused, you are dedicated, you have some kind of an ambition, some kind of a drive, something that you're either hoping or wanting to achieve. And I don't know, I just don't see anything really stopping you right now. I simply don't, right? 6th house Saturn, like you want to work, and I'm putting work in quotation marks because I'm not really sure how that's going to manifest for you. It may or may not be your career. It might be some other kind of, devotion to something else. Even we have the word devotee, right? To be devoted to a study, to be devoted to a course of action, or to be devoted to service or to your health, right? All these things are very 6th house kinds of things. And I see you like just being, really, really committed to the things. And I think that's great. I really do, because you're going to need that devotion. Honestly, you're going to need that commitment. Let's put the 9 cards up here so you guys can follow along. Why am I saying that you need this commitment? Now, I'm seeing a contrast between the Knight of Wands and the Queen of Wands, which are both in the very top row. Okay, now, I don't know that this Knight of Wands is your energy, okay? Because this to me, when it first came out, my instinct was like, oh, this is someone else. This is either your significant other or a friend or someone that's in your life that is kind of all over the place, right? They're on a horse. They're kind of jumping all around. They have a lot of movement. There's a lot of motion here with the Knight of Wands. And it's a mutable energy. It's a very Sagittarian, which is great for, being in Sagittarius season. And we have the new moon eclipse or the solar eclipse in Sagittarius. Oh, but I don't think it's you. Because you're too focused. I don't know. There's just too much focus coming from these cards for Virgo. There's just too much dedication. And this energy struggles with that. Now, the Magician in the middle, I feel, is a spark. Now, you, Virgo, are initiating a lot of things. I think this Knight of Wands is also initiating a lot of things. The problem is that I think you are initiating different things, and I don't necessarily know that you each have a place for one another. So if you're married and this is your significant other or your spouse, I think you guys might just be on really independent tracks right now. If you are single, then this is great, because then nothing is really going to, really deter you from achieving your goals. But, still, like, there might be people in your life that are hoping that you are incorporating them in some way. And I just don't know that Virgo is. I'm not saying you're like leaving your family behind or anything, but you have your own stuff. You have your own ideas of what you want. You have your own ideas of where you want to go. And I think you're a little bit more stable and focused than the Knight of Wands, because here's the Queen of Wands, right here. She's steady, she's sitting down, she has her eyes in a very specific direction, but she's also really willing and able and capable of sitting down and doing the mundane aspect of everything too. This is a very dreamlike kind of energy, especially because we have that 10 of Cups reversed directly under the Knight of Wands. Now, there's nothing wrong with this. In some ways, maybe this is a really good influence on Virgo, because it keeps you optimistic, right? It keeps you like, okay, in a state of belief and optimism that you can actually really achieve the things. But that's not all it's going to take. And I think Virgo with Saturn through the 6th, like, you should know, like, it's not just all about manifestation and dream states and like willing and calling and beckoning things to you. There's going to be a mundane aspect. And the Queen of Wands here is fully prepared to do all of the mundane things. Now, when I say mundane things, I mean planning out the schedule, sending out the emails, doing the phone calls, doing the meetings, getting everything organized, getting things set up in the more minuscule way as the foundation and the platform for which other things can be built. Okay? And she's capable of both big picture, running for it, making things happen, meeting with people, connecting with all sorts of people, but she's also capable of being inside, being behind the computer and getting things done, okay? Or behind the scenes, rather, getting things done. And the Magician, I don't know, I feel there's some divinity coming through here. I don't know, I don't know that you necessarily asked for this spark to really happen. It just happened. This is like the way your soul speaks to you. It speaks to you through desire. It speaks to you through kind of just a pulling. And I think this Magician is not something that you necessarily created, but something that came into your heart space and says, this is what I now need to do. Almost like you're feeling called. And so when I have this, kind of moving into the lion's den, I think there's a lot for Virgo. You guys, think about your big dreams, right? Think about your big dreams. Now, your big dream may be as simple as living a peaceful life. I'm not saying all of you are wanting to go out and, be billionaires or anything, but, whatever your big dream is, if it's anything different than what you have, this is the power that is needed. Strength in the Magician. This is the power, both metaphysically and physically, to be able to take the steps forward and to do the dirty work. Okay, again, this is not fantasy land. There is no fantasy here. This is like kind of a serious tone coming through of like, well, if you want it, then prove it, right? The universe talking to Virgo. Virgo, if you want it, prove it. And I think you're ready to prove it. I think you're ready to say, yes, I'm dedicated to this. I'm committed to this. I'm devoted to this cause. I'm devoted to this purpose. Okay? And I think the universe needs that kind of a conversation with you right now. And maybe there are other people that need that from you too. Now, this may or may, I don't feel any romantic vibes coming through here other than, it could be romantic for some of you, but I don't know. I don't really get the vibe. I think it's more about your life achievements than it is anything else. In this very center row, okay, we do have this 10 of Cups reversed. Now, remember, this 10 of Cups is right underneath that Knight of Wands. And see, this is just a little too fluffy for Virgo right now. I don't think Virgo wants to be operating in the, blind optimism kind of space. Now, you can have optimism and you can have faith and you can have hope. Those are all beautiful things to have. But I also think Virgo needs something a little bit more concrete than that. They want some meat on the bones to really hang on to. And this is why I think this is in contrast with the 10 of Wands in the very center of the reading, which is like Virgo is in a state of, I want to do the work. I want to make this happen. Okay, I'm not just going to sit around and dream about it all day. I'm actually going to do it. And I'm going to do it really, really, really well. Okay, because as we have Mars moving through the 8th house, right, through December, early January, it's going to move into your 9th house in Taurus. And there's going to be, 2 months. I love a Mars in Taurus, if I'm being totally honest with you, because it really is like just go at it, just plug along. And I think it's going to match very, very well with what Virgo is trying to do for themselves for 2021. This is like down and dirty, in the trenches, freaking accomplishing, being productive, and being effective. See, the thing with this card is that I always look at him carrying these wands to the castle back here, to like the little house. And for whatever reason, I have no idea why, I have this association that he's like building something in his house. Like he's carrying these sticks to like renovate his kitchen or something, and it's purposeful, it's meaningful, and it's work that he's willing to do. This is kind of like that price that you pay for the thing that you want. Now, many of you who have been on a spiritual track for quite some time have found a lot of appreciation and gratitude for the here and now, which means this is actually the fun part. Because you might not even really want something huge, right? You might not want this big dream, but you're feeling called to do something, being called to create or to be of service in some way. Saturn and Jupiter in the 6th house, you're being called to contribute. And this is the fun part. Because if you're not really aiming for some big goal, then it's just about the journey. It's about the excitement of the initiation. It's about the excitement of the tasks, the excitement of the meetings and all the things. And that's what's kind of cool, is that I think Virgo is in this state of like, I don't even care how long it takes me. I don't even care if I actually achieve it. I'm just going to do it because I care about it. I'm just going to do it because it's meaningful for me right now. And I don't know why. I don't have an explanation for it, but I'm going to do it. And we know that that kind of energy for a mutable sign, okay, for a Virgo, that it can fluctuate. And so when there's this moment of let's go after it, because you have been studying so hard, right? This is the master class, Virgo, right? 6th house Saturn. I always call it the master class. I've had this conversation a lot with Leo lately because they're leaving, that kind of the 6th house and moving into the 7th. So for you, the master class is about integration, right? In the same way that you've learned all the different kind of movements and you've learned all the different skills and attack methods and all of that, this is you putting together all these packets of information of Saturn through the 6th house, for the first 6 houses. So whenever Saturn was last in Virgo, I don't know the dates on that, but whenever it was last in Virgo, all the way through up till now. Okay, so we have lessons about our body, we have lessons about, money and self-worth and our thoughts and our feelings and our self-expression and our creativity. And here we are at this moment to be able to put all of these things together and integrate all of them to establish a greater level of wholeness within ourselves. And I know that the drive to make something happen in the external world will actually be quite strong. And I think that's good because you'll actually accomplish a lot. But remember that if you're trying to control things in the external world, building things and controlling things are two totally different things, right? If you're building, great. If you're trying to control, you need to look inside and say, what's going on in here that I'm still at this place of needing to control? Because usually that like sixth house, stereotypical Virgo stuff of like, oh my God, my house has to be perfect. My clothes have to be perfect. Everything has to be perfect, right? That's the stereotype of the sixth house. Usually that is symptomatic of a whole mess of stuff going on in here because you're not willing to go inside. So you try to control everything out there. So that's not what we're talking about here. Okay. If you find yourself doing that, take a beat, take a moment, and be like, okay, what's going on inside? Okay. Because I do like this, and I do really, really, really like the clarity that I feel you have. I don't see Virgo being confused. I don't see Virgo trying to find their way through confusing times or confusing moments. I don't see Virgo being lost. Like, you know what you want. We've had all year to come to grips with our truth. All of 2020 was all about truth, who we are, what's really going on inside, what traumas are still really affecting us, what patterns are still really affecting us. And now we get to move on from that. We got to learn from it. We got to figure it out. And now we get to apply it, which is Virgo's favorite thing to do, is to apply the knowledge that they've acquired, to do something with it. Okay, so you're not lost. You're not confused. You guys, don't freak out about this. This is one of the best cards ever. This is how achievement happens. Okay? Now, the Three of Swords, that first column with that Knight of Wands, I don't know who your Knight of Wands is, but I kind of feel like, I don't know. I don't know that they're going to be super happy with their role in everything, because I don't know that Virgo necessarily wants to be doing the 10 of Wands thing, right? Because you're doing this all by yourself. I don't know that you necessarily want a partner in this. And that can be a tough pill for some people to swallow. Sometimes it can be really difficult for them to accept that maybe they are not a part of it. That you want different things. You have different ideas of the overall outcome, or different ideas of what the journey means. Right now, again, I see Virgo being more dedicated to the journey, more dedicated to the process, to the fun of the process. This Knight of Wands might be a little bit more outcome oriented. And because it's that Knight of Wands, I often see that Knight of Wands is like really leaping in all different kinds of directions. So there's a scattered energy with him. And I just don't know that Virgo can vibe with the scattered stuff right now. Queen of Wands, she's cardinal. She can't deal with that right now. Now, the Queen of Swords reversed, to me, indicates feeling torn. Because I don't think Virgo really wants to be in the position of doling out Three of Swords to people. I know this Knight of Swords is probably someone that you really care about. You probably, love them or respect them, or you have a lot of, history or something. And maybe you're trying to figure out how there can be space. How can you integrate a person into your path when you're still trying to figure out how to integrate all the fragments of self? This is sixth house, to become whole. If you're still in that process of becoming entirely whole, then what role does this Knight of Wands really have to play? Because what can you really offer if you're not really whole? Okay? Sixth house Saturn, sixth house Jupiter is going to show you so much about yourself. So much. And I feel like Virgo is keeping their options open a little bit. Okay, yes, you have your ideas. Yes, you have your direction. You know where you're going. You know that you're going into the lion's den. You know that. That's fine. But I also see you wanting to remain independent and a little non-committed. Okay, now why am I saying that? We've got a Libra energy, cardinal air, and we have cardinal fire, which is Aries. Guess which one is upright? Guess which one is reversed? The Libra is reversed, the Aries is upright. Aries is really, really, really about the self. It's really independent. The Libra energy, which is, the incorporation of two people, seems to be a little suppressed here. Maybe it's just this month. I don't know. Maybe January, everything is fine. I don't know. But for now, I see you putting the Queen of Wands energy in your life first. I see that being more important for you. And maybe there is a little bit of bad news that needs to be broken. The hard part is that I don't think there's any negative intentions coming from Virgo at all. But this Nine of Coins is definitely a suggestion of self-reliance. I feel almost like Virgo is wanting to prove something to themselves. This has nothing to do with anybody else, and it probably never ever did. But you've been training, you've been working, devotee of swords, devoted to your craft, devoted to what you've been learning, devoted to your passions. And now it's time for you to enter the master class. Okay, you're entering the master class. And it is going to push you. And there are going to be karmic things that come up. But you are also prepared. And I think Virgo is keenly aware, which is one of the reasons why maybe you're keeping this Knight of Wands a little bit at a distance. Virgo is keenly aware that no one else can live your life. You are the only one that can live your life. And the other person is the only person that can live the other person's life. And so there's a real ownership. There's a real accountability coming through. Like, I don't know, you're taking yourself really seriously right now. And I don't necessarily see that that's a bad thing. It just means that you're going to have to prioritize yourself. And that might not necessarily make everybody super happy. Okay? Now, we do have this love begins energy. Now, I don't feel that this is romantic, although it could be. The reason I don't feel super strong romance is we've got 10 of Cups reversed and we have 3 of Swords. Okay, so this is probably more just universal love. And when you're so highly aligned like this, when you have your 10 of Wands and you're working and you're dedicated and you're devoted, you can't help but feel love. Feeling love for the people that you help, love for the people that you're connecting with, love for your purpose. Because when you're aligned with your soul, you just naturally feel love. Okay? We have this, your hard work is paying off. New moon energy in Capricorn. Your hard work is paying off, Virgo. Okay? We're at that place where you actually get to start seeing the rewards. You actually start to get to see the benefits, okay? Whether it's financial, whether it's emotional, spiritual, whether it's, recognition of some kind or a promotion or whatever it is. Now, 6th house Saturn is going to keep you in that humble place though. So you might get the achievement and the reward, but also it might not necessarily feel so fulfilling. And that's why the dedication to the process, the dedication to the journey is really, really the important part. And to never really expect to arrive anywhere, okay? Because once you arrive, then there's just going to be the next thing after that. The only point of finality is like our death here, right? That's it. So just dedication to the process. Now, we got this weird card. This card always creeps in. Deception and envy. It's almost like the card itself is deceptive. I honestly don't even know where this fits in, Hopefully this Knight of Wands is not trying to deceive you. Hopefully there's no gaslighting. Hopefully there's no jealousy. Hopefully there's no anything going on. But the thing is that maybe I'm not even aware of why this energy is here, because that's how dedicated Virgo is to their path. It's just they're not even aware if something like this is even going on because they're so focused on the other stuff. But I don't see shadiness from the Knight of Wands, so I don't know where this is. Just keep your eyes open for it. Maybe someone is trying to pull something over. Maybe there's some passive aggressive stuff going on, and I just don't see Virgo having a lot of patience for that kind of stuff. I just simply don't, because I know, right? We've got this moon energy. You're in this period there's a lot of fluctuations happening. Whenever the Magician is involved, there is volatility, okay? Because this is the initiation of change. It's the initiation of a new path. So whenever we have something new, yes, there's fluctuations. And the moon, of course, is not the most stable energy, right? It's going around really, really fast. It's always activating and aspecting planets. So there's a lot of ups and downs with the moon energy, which is why the Queen of Wands is so, so, so important. Because this one is also fluctuating. And this is not where stability is found. Virgo, only you can give yourself stability at this time, in this moment. And there is stability in your process. Not predictability, but there's stability in your process. Now, we also have this breach card. I like when this card comes out because it tells me that you're breaking boundaries. You're breaking barriers. You're tearing down walls. And I think this is like a moment I think you've been waiting for. This is an opportunity for Virgo to really thrive, right? That breath of fresh air, just whoo, the way a whale does when they come up out of the water. You can see their blowhole kind of open. And it's like, that feeling when you yourself surface from water, from holding your breath. Oh, it's just a breath of fresh air. And I think that's the way your life is really going. And then we also have this regeneration card, which maybe this is a little bit of a rebirth for Virgo. Maybe this freaking Capricorn stuff was so draggy and so dense and so heavy that you actually do feel like you are being rebirthed. And I think in many ways we all have been with Jupiter, Pluto. We have been rebirthed with new knowledge, right? With important knowledge and wisdom that we need to really help carry us through the next chapter. Okay, so let's pull out the comprehensive cards. Let's put the camera down. All right, see you guys in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Virgo. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out, we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box and comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, okay? So first card to come out to clarify the Devotee of Swords is the Six of Wands, which is great, an indication of success and celebration. Three of Wands, prosperity. Ooh, Ace of Swords has been coming out a lot lately, and I'm really happy for that because it does indicate clarity of mind, which supports, the Seven of Cups reversed. Seven of Cups again, okay. Five of Swords. Okay, your environment. Ooh, what is going on? Like, you're good, Virgo, right? You're good. But there is something most definitely going on in your environment that may feel like, the world's kind of working against you a little bit, or someone is creating strife. All right, so we'll talk about that. All right, so Knight of Wands, Six of Wands reversed. Okay, maybe the Knight of Wands is the one with the Deception and Envy card. Because you've got the Six of Wands here, upright. That Six of Wands is reversed for the Knight of Wands. They seem to be stuck. Oh, goodness. I'm going to pull out one more for the Knight of Wands. Coins. Huh. Okay. Interesting. All right. The Magician. Oh, beautiful. For any of you looking to buy a home or anything like that, now would be an excellent time to start looking. Looking, maybe not acting, but looking. Oh. I'm going to do another one. Getting a lot of weirdness from that Knight of Wands. There you are, like I say, doing the mundane, big picture and mundane. Keeping the vision alive. Okay, I know I'm pulling out. Usually I only pull out 3. I know I'm pulling out a lot more than that, but love the Empress too. Page of Cups. Oh, another Queen reversed. Queen of Swords reversed. This is most definitely not about partnership right now. Ten of Wands reversed. Okay, I'm definitely going to do 2 more cards for that. It's not about partnership right now. It might be, you know, next month it might be, but right now you got to do some stuff on your own, Virgo. You need to be on your own. It's so important. What is this card again? 7 of Cups. There are certain areas of your life that are very well organized and doing really, really well. But there's at least one other area of your life that is creating some disturbance, and it might even be distracting. You know, it could be a friendship or a relationship that is, you know, just really, I don't even know. It's just really not, I don't know. It's like not beneficial right now or something. Okay. Star reverse, bottom of the deck. Okay, so there's definitely going to be some things to talk about here in this comprehensive. This got a little bit weird. So, but I think there's still ultimately, right, we've got some really, really powerful messages coming through. It just really depends on your devotion to yourself, your devotion to your goal, your devotion to the process. Okay? All right, you guys, I'm going to leave you with this. So if you want to join, again, that link will be in the description box down below. Thank you guys so much. You know, I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. See you soon. Take care. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's dive into these cards. The very first one that signifies your energy, specifically Libra, is in this deck. It's called the Artisan of Cups. Now, the one thing I really, really noticed was the look on this guy's face, okay? And on this one, I feel kind of an unapologetic vibe. Here he is saying, I'm going to enjoy my life. I'm going to enjoy this glass of wine. I'm going to enjoy being on my own. I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy that. And there is just absolutely no apology whatsoever for that. And This, I think, has come a lot. I think this Mars retrograde this year in Aries in Western astrology has really activated the Chiron energy, okay? That this Chiron in Aries, this Chiron in your 7th house, where healing for relationships really, really takes place. And it's not just relationships with other people, but it's also our relationship with ourselves. It represents our wholeness and our own internal balance. Of course, we know that Libra is the natural ruler of the 7th house. So when we have this, partnership, balancing the scales, what's fair, what's just, what's right, what's beautiful, what's good, what's just, did I say that already? You have to do that inside first. And I think Libra is being very uncompromising in terms of what is fair for themselves. And it's cold. I'm not saying you guys are all being jerks or whatever, but I just think that for the first time, the line that you're drawing in the sand, it's not actually being drawn in sand. It's like being drawn in stone, like carved in stone. Like this is the line. I will and will not compromise on X, Y, and Z. I have an idea of what my life, of what kind of life I want to lead. I have an idea of what kind of choices I want to make right now. And I think they're divinely guided. That's why I think you're being so strong with your convictions, is because it's divinely guided. It's not, oh, my ego wants to, go do this or go do that or have this or have that. It's like, no, my soul needs to flourish right now, and this has nothing to do with anybody else. In the environment, we have the siren, which is like the devil in a traditional tarot deck. And I actually like the siren energy because it's that quality of temptation, of being tempted by something that seems so good and so sweet and so nice, and yet there's something that will ultimately be your demise. And I use the word demise, kind of metaphorically, in terms of, reverting backwards. That all the progress that you've made, there's a threat of that resetting or going back to the beginning if you don't continue in this way. Now, everyone is going to make their own choice. Everyone's going to do whatever they're going to do, and that's just the way it is, and that's fine. But I think you are strong enough in what you know in your soul is best for you, that you will not fall. The problem is that some people might not be able to come with you on this journey. And that's the hard part. And I think that's maybe what's tempting, is to care for another person, to care because you genuinely love them, because you genuinely respect them, because you genuinely don't want them to leave your life. So how do you maintain an autonomous path, an autonomous self? How do you maintain your own sovereignty and choose the things you choose while keeping the people that you want to be in your life? Some people are going to be okay of letting Libra go free, and they're going to allow Libra to go do what they need to do. Other people will be a lot more possessive than that. And the people who are possessive, or who are playing, their little games or doing their little passive aggressive things or whatever it is, people who are doing that are the people who are going to lose. And unfortunately, it does seem to be that clear cut. Winning by staying in Libra's life, or losing by Libra moving on without you. But the choice isn't really Libra's. Libra's not making the choice. It's the other person. How do they want to handle Libra's freedom? How do they want to handle Libra's autonomy? Do they want to be as autonomous and as respectful of the other person's self-autonomy, or not? So let's put the 9 cards over here so you guys can follow along. Of course, the first one is the Lovers. Full moon in Gemini, obviously. Now, there will need to be communication, first and foremost. The very base of this card is communication. And I think, Libra, you are going to have to tell somebody something. And that might be really hard to do. It might make you maybe sad, But I also don't see sadness in these cards, because I think the thing that you're going to need to say is ultimately rooted in love. And there might be some quality of like a soul contract or a karmic situation, being fulfilled at this point. But one thing I don't see is Libra getting distracted. I definitely don't see romance being the thing that distracts Libra. I don't even think romance is the thing that is really motivating Libra right now. It can be in your life. You can have it, you can enjoy it, but I think it's a lot bigger than that. Chiron in 7th, it's a lot bigger than that. And I think you're looking for something more substantive. Now, why is romance so heavy in these cards? I'm not quite sure why. And a lot of you aren't even here for romance at all. So if you're not here for a romantic partner with someone else, this might be your relationship with yourself. A romantic relationship with yourself. But ultimately, your vision is bigger. Your desires are more grand. And I think it's going to start manifesting in your careers. It's going to start manifesting in your finances. That's not even what you're working for, though. I don't see Libra working for material rewards. I simply don't. I see Libra working and doing the things that fulfill them. That's what this Artisan of Cups is really all about. It's enjoyment of life. And all the little shiny objects, I often see this as being a card of focus. And the reason why his arms are crossed is because he's like, you know what? I'm not going to get distracted by your little cups. Like, I've got something real going on. You cannot distract me. I have my path. I have my ideas. I have my soul. I am being driven from the divine. I know what I'm doing. And you cannot distract me with all of these little things. And these distractions are the sirens of life. For some of you, the distraction will be a romantic relationship that might be just flat out put on the table. Oh my God, Libra, you're amazing. I love you. Let's be together. Let's do all these things. And you're like, is it enough? Like, it has nothing to do with the person and everything to do with your life path. I don't see you. I don't see you bending. You're in your cardinal vibes right now. I just simply don't see you bending. Your arrow has been, aligned. You've shot your arrow and it is moving. And this could be most definitely in your career, could be definitely in your creativity, in your creative endeavors. It could have a lot to do with just you being on your own. Why am I seeing so much single kind of energy? I don't know. And even if you're married, this is you just doing your thing. Here we have the Knight of Coins. Now, there's a lot of mundane things coming out right now. I don't quite know. I think that might have a lot to do with Saturn coming into Aquarius, coming into your 5th house. Like, there's a lot to do. 5th house is a very active house. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to contribute. There is a lot to put down on the table. And again, I see slow progress. I really see you working on your own pace, doing your own things, a little bit hermit mode here. Like, I know you guys, this is a card of Virgo, and I know you guys have Virgo in the 12th. So, I know that you have this, I'm going to do it on my own time. I'm going to do it when I feel like it. I don't know that Libra is really pushing for stuff right now. In fact, I think maybe it's the opposite. You seem to be fully surrendered, which is why the temptations, because the temptations require so much effort. They require you to give a lot of yourself to something else. And I don't know that Libra is prepared to give themselves to something else, rather to give themselves to themselves. And that's exactly what's so great about this Knight of Coins. He might work by himself, it might take him a little bit longer, but he'll do it. And I know, Libra, that you have faith that you'll do it. I know that you have faith that it will happen for you. And that's not even a question, not even a little bit. And like I'm saying, this kind of focus, this kind of dedication to self and the things that you enjoy and the kind of life that you want to live, it will manifest handsome rewards. Beautiful, amazing, handsome rewards. And that could be financial. And right now, I don't know that Libra is in a place of being able to offer true intimacy to everyone, because they're just getting well acquainted with the intimacy with themselves. You're getting acquainted with the intimate nuances of your personality. Why you enjoy certain things, why you feel driven to do certain things and to be in certain places and to have certain things. And I think you're actually starting to look at your life as a creation. And when you step into that role of creator, and I can't, like, this is so beautiful in the very center of the reading, the Wheel of Fortune. Like, your Wheel of Fortune is turning over really, really fast. Because you're not getting distracted. Because you're not getting tempted. And the thing that's really, really, really hard, guys, there are people that I know you care about, that I know are special, and I know they're important to you, or maybe not people, but things, maybe something with your work or your career or your involvement in the community. Maybe you volunteer somewhere, or maybe you care for someone else. I'm not saying that those people are negative or bad in your life in any way, but there's a massive restructuring going on. And unfortunately, a lot of those things or commitments or obligations are not going to be at the top of the list. And the one thing I know that Libra hates is hurting other people. So one of the things that you need to remember, Libra, okay, you have to remember that, and I'm going to pull up this oracle, which is Memories of Love. There is no reason why you should think that this is not an act of love. You might be giving people gifts that you don't even know you're giving them. By cutting them loose, or by deprioritizing, or by letting them figure it out for themselves, you are giving people gifts. You're not going to see it right away. They're not going to see it. They're not going to perceive it right away. It's a gift that will unfold in time. And you have to have faith that time plays a big part in this. And that the initiation of something is just that. It's just the beginning. And I think you've officially initiated this Wheel of Fortune by making certain choices, by rejecting certain temptations, by rejecting certain obligations that you only ever felt obligated to do because that was what society or culture or your family or education or whatever told you that was what you were supposed to do. You'll know you made the right choices because your mind will be entirely at peace. Even if someone is sad about what's happening, even if someone is sad about what Libra has done, inherently, intrinsically, everyone involved will know that it is for the best. And the thing that's so crazy is that I don't even know that if someone asked you point blank, well, why are you doing this? Or what do you expect to get out of it? Or what is the whole point? I don't even know that you would have an answer. Because I do see you operating in the realm of emotion right now. Your ruling planet, Venus in Scorpio. for most of December, and then it moves into Sagittarius, which will be, really mentally active. But for now, it's emotional. The thing with the Scorpio emotions, one of the reasons why the part of the Scorpio archetype, or the Scorpio stereotype of the personality of like, these people are like vaults, locked emotions, like it's really, really hard to get into the heart of a Scorpio, is because a lot of times those emotions, I can say it because I'm a Western Scorpio moon, but a lot of those emotions cannot be defined by words. Words as being like the most limiting thing that we have. Words and explanations and, expressions, really, really, really limited. So when people ask you point blank, why are you doing this? Or why are you deprioritizing that? Or why are you pushing me away? Or why are you drawing this line in the sand, or in the rock rather? Why are you doing that? The only answer you can really give is just, feels like I should. That's it. And that's not a good enough example for most people. It's not a good enough explanation. And I don't know that you're going to have perfect clarity of heart or perfect clarity of mind right now. Maybe later, maybe like in the next couple months, you'll be like, okay, I get it. And that's going to be really hard for others to accept. But remember that level of honesty is a gift. Those gifts that people don't perceive as gifts, those are always the hardest. Like, it's good, it's the right thing to do, but it doesn't feel like it. And I don't know, I think with the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction as being like the big final, event of 2020, it's a pretty big punctuation mark. And yes, there will be probably something dramatic that happens. I feel like I had to sneeze. Excuse me. But yeah, there will probably be something pretty dramatic that happens. And I just see Libra sitting there calm and watching and observing and watching everybody else freak out. Because when you resist the temptations, it's not you who's going to freak out when that siren runs away. It's the siren that's going to freak out in frustration when she has to swim away because you withstood the temptation. A lot of people don't see themselves as a temptation. A lot of people don't see themselves or what they're asking you to do as being you coming off of your path for them. They don't see it as a sacrifice. They may see it like, oh, Libra owes me, or why don't they want a relationship with me? Or why don't they want this? Why don't they want to build this with me? Why don't they want to do this with me? Hopefully you have mature enough people in your life that they'll understand that not everyone can be on everyone else's path. And I'm really loving, this is huge Libra vibes right here. I'm just really, really loving the calm and the peace. And I don't see you second guessing, because I don't see you operating from the mind. I don't see you operating from a rational place. I see you operating from, like a soul level knowing place, which cannot be refuted. Now, I'm going to skip around here a little bit for these oracles. So you guys know I already held up this memories of love. Memories of love. We also have a fiery climax approaches. This is what I mean. There might be some big conversation that happens or some big event that happens when you know that this is your chance to really, really, really turn down that temptation, to really push something that might be, not a bad thing, but something that is also not in your soul-driven place right now. Okay? Because you have accepted your role as creator. Now we got 2 sacral chakra, which is your second chakra, which has a lot to do with creation of life, right? It has to do with like your reproductive area. So yes, we are like creating life here. And then we also have dream time creation, which I've actually never pulled out this card, I don't think, from this deck. This is the very first time I've ever pulled out this card from my Earth Magic deck. And here we have 2 beautiful cards of creation. Like, you're creating a new life, guys. This isn't a little thing. This isn't like a little joke. This isn't like, you know, oh, Libra's being a jerk and they're, you know, not giving me what I want. It's not like that. It's deeper. It's more meaningful than that. So understand what's going on. Please understand what's going on. And you are going to have to take on this divine masculine energy. You are going to have to act. Right here we have a yang card. Yang as in yin yang. Yang is the masculine. It is the ambition. It's the action. It's the drive. It's the decision making that needs to happen. And yes, there's a lot of surrender. But I love that this comes through and balances out. This is the perfect lover's complement. Okay, the Artisan of Cups, which was that first card that came out, is a very deeply feminine, right? Cups, water, feminine. So we have a nice mixture of masculine and feminine coming through. And then, of course, we had another Virgo card, which I say Virgo here, because this is about getting stuff done. It's not good enough to just know what your soul is wanting. You also have to make the decisions. You also have to make the choices that are necessary to get you to where you know you need to be. Virgo is about application, using the kinds of knowledge, using the intellect, using the power of self to accomplish something. It is through this Virgo 12th house energy that you have going on that is going to manifest the things. So let's put this camera down. Let's talk about these comprehensive clarifiers, see what else comes out. I think there's going to be, you know, some interesting twists and turns here for these clarifying cards, but we'll see. All right, I'll see you guys in just a sec. Thanks. Okay, Libra. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box down below, also the comment thread. And we will talk for usually like 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, okay? All right, so let's see what comes through for the Artisan of Cups. We have the 3 of Wands. Beautiful, love that. The 9 of Wands, and the Ace of Cups. Okay, so this is your energy, right? So this is a really, open and ready to receive, surrendered kind of place, which is why I think that this, direction that you're headed is truly divine. It's not from ego. It's not just what you think your life is supposed to be. It's coming from somewhere cosmically oriented. 4 of Cups, interesting, got 4 of Cups twice here. We have 5 of Wands. Fiery climax approaches indeed. And 7 of Coins. See, the thing that's going to be really hard for some people is how you appear to be indifferent. You're not indifferent, but it's almost as though you have to put on that face for the sake of getting your point across. Because if you had any, sense of, if you had to console someone or whatever, it might be misconstrued, misinterpreted. 8 of Cups. Clarifying the Lovers, interesting. And we have the 10 of Swords and the Queen of Cups. Libra, this is not normally where you are. It does feel a little cold. It feels more cold than it normally feels from a Libra. This is your air element really, really coming out here. 3 of Wands again, so we have a repeat of that. Seven of Coins, same as over here as well. Six of Wands, the Knight of Coins, a little stubbornness coming out from Libra. I'm going to do one more card. Okay. Seven of Coins. Excuse me, a Nine of Coins. I'm sorry, Nine of Coins. Nine of Cups. Ace of Coins. Another Nine of Wands. Same as this card over here. Hold on, I'm not ready for those cards yet. Now we'll take a look at the Wheel of Fortune. And do one more for that Queen of Coins reversed there. Someone seems to not have patience. Someone seems to be operating from very, can I use the word desperate? Like a very desperate place. Ten of Coins reversed, Four of Coins. A lot of coins coming out for that. What was this card? Four of Swords, interesting. Seven of Cups. The Devil, and the Hierophant. Five of Cups reversed. Upright, excuse me. Five of Cups. Got the Ace of Coins. We got the Ace of Cups coming out a couple times. Ooh, another Wheel of Fortune. Look at that. Eight of Wands. And last but not least, the Death card. Of course. Of course. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, again, that link will be in the description box or the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much for everything. You guys know how much I love you. I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. I hope you have an amazing season, and I'll talk to you very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your December 2020 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started. Very first card signifies you, Scorpio, is the Artisan of Coins. Okay, it's kind of like the Knight of Coins in a traditional tarot deck, but this image is definitely different. Okay, so it gives a totally different vibe. Now, for me, well, actually not for me, but the image of this is actually the image of a potter, okay? Someone who creates pottery or ceramics, right? It's very functional. You know, you're just creating something. You're kind of putting your talents to good use. You are taking your, you know, what you're good at and what you like and what you're passionate about, and you're just making something happen with it. I don't know, like this whole reading seems to be like a very quiet place for Scorpio. Almost as though something is brewing. Some idea, whether it's a business idea or a new life path direction or a new relationship thing, like, I don't know, something is in the works. And no one's really going to know until Scorpio actually, you know, brings it out. Because Scorpio, I don't see you making a huge announcement this month of like, this is what I'm going to do, and this is what my life is going to be, and this is the direction it's going to go. I don't see you making these major declarations. I just see you doing what needs to be done. I see you getting all the setup done. I see you doing all the mundane things, getting all the things connecting and linked up and all the stuff. And then when it's ready to come out into the world, whatever it is, when it's ready to come out into the world, it just comes out into the world, and it's actually probably going to be quite disruptive and also very liberating for you as well, Scorpio. Because I think whatever this push is, whatever this like drive to do whatever it is you're doing, it's coming from a very divine place, right? We have in the environment, we have the Hierophant. It's coming from like a higher calling. Now, I kind of like the image on this card. Because it's an image of a family, actually. And we have the Hierophant, like the patriarch, the leader of the family. There's very strong divine masculine energy coming through for you right now, Scorpio. And when we really take that divine masculine within us, there is nothing that we cannot do. And I think Scorpio is it's like Scorpio and Libra, actually. These two zodiac signs that I really love the balance of masculine and feminine, right? Scorpio is water, but you have a ruling planet, Mars, along with Pluto, but Mars, right? So you have water, which is feminine. You have a ruling planet, Mars, which is hyper masculine. So you have this like cool, like yin yang thing happening, very similar with Libra as well, being an air sign masculine with Venus rulership. So I feel that there's, really beautiful balance happening. So you're in a surrendered creative state, but you are also fulfilling some kind of a mission. And the environment is very conducive to you fulfilling your mission, meaning the astrology and the tarot and just all the feelings that you've got are just going to push this agenda forward. It all seems very clear cut. I don't know that Scorpio has a lot of questions. It's just like, I know what I got to do. I know where I got to go. I know where I got to be. And you just go in that direction and you put your head down and you do the work, and that just is what it is. So let's put the 9 card block up here so you guys can follow along with me, starting with the 9 of coins. I mean, of course, this is absolutely where you want to be, right? This is the inner value. Your Sagittarius season is always kind of a cool season for Scorpio because it really activates that second house. And, you may be with the South Node going through there, and we've got the eclipse on the 14th in the second house. There might be some questions of worthiness. You might feel a little bit of that like imposter syndrome, like, well, who am I to think that I could do this, or why would anyone listen to me? If you have any of that going on, you need to like acknowledge that it's going on. Okay, I hear you. Ego, I hear you, little inner child, I hear you, shadow, but it's not true, okay? Because we have this 9 of coins, which signifies, your inherent value, your inherent worth, that your life experiences are worth something. The education that you have and everything up to this point is actually worth something. And if you can channel this sense of worthiness into your work in, again, a very quiet, behind the scenes, who cares who's watching because no one really is anyway kind of way, you are going to accomplish a massive amount. Tons and tons of stuff is going to get accomplished this year. And I think this is kind of setting the tone for the whole year, because I also know that the Hierophant will likely have really long-term objectives. I don't know that the Hierophant is someone who is just thinking, just only, 6 months from now. This is someone who thinks in like decades or more. So, I'm not trying to be all like, oh, set your 5-year plan, your 10-year plan. It's not really like that so much as it is just kind of a life vision. All right. So, you're in a real sweet spot, and it's really, really, really exciting. Now, I see this King of Cups reversed. Now, of course, this is a Scorpio card. But when I don't know what to say. Like, I don't think this is a person. I mean, with the Three of Swords, I mean, maybe some of you are dealing with a particular person. Maybe there's an issue in a relationship that comes up and gets quite heated with the eclipses and with the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction. Okay, yeah, fourth house activation. Okay, yeah, there might be some emotional stuff that happens. But I actually don't think this is really a person. Might be for some of you, but the majority of this energy for me is coming through as an old version of self that is fading into the background of the past. And all the things that you stood for at one point in your life very suddenly become completely irrelevant. Because we know that third house, Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto stuff in Capricorn for the past 2 and 3 years, all the third house Capricorn stuff has just completely obliterated the way that you saw the world, right? I mean, just completely turned it upside down. All the things that you thought you knew, you were probably proven wrong about all the things. And when you move into the fourth house, Saturn and Jupiter activates at the fourth, there is deep healing here. Really, really deep healing. And this is preparation for that healing. But I'm telling you, what I see is when this old self that was so sturdy and so rock solid before, when this gets turned upside down, when this gets turned on its head and the rain starts coming down, right? We've got the rain clouds in the background and the rain starts coming and there's kind of like this baptism. Okay, this is all Scorpio stuff, right? You have the breakdown of the self, you have the breakdown of the ego, the breakdown of the perspective that you always had, and it gives birth to something completely new. Okay, now I'm going to kind of walk you through what I saw when I pulled out these cards, because I see this King of Cups and it sort of splits into these two knights in that second row. And it's like the death of the first begets two offspring, almost. It's kind of like what I see. It's like, you know, when an egg gets fertilized and it splits off those two cells and then new life begins. I don't know why I saw that. It was totally, you know, symbolic, metaphorical. But I look at these knights and I think this is a new life for Scorpio. These are not other people. These are the new directions that you're taking your life. And they're two totally different things. When you shed this King of Cups persona, when you shed the idea of who you always thought you were, you are now free to explore new sides of yourself. And I think you are going to be simultaneously exploring two different things. Now, they may work cohesively in certain ways. There may be certain connections here, but and it's not like you're faking it. There's nothing fake about this. It's self-exploration. And you might do this through your business, through your career, through your community ties. You might start, you know, volunteering, and you might start doing art stuff. You know, I just see you taking on a whole new way of life. Some of you, on one hand, you're going to be traveling, you're going to be, you know, going through some higher level education, you're going to be studying, you're going to be, you know, maybe learning new languages, you're going to explore foreign cultures and a lot of really, really cool things. You're going to be a lot more social. And then on the other hand, over here, you're going to explore your artistic side. You are going to learn new skills and new hobbies. Maybe you're going to learn how to paint. I don't know, something. You're going to start writing. You're going to start writing music. You're going to start singing. You're going to start moving your body. You're going to start dancing or doing yoga. You're going to start doing all these things. And they're seemingly completely irrelevant to all the things. And yet these are the creations that are going to help make what you do so powerful. For those of you who are more, let's say you're like an accountant, right? And you're like, how on earth is this going to help with my accounting business? I honestly have no idea. But this kind of birth and splitting of self and new exploration of self is really, really going to add to this sort of mundane thing that is, again, you're brewing, right? There's something going on behind the scenes with Scorpio. You are putting something together. And a part of putting that thing together It's going to open up incredible new channels for you. Like, this is so exciting, you guys. It really, really is. Be careful, little warning, because when you start exploring yourself like this, and you start opening your heart and start discovering these new depths, and you start, really getting to know yourself from all angles, sometimes it can cause issues in relationships or friendships because the people don't recognize who you're becoming. So the people who are so rigid and who are so stuck in their ways are going to be maybe a little unhappy about this, because they're like, wait a second, this isn't who you've ever been. Why are you all of a sudden doing this? It's only going to be the people who really appreciate the journey itself who are going to look on and into your life and say, oh, wow, Scorpio, that's amazing. Good for you. Keep going. So you're going to really know who your friends are at this, through 2021. You're really, really going to know who is in your corner, who has your back, and who genuinely wants the best for you. And I really, really love what's happening. It is definitely a rebirth, but you're not losing your sense of direction, which a lot of people do during this kind of a new rebirth split. They get very lost, they get very confused, and, they get all wobbly. I do not see Scorpio getting wobbly at all. These night energies, these new kind of creative outlets for yourself, they are only going to enhance or add to your pre-existing direction. Okay? Because there is no question about the duty here. There's no question about the role that you play in life here. I don't see Scorpio floundering. I don't see you wobbling. I don't see you floundering. That is not even a thing. Okay, so don't freak out because this Knight of Cups is reversed. Don't freak out because the Three of Swords is here. Those are the reasons why you get to become who you are meant to become. And you're going to see a whole slew of new flavors in the upcoming couple of years. Okay? And I love how this Knight of Cups is moving into the star, because to me, this is all about liberation. Sorry, I know I got my extra lights on because it's dark in here, so it's a little blown out, but it's okay. The star is, of course, the source of freedom and that reminder that we truly are connected to something so much bigger than ourselves, which is why the Hierophant is really unshakable, because he understands the grandeur of our existence. He understands the essence of really who and what we are. He understands the guru and the Buddha mentality, and he holds that spirit very, very close to him all the time and lives in that spirit all the time. And the environment will be conducive to that. Now, the thing that too I love about the star, especially coming out with the 9 of coins, right? We have the stars inside the coins. As without, so within. This is what is inside of you, and this is what is external from you, which is the same. There is a universe inside of you that is just daring you, please explore me. Like, I dare you to explore me. I dare you to go deeper into self. I dare you to go deeper into your self-expression. I dare you to go deeper in your heart and in your emotions, and I dare you to heal. Scorpio, there are going to be amazing material feats that you achieve because you have this Artisan of Coins energy, because you have that ability to put your head down and produce. Mars rulership, energy. Where Mars goes, the energy flows. Energy. You have the energy. You have the capacity to make incredible things happen. And when you're feeling worthy and valid, and you have self-respect, that becomes even more limitless. Okay? So we have these pages down here. Page of Coins, Page of Cups. And what I love about this is that they do signify people's interest, whether it's clients, relationship type of people, who, like, whoever, right? These are people that want to be a part of what you have going on. And this is an indication of the universe saying, hey, Scorpio, don't worry about taking a little bit of a risk. We'll fill it in. If there's a void, we'll fill it in. If you need money, we'll fill it in. If you need a partner or a helping hand, we'll fill it in. Don't worry, there's people around. They'll help. They'll be helpful. And they will make an impact in this path for you. So these are doors that are pre-opened, kind of like when you get a credit card thing in the mail, you're pre-approved. Like, these are pre-opened doors because of the energy that you're sitting at right now. You've already opened the doors. You might not be standing in front of the door, but the door is open. So the universe is like, it's your choice. If you want to walk through, great. If not, also great. It doesn't really matter. But the option's here for you. Without question, that option is here. And then the Five of Cups reversed. I do not see sadness or wallowing or sorrow or grief. I do not see anything like that. Even though we have this in the Three of Swords, I honestly feel that this feels like a sense of relief because the heavy stuff is over. The heavy stuff, the hard part, the astrology, right? It's lightening up. Now, globally, nationally, there might definitely still be some stuff, but for you as an individual, I think the storm is coming to an end. And I don't even think you feel as stormy as you normally do on the inside. I think you're feeling a sense of calm. I think you're feeling a sense of relief. And I think you're feeling even a bit excited about these nights, these new avenues, these new hobbies, these new creative endeavors that you're thinking of taking. I think you feel excited about that. And now you're at a place that is more whole and more complete to actually really enjoy it. You get to have fun with your life. You get to play with your life. It's not some heavy duty thing you must do. It's very playful. And I know that when Scorpio is allowed that freedom to play, and they're productive, and they're continuing to produce, and they're getting creative, like, you're putting together like a monster. Like, there's something really incredible in store for you if you allow yourself to go down this path. So with the oracles, we do have a rest and rejuvenate energy. And I think this is maybe one of the reasons why I was feeling that it was all very quiet. It's very much on the DL. I don't know that making huge announcements of like, January 1st, we're launching our big business, or check out our new website coming February 2021, like whatever. Like, I wouldn't make announcements. I highly, highly suggest don't doing that. Keep it on the DL. Keep it behind the scenes. When it's ready, and you can push it out and you can do what you got to do. But I honestly think like the more quiet you can keep this, the better. And the more relaxed you can be about everything, the better. Because this type of work can actually be really relaxing, mundane, doing the things. And I feel like you're getting into a really cool flow. Your life is getting into a flow. You're starting to integrate a lot of new things, and it doesn't seem overly complicated for you. But if you need to take December and rest, by all means rest, because 2021 will be really active for you as Mars begins its transit through Taurus, okay? We also have some interesting relationship energies coming through. We have partnerships and alliances. And we also have this card that says a new romantic cycle begins. I know that this was not a very romantic reading, but I'm telling you that when you're working on yourself like this, there are many, many partnership or romantic partnership possibilities for you because you are changing, you are attracting a whole new set of people. And we've got these pages coming out, so there very likely could be someone that shows up in your life that you could actually build something pretty substantial with. Romantically, in terms of your family, in terms of your life, or in terms of something completely non-romantic, okay? You're attracting it. You're pulling it in. It's just who you are. It's where you're at. If you're wanting a new love, by all means, keep indulging in yourself. by all means, keep exploring yourself. Have fun with your hobbies. Have fun with the things you love to do. Get creative. Go, travel, learn, explore. You'll probably meet that person doing those things. And we have the sun. I love it. I seriously just love it. You know, the sun is really great. I like the sun in Sagittarius, if I'm being honest with you. I feel that there's kind of this like, there's an illuminescence, here I am world. And this is the sense of value for sure. And it comes from a soul place. That's why like the south node through the second house, it's a little strange. And as the sun is connecting with the south node, I'm not sure exactly what date that is, but as the sun does connect with the south node there can be a swallowing effect. Sometimes that south node kind of acts like a void or a black hole sometimes, and it kind of swallows the energy. But you can fight that, quote unquote, with consciousness and awareness of what's really going on. So if you do, and this won't apply to everybody, not everyone will feel this, but if you are feeling insecure in any way, shape, or form, just allow time to pass. Don't accept it as a truth of a lack of self-worth or self-value. Like, please don't go down that road. Certainly not the case. It's more for you to separate from ego to find the true sense of value. Okay, to find the true sense of self and where that really lies inside of you, which is what the Hierophant is really all about. When we have the Hierophant with the sun, I think this is, just kind of a formidable combination. Like, it's unstoppable. When you have someone who is so soul driven from a divine place, from the place of the guru, everything becomes possible. Everything becomes an option. We also have this card of that says perspective. And I know the third house has kicked your butt in terms of how you see things. Saturn through the third. I've been there. It's tough. And you got all the other stuff too. So the way you see the world, your view on all the things, like literally all the things, it came under some pretty substantial scrutiny. And I know it humbled you. And I know it showed you all the places where you were wrong about stuff. So now that you have this humble point of view, this is when the real work gets to get done, because now your arrogance and your ego is not in the way, which means growth and development is going to happen so much faster. Of course, Saturn loves to be in Aquarius, and it is not dense. It's an air sign, so it's going to move fast. And then last card, we have chop wood. And I actually love this with the Artisan of Coins. It's, when all is said and done, right, you still got to take a shower. When all is said and done, you still got to wash your dishes. You still got to do certain things. You still got to do your laundry. And it's that reminder that you're still like a human being. A reminder that as much as we want to go all into the grandiose spiritual realm and get all magical about it or whatever, there are still just very real things that need to get done. And because you're in this beautiful divine masculine place, it's really likely that all the things are going to get done. And you're actually going to enjoy it. It's going to be an enjoyable process. And as you see your stuff grow and you take care of your finances and you look at your portfolios and you look at your home and you start like really, really putting all these pieces together, the whole picture of your life is just going to kind of fall into place. And it's a really beautiful thing. So let's put this camera down and we'll talk about the comprehensive cards. All right, see you in just a sec. Okay, Scorpio. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. Whoops, okay. Hold on, not ready for those yet. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So if you want to join, the link will be in the description box or a comment thread down below. So let's take a look at this Artisan of Coins. The Artisan of Coins, let's see. Four of Wands. I love the stability. Six of Swords. And Five of Swords. Five of Swords been making quite the appearance this month, just kind of sneaking in there a little bit. Nine of Coins. Ace of Wands, beautiful, love that. And Four of Cups. Also, Four of Cups has been creeping in a lot too. Okay. Nine of Coins, okay. Coming out with the Four of Swords. Very quiet mind. I like the Four of Swords with the Four of Cups a lot. Does bring back a lot of energy of peace. King of Swords. Let's do another card for that. Okay, King of Cups. Ace of Cups, Five of Wands. Oh, I love the aces. The aces is just an indication to me that you're really open, you know, that you're not locked in. And for a fixed energy, that's really, you know, that's a really, really good thing. You're not stuck. And you're willing to allow these transformations to happen. And you seem to be just fully embracing the process without judging it. And also, remember, like, without declaring it to the world. I think keeping it quiet is an important part for you right now. I don't quite know why. This rest and rejuvenate kind of energy is really, really speaking to me a lot. Keeping it on the DL, keeping it under the radar. We have the Fool. Another Five of Swords. Another Ace of Wands. These are the things you've been afraid to try. These are things you held yourself back on for so long. And now they're like creeping up and they're being like, look, Scorpio, like this came into your heart like 6 years ago. Are you ready yet? Are you ready? Are you thinking about it yet? Can we try it yet? And I think you're finally ready. No matter what the cost. The thing is there won't be a cost. Maybe there would have been in the past, but now there's no cost. When Scorpio gets really serious about something, like it's on, like that game is on. All the right people show up. Another Knight of Cups. Chariot, beautiful. I love that. Five of Cups reversed. The Moon, Six of Swords. I really see you letting go of fear, Scorpio. I really, really do. Three of Swords. Interesting. Page and the Three of Swords are connected. And this, oh, beautiful, amazing. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading, you guys. So if you want to join, that link will be in the description box or the comment thread down below, all right? Thank you guys so much for everything. You know how much I love you. I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. Have an amazing week, all right? Take care. Bye-bye.